We have some new and exclusive information in this video, so stick around until the end for some fresh facts. Now let's jump into a whole bunch of Nintendo game trivia. Pokemon Red and Blue need no introduction, having established what is now a mega multimedia franchise in the West. The earlier Japanese releases of the game, Red and Green, is where it all started, however. These earlier versions of the games have a variety of differences to the ones we got in the West, with a few references being lost in translation. The SS Anne had its name changed during its English localization, with the ship originally being called Saint Anne. This name may be similar, but the original Japanese name is actually a direct reference to one of Game Freak's earlier titles that predates the Pokemon franchise and their close relationship with Nintendo. St. Anne is a character featured in the Sega Genesis game Pulseman, and is the computer that actually creates the titular Pulseman. But more interestingly, and infamously, the Japanese versions include many bugs that are truly unbelievable and will have you wondering how the developers missed them. After setting off on their adventure, the player will eventually find themselves facing off against Sabrina, the gym leader in Saffron City. However, the player doesn't even need to defeat her in the Japanese games. Losing against Sabrina in these original versions still triggers the code showing that Sabrina has been defeated. When the player re-enters the gym, the text that is normally shown after the fight is displayed, and the player is rewarded with TM46, Psywave, as well as the Marsh badge. This bug was acknowledged by the team and fixed for the international versions of the games, as well as the Japanese version of Blue. Another bug exists in these early versions and is still present in Pokemon Yellow, both in Japan and internationally. An important early event in these games has the player getting hold of a Pokédex, but obtaining this item is reliant on a specific detail to the player's data, the number of Pokemon they have or have had in their possession. If the player has 2 Pokemon species registered to their data prior to obtaining the Pokédex of Professor Oak, which is tricky to achieve considering the inability to obtain Pokeballs until after the Pokédex has been received, then Professor Oak will not take Oak's parcel off the player, and will not give them this vital item in return. This can be achieved rather simply by grinding their starter Pokemon against various low-level monsters on Route 1, until eventually it evolves. This evolution will count as a second Pokemon having been registered to the game. This unforeseen oversight had damning consequences for the player, as without obtaining the Pokédex, the old man located in Viridian City will also not move, as this only happens after the Dex has been obtained, essentially soft-locking the game. Pokemon Yellow has another small detail that was easily missed by a number of players. It becomes evident at a certain point that the player needs some means of lighting their path forward after they encounter a cave. This can be done by obtaining HM05, which can be used to teach a Pokemon the move Flash, which is then used to light up the cave. However, there is another solution that relates to Pikachu. If Pikachu has learned either Thunderbolt or Thunder, talking to the companion will cause it to spark, briefly lighting the cave as a result. This isn't as effective as Flash, however, as it's only a very temporary instance of illumination. That said, it can be repeated indefinitely, allowing the player to traverse the darkness, albeit in a slow, arduous manner. Let's move on to another heavy-hitting Nintendo series that got a lot of love on the Game Boy, The Legend of Zelda. During a 2013 Polygon interview with Shigeru Miyamoto, the legendary designer was asked his thoughts regarding how Telltale's Walking Dead series was delivering installments of the game to players episodically. His response was that Nintendo had already experimented with the concept of episodic gaming way back in 2001. He stated, "When we first released The Legend of Zelda Oracle of the Ages and Oracle of Seasons on Game Boy Color many years ago, the original idea for those games was for them to be more episodic in content, and the development actually started with the notion of potentially trying to sell dungeons individually. At the time that we were working on the Oracle games, we felt that it just wasn't right to deliver a game in that fashion. But when we look at what we've done with the eShop and the possibilities that lie there, and particularly with the fact that we're able to patch now existing games that have already been released, that then opens up the possibility for downloadable content or adding new levels to a game that has already been released." Early material for the Oracle games can be found within the final game itself, containing a selection of musical tracks that went unused. This includes the music you're hearing right now, a rather smooth, jazzy number. This piece is rather interesting in its own right, as it seems as though, while it may have been unused in this instance, it was later repurposed slightly and transformed into the theme for the Mogmas in the future Zelda title, Skyward Sword. The Oracle games have quite a few regional differences too, and not just between Japan and the international releases, but even across different English releases. When Link makes his way to Holly's house through the chimney, naturally, she makes a reference to Santa Claus. It seems, at least in this instance, some of the team behind the game's European localization recognized that making this reference to Santa's existence in the Zelda universe would therefore mean that Christmas must also exist in some form within this world, and by extension, the Christian religion. As we've covered a multitude of times on this channel before, religious references in Nintendo games were also considered a major no-no for Nintendo, especially during this period. So this reference was altered to instead have Holly refer to Link as a chimney sweep. Another underrated Game Boy title is Donkey Kong Country, which had its own Game Boy Color release. This handheld game was published as Donkey Kong Country in the West, but its Super Famicom counterpart in Japan did not keep its original name when brought over to the Game Boy Color. On the Super Famicom, Donkey Kong Country was actually called Super Donkey Kong, and since this game was no longer a Super Famicom title, the Super in its name would have been an odd inclusion, as the prefix is used to denote the game present on the Super Famicom. Instead, this Game Boy Color game released under the name Donkey Kong 2001. A name change was probably justified anyway, as there are a fair few differences between the SNES and Game Boy versions of these games. One of which is an all-new level in the handheld game called Necky Nutmare, found in Chimp Caverns. The English name for this level is some standard Donkey Kong Country style alliteration, but the Italians went in an ever so slightly different direction and gave us a solid chuckle too. The Italian name for this level is literally Necky's Nuts. Marvellous. Changes were made to another portable Donkey Kong game as well, Donkey Kong Land 2. The Japanese version features a number of design changes to its levels which ultimately make the game slightly easier. In Bramble Blast, a section just prior to the star barrel has 2 blast barrels pointing to the bottom right. Internationally, this part also features 2 zingers. The Japanese release only has 1. In Parrot Shoot Panic, again, this is just before the star barrel, 2 zingers are entirely removed from the Japanese game. It's possible that the choice to remove these enemies was because of hardware limitation to prevent sprite overload from occurring, an issue that would come up in the international version if too many zingers were on screen during this section, which would have caused the DK barrel to not load in. Creepy Crow was also altered, where hitting the crow twice would make 2 hooks appear. In Japan, the top hook is now higher up, as well as the platform above. The rope climbing portion of the stage was also shortened to accommodate this moved platform. Donkey Kong Land 3 has some Japanese exclusive content too, a complete re-release of the game which never saw release internationally. Roughly 3 years after the original game's release, an updated version was made for the Game Boy Color in the year 2000 called Donkey Kong GB, Dinky Kong and Dixie Kong. A variety of minor alterations were made across the board compared to the original Game Boy release, with this version ultimately being released on the Japanese 3DS Virtual Console in 2014. Pokemon Puzzle Challenge and Puzzle League are fairly run-of-the-mill games released on the Game Boy and Nintendo 64 respectively, with the Game Boy game even including an animation in reference to the N64 release of Pokemon Stadium. Jinx's losing animation depicts nothing but its hair waving a white flag in defeat, in a similar manner to when Jinx is defeated in Stadium. Now, we've already brought up some unused data found in game code, but this one surely takes the prize as being one of the most unbelievable volumes of data that wound up being left unused. We say unused, but it can be accessed, but to say it's unlikely anybody did is perhaps an understatement. Within the game's data is nearly a fully fleshed out and finished game of Panel de Pon, the game that Pokemon Puzzle League is based on, with its SNES game having been localized in the West as Tetris Attack. We've mentioned in the past how the N64 game was based on Panel de Pon, and that there was an unreleased game that was reworked for the N64. But this is also true of the Game Boy game as well. To access the alternative game on the same cartridge, the player must attempt to boot the game on the original Game Boy or equivalent hardware. A warning screen stating that the game will only work with the Game Boy Color will appear, but by pressing A 24 times and then B 24 times, Panel de Pon will launch instead of Pokemon. It's also possible to do this with Game Boy Color hardware from the game's title screen. Get ready for this. The player must press up twice, right 4 times, down once, left 10 times, then up 4 times, right once, down 6 times, and then press B. This will load up the warning screen again, where pressing both A and B 24 times will launch the unreleased Game Boy Panel Lupin. We have some exclusive Pokemon trivia coming up later, so stick around for that. But until then, how about some Kirby trivia? Have you ever noticed that the cartridges for an original Game Boy game and a Game Boy Color game have a physical difference? Games released for the original Game Boy feature a small notch in their top right corner, but this isn't the case for Game Boy Color games. Well, this is true most of the time, but Kirby Tilt and Tumble is a unique outlier to this fact. While this game was released for the Game Boy Color and only works on a color system, the cartridge does feature a notch. The notch lets this Game Boy Color exclusive game fit in an original grey Game Boy. Even if another Game Boy Color game is put in an original Game Boy, it simply wouldn't boot because the notch is needed so that the power button can be slid into the on position. If the player tries to play Tilt and Tumble, however, a message will appear which reads, "This game pack will only work with the Game Boy Color video game system." It could be that the cartridges used for Tilt and Tumble were simply repurposed from another non-color game, possibly to save on costs and reuse old excess stock. It's also worth noting that you may have seen one of these "Game pack will only work with the Game Boy Color" messages elsewhere, as the GBC games can fit and boot up on the Game Boy Pocket, as that system lacks the notch mechanism. But Tilt and Tumble is the only color title that can be booted on an OG Game Boy unmodified. Nintendo games are great and all, but let's look at an often overlooked gem on the Game Boy Color, Metal Gear Ghost Babel. Ghost Babel, or just Metal Gear Solid in Europe, appears to have a character actually based on a real person that has seemingly nothing to do with the Metal Gear franchise. In the game, the character Brian McBride was an agent of the CIA and Director of Operations of African Affairs. The real Brian McBride, on the other hand, was an American soccer player. Metal Gear's McBride is an American in his 30s, and the real McBride was in his 30s when the game was released. The real McBride was also featured in Konami's Pro Evolution Soccer series, with Konami having, of course, developed and published Ghost Babel. The two also have distinct visual similarities, such as a strong chin and jawline and lines below their eyes. It's hard to say if this is just a big coincidence, or if someone at Konami liked the name and look of Brian McBride and wanted to use his likeness in-game. The Castlevania spin-off Kid Dracula had some changes made to its international release because of a symbol that could have been misconstrued. The game's first boss is depicted in the Japanese release with what some have referred to as a swastika on his forehead. However, this is not a swastika but a manji, a Buddhist symbol for balance which can represent love, mercy, strength, and intelligence. Because the symbol is often mistaken for its objectionable twin, the international version removes the symbol and the boss's hood has been reworked to look, well, less clanny. The aforementioned religious connotations were also part of why the game was reworked for overseas audiences. The tower in the game's intro was changed to remove this cross, as well as the bell, to remove religious symbology. Despite this removal, the sound of the bell is still featured in its introduction. Bonk is probably one of the lesser known platformers that has been a staple to Japanese audiences since its early days on the PC Engine. Bonk's Revenge on the Game Boy is a completely different game that shares a name with Bonk's Revenge on the TurboGrafx-16. The Game Boy title is yet another game that needed a few changes when it was brought to the West due to different cultural sensibilities. In the original version released in Japan, obtaining the Thief power-up would alter Bonk's appearance into something that could be deemed as eerily similar to typical blackface. Likely as a way to not cause offense, this was altered outside of Japan, with Bonk now looking like he's just broken out of prison instead. This next piece might be a bit odd, but it certainly gives us a glimpse into some very rare sprite work. Chris World was an in-flight entertainment system created by Singapore Airlines about a decade ago, with one of its major features being the inclusion of video games that were available to play through the Nintendo Gateway system, a service that put emulated games on flights and in hotels. In a commercial for this service, we can see a young child playing Super Mario Bros. Deluxe, the Game Boy Color port of the original Super Mario Bros. Mario pops out of the child's screen as a 3D model, but if we slow this footage down, we can actually see a single frame of a Mario sprite never featured in the game at all, with Mario facing the screen. It's arguable that a more popular Mario handheld adventure came in the form of Super Mario Land, a launch title for the system that introduced a variety of bizarre new elements to Mario. But this title's strange new world only helped establish it within pop culture. There's a few officially licensed Super Mario Land songs featured on the Super Mario Compact Disco album, and how this whole album came to be is quite the story. It's easy to assume that the album was commissioned by Nintendo of America. However, this is not the case at all. Instead, the track was a result of UK musician Simon Harris taking matters into his own hands. He was unable to get permission from Nintendo in the West, so he instead had to make his way to the boss on his own, going straight to Shigeru Miyamoto for approval and directly playing him a Super Mario Land rap song. He stated, "Nintendo UK didn't really exist at the time, and we couldn't get a whole lot of sense out of Nintendo of America. So, naively, we just hopped on a plane, flew to Japan, and made an appointment to see Shigeru Miyamoto. Luckily, he loved it." Harris would elaborate on this story further in a 2017 interview, stating that he first got approval from Nintendo UK for the Super Mario Land single before he wound up going over to Japan to get approval from Miyamoto for the album. While Super Mario Land had a number of oddities within the Mario series, it isn't alone. Bizarre things can be spotted through Mario's adventure in the game's sequel, Super Mario Land 2: 6 Golden Coins. In the game's ending, Wario loses his hat and is depicted as being bald, despite the fact he clearly has hair while he's wearing his hat. A Super Mario Land 2 manga explains away this oddity by revealing that Wario is indeed bald, but he has a wig attached to the inside of his hat. The manga also goes on to explain a pretty strange aspect of Mario Land 2, giving some context to the hippo statue found on the game's overworld that acts as an access point for the space zone, an area that has seemingly no relation to a hippo. The logic to this is that, of course, the statue was created to honor a hippo astronaut that was never mentioned anywhere in the game itself. Nothing screams 90s America quite like Wayne's World, and nothing screams 90s video game Easter eggs like hidden images in a game's code, especially when they can only be seen via convoluted and obscure passwords. While playing the game, holding start and pressing A, B, A, down, left, A, and then down, which spells out "a bad lad," will cause an image of the game's programmer to appear on screen. This devilishly handsome man clearly didn't want to take all the glory, as he also included a friend of his, visible by holding start and then pressing right A down, right B, right A, showing what it claims is an engineer at Radical Entertainment stuck inside a Game Boy. One final image can be seen in this same way, holding down start and pressing select A, left A, down, left A, select, select, spelling out salad lass. This will show a picture of Evie, likely the programmer's girlfriend. Scooby-Doo classic creep Capers did something similar to this, but perhaps with a slight bit of extra effort on the implementation part. Typically, the game's final cinematic will reveal the face of the game's main villain behind a spooky mask, as with any good Scooby-Doo ending. However, within the game's data is an unused script that alters this cutscene, revealing the true bad guys of this story to be the game's developers themselves. This unused cutscene cannot be accessed in-game without the use of hacking tools to modify the game's code, making it a pretty deeply hidden secret. Star Ocean Blue Sphere is another rather interesting game for the Game Boy. Earlier entries in the series were released on home console, and the Sony PlayStation at that. This was brought up during an interview with the game's designer, Tetsu Takeyoshiki, who explained why the game ended up on a Nintendo handheld. After Star Ocean and Star Ocean Second Story, it was decided that we would make Star Ocean 3 for the PS2. The question then became how to fill the gap while we waited for that project to begin. From the beginning, our plans were to make a compact game, but there is another interesting facet to this portable game. While in some cases there was additional content in cross-generational games which would work with an original Game Boy and Game Boy Color, this additional content was usually locked to those playing on the more powerful color hardware. In Star Ocean Blue Sphere, a cracked statue can be found in Gravis Desert. If the game is played on the Game Boy Color, there is no means of entering through this crack, but on the OG Game Boy, there is actually an accessible opening. Inside is a room with a character who gives the player the choice of opening up one of two chests, both containing rare power-ups, an unusual benefit for those using older hardware. Sticking with RPGs, one of the biggest third-party developers out there is arguably Square Enix, or Squaresoft during the era of the Game Boy. But having created some of the most popular JRPGs of all time, their other franchises weren't quite as well known in Western markets. The company released Seiken Densetsu for the Game Boy, renaming the title to Final Fantasy Adventure for North America in 1991. But the project wasn't always set for the Game Boy and was originally far more ambitious, starting life in 1987 for the Famicom Disk System. The Famicom Disk System enabled users to play games on rewritable and more economical diskettes, while still utilising the power of the NES or Famicom. During this period of Seiken Densetsu's life, advertisements for the game were suggesting that the title would span an unprecedented 5 discs and would be a role-playing epic. Had this project continued, of course, it would have inevitably been one of the largest games ever made for Nintendo's 8-bit home console. Rumours have often floated around that there were former Squaresoft employees who have some form of prototype of this project in their possession, as well as early versions of Final Fantasy IV. But Moriyama has stated that there was never really any real progress made on this project at the time, and that these rumours were nothing more than hearsay. As LostLevels.org points out, the name was trademarked at an early stage, but the game never actually entered development. A 5-disc game was simply too ambitious, and the title was cancelled early on. From one mega JRPG series to another, Dragon Quest 1 and 2, as well as Dragon Quest 3 on the Game Boy Color, were localized into English by Nob Ogasawara, a name you might recognize as the man who also localized most of the early Pokemon games into English. Nob recently spoke about his experience working with Enix USA, which sounded amazing for all the wrong reasons. According to Nob, Enix USA were extremely cheap. Before their merger with Square, they operated out of a 2-story, 4-suite, cheaply constructed building, which also had a nail salon within it. The place had plywood doors and no reception space or counter, and was in a bit of a grungy area in North Seattle. Nob even described it as having all the charm of a hastily constructed war room in a former lumber warehouse. The company's deadlines were harsh and their pay was awful, but it seemed the staff had a decent amount of freedom as long as deadlines were met. However, it appears that Nob had to fight for basic changes to these games that were necessary to fit English text onto the tiny Game Boy screen. For example, Nob was told he needed to localize every item name into English only using 7 characters, which is somewhat understandable. But for items such as the Falcon Sword, this was obviously not doable. He was simply told to crunch the names down so it would be something like Falcon Sword, which frankly would have been a bit shit. Instead of making every dyslexic gamer cry, Nob came up with a solution of adding basic icons to the item names, so the Falcon Sword would be called Falcon with a sword icon next to it. Another ingenious space-saving method proposed by Nob was to add letters to the game's font table that had the apostrophes built in. Nob met resistance to both of these requests, but told Enix USA to just do it. Both changes made their way into the final games. And now for that exclusive Pokemon trivia we talked about earlier. Last year we translated an interview from the Japanese Nintendo Online magazine into English. The interview is from July 2000, and the interviewee is Takashi Kawaguchi, who was the producer on the original Pokemon games and worked on a bunch of other noteworthy titles such as Mother and Earthbound. Based on what Kawaguchi says in the interview, a huge part of Pokemon's identity comes from someone you might not expect. Despite usually being viewed as an empty suit, the Pokemon Company CEO, Tsunekazu Ishihara, actually changed the course of Pokemon's development early on. Back when Pokemon was just a bunch of designs and prototypes, Game Freak founder Satoshi Tajiri had other work he needed to take care of, and asked to pause production on Pokemon, which lasted about 3 years. It wasn't until development resumed that Ishihara would give the team some direction. Kawaguchi said in the interview, Ishihara was really into all kinds of card games, and I think he said something along the lines of, if we incorporate elements from card games into Pokemon, we can make something interesting. So it was those ideas added late in development by Ishihara that turned Pokemon into what it is today. These comments were echoed in another interview that we had translated, this time from the May 23rd, 2019 issue of Famitsu Weekly. In this interview, Pokemon's Junichi Masuda stated, "Yes, we received a lot of help as a company from Tsunekazu Ishihara, now CEO of the Pokemon Company, and Shigeru Miyamoto, now Nintendo Managing Director, who were both at Nintendo. Ishihara in particular was fond of card games and used that insight to advise on how to add more depth to the battle system. To be honest, things like the Pokemon types, the link cable battles, and the Pokédex were all added later in development based on his suggestions. It may come as no surprise then that Tsunekatsu Ishihara actually initiated the development of the Pokemon trading card game. This is likely why he got a cameo in the Pokemon trading card games on the Game Boy, appearing as the experienced collector, Mr. Ishihara.
Did you know? While Tetris was created in 1984, creator Alexei Pajitnov hardly received any money from the game until 1996. At the time of Tetris' creation, Pajitnov was an artificial intelligence researcher working for the Society Academy of Sciences, one of the few Soviet organizations with contact to the outside world. His job was to test the capabilities of hardware sent to the Academy, which he'd do by writing simple programs for them. Having always loved puzzles, Pajitnov wanted to make a game using pentaminos, geometric shapes formed by fitting exactly 5 squares edge to edge in various combinations. Pentaminos have 12 possible arrangements, which Pajitnov eventually decided was too convoluted for a puzzle game. He decided to use tetraminos instead, which only have 7 possible arrangements. The game was initially programmed for use on the Russian Electronica 60. Letters were used to form the shapes as the computer didn't feature conventional graphics. Once Tetris' row-deleting mechanic was implemented, Pajitnov found himself too addicted to his own game to finish it. His original build only featured a score system and there were no levels. Prior to creating Tetris, Pajitnov and his partners at the time planned to make about a dozen computer games for the PC and sell them together in one system they called a computer fun fair. However, due to the laws in the Soviet Union, attempting to make private sales of a product was a dangerous endeavor. Because they couldn't sell the games, they ended up giving them out for free. But the only game which garnered much interest was Tetris. Its name was a portmanteau of the Greek prefix tetra, meaning 4, and Pajitnov's favorite sport, tennis. The PC version made its way to Hungary, where it was discovered by Andromeda Software Limited. In 1986, Pajitnov gave the rights of Tetris to the Perestroika movement in Russia for 10 years. At some point in 1987, Andromeda allegedly obtained copyright licensing of Tetris for home computer systems, but the Soviet government hadn't begun marketing the rights until 1988. Video game licensor Hank Rogers discovered Tetris at the 1988 Computer Electronics Show, and after which he licensed it for as many systems as possible through the American company Spectrum Holobyte. As it turns out, Holobyte's parent company, Mirrorsoft, had already given some of the licensing rights to Atari, rights Rogers thought he'd obtained. The fate of Andromeda is unclear, but the version released for PC by Spectrum Holobyte, which legally obtained the licensing rights, mentions Andromeda in the opening message. Eager to cut through the confusion and secure rights to the console and handheld versions, Rogers went to Moscow to get things settled. He was able to meet with Elektronorg Technica, the Soviet bureau which handled the export of software. They told Rogers they'd never given the rights to anybody at this point, though it's unclear whether they meant the console rights or any rights at all. Regardless, he was able to seal the deal. He acquired the rights, then made a deal with Nintendo to bundle Tetris with the Game Boy. The Game Boy version alone would go on to sell 35 million copies. In 1996, the rights to Tetris reverted back to Pajitnov, who had moved to the United States 5 years prior. He would finally be able to make some money off the game he invented. Pajitnov and Rogers established the Tetris Company, which combined copyright registrations for Tetris products in the US with trademarks in countries the world over. Not only did the Tetris Company set up to thwart all illegal clones of Tetris, they also established what is referred to as the Tetris Guideline. While the Tetris Guideline is not currently publicly available, the specifications ensure all Tetris games from 2001 onwards appear similar in form, with standard Tetris modes adhering to the guideline. As far as the community has diagnosed, this includes a couple of interesting things. One guideline dictates the color of each piece. The I must be cyan, the O yellow, the T purple, the S green, the Z red, the J blue, and the L orange. This rule began with Tetris Worlds and has carried over ever since. To cut down on players having to relearn major aspects of the game's system, part of Tetris' guideline also includes the super rotation system. This defines the axis on which each tetramino spins, and how it reacts to colliding with a wall. Another mandatory inclusion is the song commonly referred to as Type A, which played during the A-type mode in the Game Boy version of Tetris. This song is a version of the Russian folk song Korobeniki, and was arranged by Hirokazu Tanaka. The Tetris Company decided to use this track despite Pajitnov's initial negative reaction to its inclusion in the Spectrum Holobyte version of the game. It was very embarrassing for me. When kids of the world hear these pieces of music, they start screaming, "Tetris, Tetris." That's not very good for Russian culture. Tetris has also been a surprisingly relevant player in the realm of psychology. In 1991, Dr. Richard Ayer, a professor at the University of California's Department of Psychiatry and Human Behavior, scanned people's brains while they played Tetris. The purpose of the experiment was to evaluate whether the brain requires more energy as the game gets harder and faster. The results indicated that the opposite was true. When people first start playing Tetris, their glucose metabolic rates, or GMRs, skyrocket, meaning the brain is using lots of energy. But after playing daily for several weeks, players' GMRs returned to normal, but their performance had increased sevenfold in some cases. A study conducted in 2009 by an Oxford University research group evaluated the effects of Tetris on victims of post-traumatic stress disorder. In instances of PTSD, flashbacks usually determine the severity of the symptoms experienced, as they are unpredictable and visceral stressors that can make other symptoms worse. The study involved having subjects answer trivia questions, do nothing specific, or play Tetris within 6 hours of watching a disturbing film. A week later, those who played Tetris reported less flashbacks of the film than the other groups. The hypothesis put forth by researchers is that the visual spatial exercise of playing demanding games such as Tetris is somehow protecting the brain from revisiting traumatic events as often. The reasons for this are still undetermined, but the results have been duplicated enough to indicate something worthy of further investigation. A team from the Research Institute of McGill University Health Center tested the effects of Tetris on people with adult amblyopia, commonly referred to as lazy eye. Amblyopia specifically affects one eye, resulting in the reception of unclear images from that eye. The brain considers the images from this eye to be faulty, and over time the unaffected eye hinders the impaired eye from improving. Regarding the use of Tetris, senior authority of the study, Dr. Robert Hess, said, "The key to improving vision for adults was to set up conditions that would enable the two eyes to cooperate for the first time in a given task. Their testing environment included head-mounted goggles that displayed a different image to each eye. One eye saw the falling objects, the other saw the objects on the ground. The patients who participated in the test experienced significant improvements after only 2 weeks."
Today, we're going to focus on some new translations, overlooked details, and some newly discovered info about Gen 2's final build. Originally, Pokemon Gold and Silver were very different games that essentially followed the vision of Satoshi Tajiri, the series creator and director of Gen 1. To understand how drastic the change was, here's an excerpt from a Japanese magazine we had translated where the programmer Tetsuya Watanabe says, "That version's a completely different game from what made it to store shelves. Everything got remade after that. The first world map was very grand in scale, and based on the entirety of Japan. However, this meant we couldn't spare much cartridge space for each individual town, nor put much distance between them, so it all felt much more compact than the Kanto games. Development was a bit of a struggle, and things weren't going too well. Game Freak also felt tremendous pressure to up their game after Gen 1 unexpectedly became the best-selling games of all time. They didn't want to disappoint their millions and millions of fans, so Tajiri stepped aside and let Junichi Masuda take his place and recreate Gold and Silver according to his own vision. The original Tajiri build of Gold and Silver is best known for appearing in the leaked Space World 1997 demos. It had a unique Johto dex that ended up getting almost entirely scrapped, and all of Japan squeezed inside. In another Japanese magazine, Masuda explains his complete transformation of Gen 2, saying, "I took over direction of Gold and Silver from Tajiri, then went to Kyoto to create my vision for the Johto region. I remember staying at a hotel visiting temples to gather information, then going back to the hotel and calling everyone, and we'd work out what to put on the map. For example, when I went to the pagoda at Toji Temple, the East Temple, I heard that a long time ago there used to be a West Temple as well. I thought, I want to use that, so I added the burned tower. Once I got back home to Tokyo, I had a good idea of what Johto would look like." In the Tajiri version, places had names like Mount Fuji, Silent Hill, and Old City. Some were probably placeholders, but regardless, in Masuda's version they went back to naming places after colors, like what they did in Gen 1. Goldenrod, Ekritique City, and Mahogany Town, for example. In one of these magazines, they say they intentionally chose unusual and old-fashioned words for colors, so when fans got older, eventually they'd come across those colors as adults and think, that's the name of that Pokemon town. Like Cyanwood City. Most kids don't know cyan's basically sky blue. Interestingly though, the colors that represent towns aren't the same between Japanese and English. For example, in Japan, Cyanwood City is called Tanba City, which is more of an ocean green, which makes more sense for a seaside city. Azalea Town's Japanese name is Hiwata Town, a dark brown color, which unlike in English matches the town's roofs. New Bark Town's called Wakaba Town, which is light green. Again, the same color as the roofs. And even y'all adults probably still don't know what Ekritique City is. Ekru's a light brown, but in Japan it's Enju City, which is actually red. As for Johto itself, we actually need to clear up some misinformation. In 64 Dream magazine, the interviewer asks what Johto means, and Masuda says, Jo can mean castle, so it's like the capital of castles. You may have read on places like Bulbapedia that Johto means castle palace or lattice-shaped palace. It ain't Bulbapedia's fault though. That info originally comes from the official English translation of Junichi Masuda's blog. Masuda had Hiro Nakamura translated for an English audience. Hiro's the guy who came up with most early Pokemon's English names. I'm sure he's a great translator, but he really didn't put much effort into Masuda's blog, which is apparent even for someone who can't speak Japanese. I mean, just look at this. Point is, the official translation is bogus. Johto doesn't mean lattice-shaped palace. That doesn't even make sense. The truth is, according to Masuda in his mother tongue, Johto actually means the capital of castles. That does make sense because Johto is based on Masuda's walks through Kyoto, home to many of Japan's most famous castles. Gold and Silver were originally supposed to launch in 1997, but the complete transformation after Masuda took over meant it got delayed all the way to '99. There was also the matter of debugging, which took 6 months all on its own. When they started debugging, they didn't even know what Pokemon were gonna make it into the final game. According to Watanabe in one of those magazines, about 200 ended up in the trash. We already covered all the Space World 97 demo Pokemon in older videos, so today we're gonna highlight a few who got cut even later in development. We commissioned some Sugimori-style watercolor from Racy Beep as per usual, who did all that Space World art a few years back. The 2020 leak didn't include these Pokemon names, but according to Game Freak, a lot of them never had names to begin with. So let's start with this scrapped Tanuki Pokemon. Western Nintendo fans mostly know Tanukis from Tom Nook in Animal Crossing, or Mario's Tanuki suit, but it's actually a real-life animal native to Japan, nicknamed Raccoon Dogs. This Pokemon's a reference to one Tanuki in particular, the villain of a Japanese folktale called Kachi Kachi Yama. It's pretty weird, but to sum it up, a farmer finds a Tanuki in his fields, so he traps it to cook for dinner later. When the farmer leaves for town, the Tanuki begs the farmer's wife to set him free. She takes pity, but once it's free, it kills her, chops her up, and later tricks her husband into eating her flesh in a soup. Anyway, the farmer's got a rabbit friend who swears vengeance, and later when the Tanuki's carrying some firewood on his back, the rabbit sets it ablaze. That's usually the cover on storybook versions of the folktale, and that's what this Pokemon was, the deranged, tortured Tanuki from Kachi Kachi Yama. There was also this cute ghost flanked by a couple Hitodama. In Japanese culture, Hitodama are balls of fire that are dead people's souls separated from their bodies. That's why the ghosts' purple fires have little faces. Hitodama literally translates into English as souls of the dead. Conversely, this stork Pokemon with a baby in its beak was based on Western folklore. Exact origins of the myth are disputed, but likely began in medieval Europe, where human couples often married in summer. Also in summer, storks flew away on 9-month migrations, then returned with baby chicks at the same time humans were having their honeymoon babies. Storks also stay faithful to one mate for their entire lives, and they're friendly towards humans, so they make for good role models in traditional societies. More importantly though, most parents don't want to tell their kids where babies really come from. And that's how folklore that storks delivered babies was born, with this Pokemon being a Poke adaptation of that medieval myth. This next one was a middle stage between Natu and Xatu. The sprite leak was black and white, but Natu and Xatu were brown in Tajiri's Gen 2, so their middle evolution was probably brown as well. After Masuda took over, the birds were changed to green, so if it hadn't got cut, the mid-stage presumably would have ended up green too. We'll do a few more rapid fire, like this flying squirrel with a sheathed sword and a ninja motif, but the flying squirrel that ultimately made it into Gen 2 was Sentret instead. There was also this foxtail Pokemon who may have wound up getting turned into Furret. This little dinosaur got cut, but a similar design made it into Gen 4 as Cranidos. Likewise, this Cyclops Scorpion looks a lot like Gen 4's Skorupi, and this koala Pokemon appears it was sorta recycled to make Kamala from Gen 7. There was also a boar with antlers, a long-tongued frog, this rabbity Pikachu-y thing, and maybe the strangest of them all, this monstrous skeleton Pokemon. We're gonna debunk a couple big Gen 2 rumors here in a minute, but since we're already in rapid fire mode, first we want to toss out some random trivia we found in these magazines, like that Gold and Silver were simplified for art director Ken Sugimori's dad. Sugimori let his pops play some Gen 1, but he couldn't even figure out how to leave the first house. So Sugimori had them simplify Gen 2 for folks like his old man, like making the UI dummy-proof and having the select button bring out your bike. See, haters, Pokemon's not a kid's game. It's for really old people too. Sugimori also made a Pokemon based on his childhood pet bird, who surprised him one time by standing on one foot. If you haven't figured it out yet, it was Hoot Hoot. Sugimori said it was his favorite Johto Pokemon. He also wanted to simplify all the Pokemon sprites from 4 colors down to 2, but the other devs called it an impossible request. Here's what Pikachu and Lugia might have looked like in that style, compared to how they ended up looking in the release version. Seemingly, Sugimori wanted them that way not to save space, but for minimalistic design sensibilities. They don't look great, but maybe they would have looked better on a tiny Game Boy with no backlight, in Sugimori's opinion. The devs also say adding Kanto was an impulsive decision early in development. Someone just said it'd be cool, so they went and did it. It was already in that early Tajiri version, but all squeezed into the size of a single city. One of these magazines also shows Koji Nishino's business card. Snorlax is based on Nishino, so he proudly displays the Pokemon on his card. Actually, all the devs have Pokemon on their cards. They've changed over the years, but at one point Tajiri had Ho-Oh, Sugimori had Venusaur, and Masuda had Psyduck, though he later changed it to Pikachu and Pichu. Okay, now we're gonna debunk a couple long-running popular rumors about Gen 2, starting with the oft-repeated claim that Gold and Silver were originally planned to be the last Pokemon games ever made. Here's a 2010 Destructoid article titled, "Pokemon Gold and Silver were meant to be the series finale." In 2019, The Gamer said, "Gold and Silver were once planned to be the final games in the series." The same thing from Screen Rant in 2022. Not just gaming outlets, a lot of fans believe it too. Here's a Reddit thread called, "Today I learned Gold and Silver were supposed to be the final games in the series, effectively ending the Pokemon franchise for good." Almost 2,000 upvotes. GameFAQ threads, NeoSeeker, it's all over the internet. We could go on, but you get the point. It's been a persistent rumor for over a decade. But it just ain't true. In a July 2000 issue of Nintendo Online magazine we translated, originally published before Gold and Silver had even released outside Japan, series creator Satoshi Tajiri and now president of the Pokemon Company explained Gen 2's development. The interview asks if Gold and Silver is the end of the story. Tajiri says flat out, no, it's not the end. So, how'd the rumor even start? As the basis for their claims, those aforementioned news articles cite a 2010 interview where Ishihara said, "I worked with the assumption that after we put out Gold and Silver, my work as far as Pokemon was concerned would be done. I didn't intend to make any more Pokemon titles." But he's just saying he was done, not the franchise. Throughout that same interview, Ishihara goes on to say, "For me, Pokemon Gold and Pokemon Silver represent the finish line. I didn't intend to make any more Pokemon titles. It would be time for me to do something else." Every Pokemon game up to that point was made by 10 or 20 developers and sold in the tens of millions. They were ridiculously profitable. A lot of development was literally done out of a house. They didn't even have to pay for office space. Game Freak would have been swimming in cash even if they were only selling 1 million. Ishihara wasn't a developer. He did do some consultation on the games, but first and foremost, he was the guy who sold merchandise and licensing deals. He was worried Pokemon fever was cooling off. So if sales really did drop significantly, there wouldn't have been boatloads of merch and licensing anymore. So he was considering moving on and taking his business skills elsewhere, but ultimately decided, quote, "I couldn't very well get off the ride halfway through." Pokemon was a monster IP in every sense of the word, and Gold and Silver were never gonna be the end of it. Of all the parallel universes out there, not even one of them would have seen Game Freak go back to making games like Quinty and Pulseman. The other rumor we want to debunk, and we say this with nothing but love for Satoru Iwata, was that he wrote a compression algorithm that increased the storage space in Gold and Silver. Some versions of the rumor even say Kanto couldn't have been squeezed in without him. TechRadar, Kotaku, and lots of websites published articles saying Iwata crammed a whole country into Gen 2. Heck, even we said it in an old video. Whoops. But most folks could be forgiven for thinking the rumor was true, because an old Game Freak interview and even some in-game dialogue in Ultra Sun and Moon seemed to confirm it, where Morimoto's in-game character says, "When we were told halfway through development to make Kanto 2, I thought I might just expire on the spot. When we were having trouble fitting all the data in for Gold and Silver, and we were really in a pinch, this amazing guy came along and made a program for us that solved all our problems. He went on to become the amazing president of a real big company soon after that too. To get to the truth, you can't just look at interviews on the record. You've actually got to dig through Gen 2's data. Doing so reveals that Iwata did write an algorithm for Gold and Silver, but it actually decreased the amount of storage space by a few percentage points. In other words, Kanto made it into Gen 2 in spite of his algorithm. They could have added even more real estate if they stuck with Gen 1's algorithm. So, why didn't they? Well, Iwata's algorithm wasn't built for size, it was built for speed. Right now on the left, you're seeing the compression algorithm from the 97 Tajiri version of Gold, which used the same compression algorithm Gen 1 used. On the right, you're seeing Masuda's final release version, using Iwata's algorithm. Iwata's compression saves a fraction of a second at the start of a battle, another fraction when the Pokémon come out, and lots of other places. Basically, it all comes down to faster load times. We don't want to bog you down in too much technical jargon, but his Gen 2 algorithm was a tweaked version of the 1989 algorithm used in Earthbound and other HAL Labs games. The company Iwata was programmer, then president of, before he became president of Nintendo. In the code, Iwata himself calls it a high-speed algorithm. The real reason Game Freak was able to squeeze in Kanto was because they upgraded to 1 MB Game Boy cartridges for Gen 2, while the earlier games only had half a megabyte. In other words, they doubled the cartridge size. A big thanks to Lord Danimal and Team Space World founder San Kui for showing us this code. We wouldn't have even thought to go digging without him. They showed us about 5 years ago, but it felt inappropriate to share so soon after Iwata's tragic passing. Now enough time's gone by, we hope it doesn't feel disrespectful. He may not have given us a whole extra region in Gen 2, but he did save us from annoyingly long load times, so for that, Iwata-san, we thank you. At the end of one of those Japanese magazine interviews, they asked Game Freak that now Gold and Silver's finished if they felt like they'd completed the games they wanted to make. They all said in unison, "Not even close." Masuda continued, saying, "To us, they don't feel fully complete. They'd pushed the Game Boy Color to its limits, but there's still so much more they wanted to do." In another translated interview, Tajiri said, "I'm thinking the best Pokémon game will be released sooner rather than later, but whether or not it'll be the best Pokémon game is something I can't achieve on my own. From here on out, kids who grew up playing may grow up to be game developers, right? And if those kids have the same vision as us, then I definitely think it's possible to expand the world of Pokémon by working together with them." Tajiri's prediction came true. The day Gold and Silver released in Japan, a young man was in line at the store at 7 a.m. waiting to buy them. 10 years later, he was the art director on the remakes Heart Gold and Soul Silver. His name? Takao Uno. If you want to learn lots more about those remakes, make sure and subscribe. We're going to have a dedicated Heart Gold Soul Silver video coming up soon.
Hello and welcome to Did You Know Gaming Extra. For this episode, we've collected trivia from a variety of Game Boy and Game Boy Color titles. While Nintendo took over the TV in many homes, the company had yet to dominate gaming on the go. With the release of the Game Boy, that all changed. Nintendo led the market with a relatively modest machine in comparison to competitors like the Game Gear or Atari Lynx. As is a common trend with Nintendo, the design of the handheld didn't rely on power alone, with many praising the system for its long battery life and rugged build quality. The Game Boy paved the way for many series that are still staples in the industry, and continue to see sequels to this day. One of the best-selling titles for the system was Tetris, though this is likely contributed by the fact that many Game Boys were bundled with the puzzle game. The game was so popular that even Apple co-founder Steve Wozniak was an avid player. His passion and skill with the game was particularly noteworthy, as he'd regularly send in his scores multiple times to Nintendo's official magazine, Nintendo Power. His scores often reached the top of the scoreboards. However, Nintendo Power eventually stopped publishing his name in the magazine because of his constant dominance. This didn't deter the entrepreneur, who managed to get around his shadow ban from the charts by submitting his scores under another alias, Yvetz Kainzau. This name would be approved and put onto these score tables, despite the fact that it's a thinly veiled disguise, simply being Steve Wozniak spelled backwards. Another powerhouse of the Game Boy was undoubtedly the Pokémon franchise. It's fairly common knowledge that the original Pokémon games had many errors, but this seems to stem to the game's box as well. The blurb on the back of the boxes states that the player can catch 139 different Pokémon without trading. However, a player can only obtain 124 Pokémon in a single playthrough without trading. This is because the 139 number includes Pokémon that the player could attain, but has to choose between. It doesn't take into account that players must choose between the Omanite and Kabuto families, the Evolutions, Hitmonlee or Hitmonchan, and the 3 starting Pokémon lines. It also doesn't take into account the 4 Pokémon that only evolve when traded. As a side note, we also found that this line stating that 139 Pokémon can be obtained in the game is incorrect on early versions of the back of the Pokémon Blue box, which seems to be a copy-paste of the blurb from Pokémon Red. This mistake was fixed in later revisions. 2 more franchises that made a stand on the Game Boy are the Mario Land and Kirby series. These 2 platforming giants did so well on the handheld that they were used to educate children. The Japan-only VHS tape, titled Mario Kirby Meisaku, which means Mario Kirby Masterpiece in English, was an animated short made to teach Japanese children various kanji symbols. It didn't feature much animation, however, and was mostly still images accompanied with Japanese text. The short was split into 2 stories, one loosely based on Super Mario Land 2 featuring Bunny Mario, Wario, and Peach, and another based on Kirby returning a lost puppy to its mother. The video is narrated and voice acted by Mayumi Tanaka. This in particular is noteworthy, as this is the first time Kirby was ever given a voice. Speaking of Kirby, there's some interesting trivia within Kirby's Pinball Land. By default, the game's high scores are held by Zephyra, Fisali, Dendrob, and Gerbera. These names are actually a reference to characters from Mobile Suit Gundam 0083. The names are short for GP01 Zephyranthes, GP02 Physalis, GP03 Dendrobium, and Gerbera Tetra. Another fact about Kirby's Pinball Land is that its game engine was likely used for Pokémon Pinball. This is based on the similar gameplay of the 2 games, and the fact that HAL Laboratory are credited in Pokémon Pinball, even though the game was developed by Jupiter Corporation. A fair amount of games on the handheld contain hidden messages and content. Within the data of Spider-Man 2: The Sinister Six, a hidden message can be found which references several of the game's developers: Grant Davies, Michael Smith, Peter Suwara, Paul Clark, and Ivan Kenny Sumiga. The message reads, Grant was last seen fleeing Taurus Games with a briefcase packed full of money under each arm. He remains wanted in 4 states. Smitty made several unsuccessful attempts to circumnavigate the world in a lunchbox. He now lives in Peru. Peter Stinky Suwara devoted his life to the quest of spiritual enlightenment. He has lived in recluse since Spider-Man. Paul submitted several game designs to Activision, all featuring a snowboard and a railgun. None were accepted. Ivan was arrested after a hosting series of wild parties with crazy antics. He is currently serving 32 life sentences in a state penitentiary. In Sabrina, the animated series, Zapped, hidden messages actually change depending on which regional version of the game is being explored. In the US version, there are 3 instances of the same message reading, "Hello there." But in the EU version, it seems the developers were aware that people would look at their game data, so included a little joke. The 3 messages includes a single instance of "Hello there," as well as "Wow Salem, so this is what the inside of a hex editor looks like," and "Hey look, someone ripped our game." Strangely, another piece of code is a reference to a file path for one of the developer's computers, or more specifically, a reference to their Zone Alarm antivirus settings. The Game Boy Color game Looney Tunes Collector Alert has its own hidden image too, which is only accessible through a cheat device. To see it, the player must use the Game Genie code 8A170AF74, then hit reset. This time the message is in French, and shows a young child with the words "From the team at Martian Alert," with Bugs Bunny saying, "Hi Jeremiah," likely included by a developer as a hidden message to their son. Next on the list, we're talking about SpongeBob SquarePants: Legend of the Lost Spatula, which was the first dedicated SpongeBob game. Not only does the game have a hidden level select menu, it also has at least one unused area. There's a room to the right of the outer town map that can be accessed by hacking the game. The room in question appears to be a version of SpongeBob's living room that resembles the Season 1 episode Jellyfish Jam. While not actually hidden away, Conker's Pocket Tales code is peculiar compared to most Game Boy games. The cartridge itself contains two separately programmed games, with one running when inserted into a standard Game Boy and another when inserted into a Game Boy Color. While both games have the same story, some of the title's gameplay mechanics actually differ, as well as the game's maps. This Game Boy title was actually created to precede a Conker game on the Nintendo 64 called Conker's Quest, which was later renamed 12 Tales Conker 64, and then completely reworked into Conker's Bad Fur Day. As a result of these early plans changing, Pocket Tales has absolutely no connection to Conker's N64 misadventure at all. Another game which was almost forced to change direction by publishers was Shantae. Shantae's co-creator, Matt Bozen, has said that during development of the title, publishers had a hard time accepting the developer's choice of a female lead character. Bozen stated, "The most common reaction to Shantae back in the 90s was, hey, great looking game, but who do the guys play as? Like, we must have messed up and put the Player 2 character in the Player 1 spot. It felt like our work was being dismissed for no good reason, and it made no sense to me. But eventually, I came to understand that these people genuinely knew their markets, and that the game would probably not sell, and that was even more irritating. So I feel like Shantae had to exist, even if it was just to reach out and see if there was an audience reaching back." The game would ultimately see its release in 2002, extremely late into the handheld's lifecycle, being published by Capcom.
The Game Boy was revolutionary. It took gaming on the go and it had some killer games to boot. The only real problems with the system was that it wasn't exactly pocket friendly, and you couldn't see the screen if you had no external lighting. This is often riffed on, but it seems a pretty glaring issue with the system, and viewing the Game Boy games through a modern lens really paints the experience in a different light. But regardless, the games were solid, and Nintendo's first-party offerings were quite remarkable, all things considered. Mario's Picross, Donkey Kong Land, Metroid 2, Link's Awakening, and Pokemon Gold and Silver demonstrated that great products can come in compact sizes, if you consider the OG Game Boy to actually be compact, that is. The experiences of these games may have been limited by hardware, but their design was top-notch, meaning that they continue to see relevance in later years, with Metroid 2 even getting a full remake treatment for the 3DS in 2017. But the idea of remaking the game was much older than that. With the original Game Boy releasing back in the early 90s, Retro Studios had considered remaking the game as early as the mid-2000s. Ben Sprout, an artist with Retro Studios, posted on his WordPress blog in 2009 in response to a Metroid 2 fan remake of the game being released online, stating, "I've always thought it would be awesome to remake Metroid 2. A group of us at Retro even discussed doing it as a side project at one point. Nothing ever came of it, though I still think it'd be fun to remake it as a 3D side-scroller." Another name which appears in Metroid 2's credits is Dylan Cuthbert, widely recognized for his work as the main programmer on the original Star Fox released for the Super Nintendo. In Metroid 2, he receives a name drop under the special thanks section, which according to Cuthbert in a 2016 interview is thanks to the work he did assisting the team, providing programming advice, and helping with the game's optimization while he was working on his own title, X, also released for the Game Boy. Speaking of which, X is an important game in and of itself. In order for Dylan to create X, his team at Argonaut had to create their own Game Boy development kit, a task that was not so simple to achieve. According to Dylan, "We hacked together a Game Boy development kit with a camera pointed at the Game Boy. They'd gotten it into circuit printing and were printing the circuit boards in this bath full of acid. We're not certain, but X may well be the only game that came to be partly thanks to a bathtub full of acid." Our next Game Boy title is Mario's Picross, a great little puzzle game which stood the test of time. This is another Nintendo title that had a whole bunch of changes when it was brought to the West. These included a number of changes to the puzzles, altering what the player must draw out on the Picross boards. One of these was the alteration for a puzzle featuring a picture of a cocktail drink, which was changed into that of a Boo character from the Mario series, essentially changing Boos into a Boo. It seems Nintendo's main focus was on removing references to alcohol, like with another puzzle that was changed from a glass of wine into a hat, or a mug of beer that was turned into a crow. References to the Buddhist religion were also removed by placing a Buddhist bell with some garlic. A similar change happens with what seems to be a Buddhist guardian, Neo, being swapped out with chili peppers. References to Japanese culture were also changed to more universally recognized images, with the removal of a Japanese tea kettle for a much more recognizable burger, and the change of a hand drum and yokai to popular animals. Another puzzle was changed to remove a cigarette, which is a surprising image to include in the first place, considering it's a game for all ages. Other changes include a toy puzzle having been turned into a unicorn, and despite efforts to distance the game from religious iconography, a fan puzzle was turned into an angel. When it comes to creating a new title for the Game Boy, it makes sense to work on a game specifically designed for pocket adventures, with inspirations coming from games on home consoles. However, while Donkey Kong Land wound up being an entirely unique game in its own right, the original plan was for the game to be a straight-up port of one of the SNES's most graphically impressive titles, Donkey Kong Country. Programmer Paul Mahacek, however, managed to convince higher-ups at Rare that a new, original title would make more financial sense, saying, "Whenever anyone asked me to convert a console game onto Game Boy, I expressed the opinion that we'd be better off writing a new game in the same vein, and that the extra resources to do that wouldn't be much greater than for doing a port, whilst not limiting your market and reducing its size to those people who hadn't just bought the console game. It was a point of view I expressed in 1994 when I was asked to port DKC and instead wrote DKL for Game Boy. This was also a sentiment that Cranky Kong would get behind, as Donkey Kong Land's manual expressed the whole game was made after Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong had a bet with Cranky that they could have fun even without fancy graphics and modern music." Despite this point, however, the original Donkey Kong Country was given a port to the handheld's mid-generation upgrade, the Game Boy Color, albeit a whole 5 years after Donkey Kong Land. Another one of Donkey Kong Land's secrets is that the game was originally going to feature a new animal buddy called Rambunctious. Little is known about what this little fellow could do, and why he never made it into the game, just that they were, a ram. Maybe they were just a little bit sheepish. Hearing from developers who worked on our favourite games gives us some great insight into game creation, a job which for many may seem like a dream come true until you find yourself on the other side. The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening was a game that certainly delivered joy to many players, but in the files from the Giga Leaks a couple of years ago, a development note from one of the game's programmers revealed some more sentiments around their work at Nintendo over the years. Left by programmer Kazuaki Morita, the note titled Bearded Uncle goes on to talk about his experience working with Nintendo and his thoughts as he moves forward in his career. It reads, "I think there are jobs game developers will never forget, in the same way that people who fish remember their first catch regardless of its size. For me, it's Super Mario Bros. It had a huge 32 kilobyte programming area for the time, and I packed in nearly that much. It was a big fuss even if you had a few free bytes. Then the Infinite Lives, the Minus World, I think the word tricks started being used around this time. I'm relieved they're not always called bugs. It's been about 8 years since then, and I've been involved in various other games, but as I get older, I feel my head is spinning and my memory is weakening. However, I think that my slyness has been only further enhanced. It is often said that a programmer's life is up to 30 years long, but that's just a social custom, saying it happens because you don't have to work, when really it's that you are unable to work. And I think I might quit this job if I feel I've reached my limit, since there's no such thing as a programmer who cannot program." You may be pleased to hear that Kazuaki would stick with Nintendo for many years after Link's Awakening was released, mostly sticking to work on the Zelda franchise as a programmer, though in recent years taking on more roles as a supervisor, possibly starting to feel his age when it comes to his programming tricks. What would a variety of Nintendo games be without the mention of Pokemon? Pokemon Gold, Silver and Crystal came after Red and Blue, so players were of course expecting some riveting new features to their grand adventure. It turns out that there was a feature set to change the game's immersive experience, giving the player a sense of being in the Pokemon world, but it was removed before the game's final release. A fully functional feature that allowed the player to name their mother. This function was included in the data of the Space World 97 demo of the game, which offers the choice of calling your mother Mother, Mama, Mommy, or the option of giving her the name of your choice. A curiosity around this data takes place during the demo's Pokemon catching tutorial, however, in which the player's name is copied to the same location in the game's RAM as the mother's name is stored, suggesting that by the time Nintendo had finished creating the game's tutorial, the mechanism of naming the mother was already planned to go unused. Another bit of interesting content can be found within the game's data. Interestingly, all 26 forms of Unknown have shiny variants, but only the Unknown that are shaped like an I and a V can be shiny. This is, by complete coincidence, due to both how Unknown forms and shininess are dependent on IVs. This means that there are 24 forms of Unknown which have unused shiny variants.
Did you know? In Japan, Game Boy Color and GBA players could trade Pokemon online, download new maps in Game Boy Wars, and compete in Mario Kart tournaments thanks to one device. It even worked with N64 and was almost used for GameCube. Lately, we've been looking at some of Nintendo's failed experiments, like Satellaview, Virtual Boy, and the Nintendo Power cartridge system. Ideas that were ambitious and futuristic, but failed in execution. The mobile system GB is a similar story. Too far ahead of its time and way too complicated for the target audience. Because even though it was fairly simple in concept, the pages and pages of fine print and fees made it doomed to fail. In the end, it only got 21 games, one less than Virtual Boy got. Commercially, it was also a bigger flop than Virtual Boy, and didn't even sell 100,000 units. Its short lifespan did see some major releases, but some of the best games that might have made use of it, like Zelda, Golden Sun, and Animal Crossing, ultimately bowed out. Unlike some other failures though, this time, there's a happy ending. This is the full story of the mobile system GB. In late 90s Japan, mobile phones were becoming so advanced and widespread that they'd soon be a competitive alternative to gaming handhelds. You could already play simpler games, and prestigious franchises like Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest were right around the corner. Phones were a threat to Nintendo's dominance in the handheld market, but they were also an opportunity. Konami was one of the mobile market's major players, so in September '99, Nintendo announced a 50-50 partnership between the two companies to establish a joint venture called Mobile 21. They aggressively started hiring 100 top-tier developers, and even offered new hires part ownership of the company to attract the best talent. Nintendo and Konami only retained 30% of the shares, while the rest was made available to the devs as stock options. Mobile 21's purpose was to design online-compatible games for Nintendo systems. They'd also create an attachment called Mobile Adapter GB that connected mobile phones to Game Boy Color and Advance. GameCube was still a couple years away, but when it came out, you could link GBA to GameCube and take your home console online too. Pokemon fever was red hot, so for maximum publicity, Nintendo announced the mobile system would launch December 14, 2000. The same day as Pokemon Crystal. A few months before launch at Space World, fans were given the chance to test drive Crystal and do some online trading. According to magazines from the time, everyone thought it was awesome. Nintendo called it the future of gaming, and outlets like IGN thought it had potential as the backbone of GBA's future. Unfortunately, there was a problem. Some people thought the adapter was required to play Crystal. Nintendo didn't want that misunderstanding to hamper Pokemon's sales, so they delayed its release by 6 weeks. The mobile system probably wouldn't have been a success anyway, but losing its shot to launch with Pokemon was a huge blow to any potential it might have had. That said, when the adapter finally released in January 2001, the features it unlocked in Crystal were pretty mind-blowing. Instead of a regular Poké Center, Goldenrod City was home to a much larger Pokemon Communication Center, complete with its own music. You could trade and battle online, download monthly newsletters, quizzes, and mini-games that awarded in-game prizes. Most famously, the mobile system was the only way you could obtain the GS Ball to catch Celebi. There was also the Battle Tower, which stored the teams and player data of other folks who'd been there too. So the NPCs you battled were based on actual humans, and populated by different people over time. And there was some functionality with Pokemon Stadium too. Using Crystal and a transfer pack, you could download battles as they happened at the real-life Nintendo Cup tournament, and watch them play out on your TV. A few months later, Nintendo published Mobile Golf, a Japan-only sequel to Mario Golf on Game Boy Color. It's got RPG elements and leveling up just like its predecessor, but now with more characters, real-life courses, and of course, online functionality.
これ入れたら全国優勝？緊張する。今、私たちは全国のライバルと戦っている。やった！ベストスコア！父さん、携帯貸して。来るぞ！モバイルアダプターをつなげば、ライバルがどんどん増える。全国に広がる。僕の名前が載ってる。たかし、全国14位。惜しい。もう一回チャレンジ！モバイルゴルフがゲームをさらに深くする。モバイルアダプタ GB とセットで新発売。コンペに参加してゼクシオをゲットしよう。
It had online tournaments called Nintendo Opens, which were essentially leaderboards with real-life prizes. Mobile Golf's directors, the Takahashi brothers, participated in Nintendo Opens, and online users could send messages for tips and strategies, which the Takahashis responded to personally. You could also download new courses and a variety of golf clubs for longer drives, better backspin, and so on. Then there was Game Boy Wars 3, the precursor to Advance Wars that let you download new maps and mercenaries, as well as news updates. In Hello Kitty's Happy House, you could message friends and trade furniture and items with them over the internet. Mobile 21's first release was Get on the Net minigames, which is pretty much what it sounds like. A collection of 15 online minigames, plus more available for download. And that was it. Those were the only 5 Game Boy Color games that used the mobile system. The service launched later than intended, so most of its library wound up being Game Boy Advance games. The biggest by far was Mario Kart Super Circuit. Mobile transfer speeds weren't fast enough for head-to-head multiplayer, unfortunately, but there were leaderboards, and Japan's 10,000 fastest players were saved as ghosts on Nintendo's servers for you to race against, or just be proud to get your own ghost on the server. Even if you weren't top 10,000 in Japan, you could still rank top 10,000 in your prefecture to receive a special in-game title like Champion of Kyoto. There were also time trial tournaments where they'd have rules like mushrooms only, or you can only play as Wario. And if you ranked high enough, you could win real-life prizes and qualify to play in a championship at the next Space World. Nintendo also published the real-time strategy game Napoleon. It never came out in most of the rest of the world, but Nintendo was trying to push the mobile system, so in Japan, they made Napoleon a GBA launch title. Similar to Mario Kart and a few others, the online features mostly came down to leaderboards and competitions. Other games made more interesting use of online functionality though, like another GBA launch title called Monster Guardians. Developed by Mobile 21, it's a darker take on the creature collecting genre that let you send your monsters over the internet to a training tower, where they autonomously level up, acquire items, and catch other monsters on your behalf. After a set period of time, they'd return back to your game, and some monsters were only obtainable online. Another was Konami's Starcom, a pet simulator that let you message other players online and arrange marriage your pets together to produce offspring and special evolutions. Konami also published Silent Hill Play Novel, and over the course of its first year, released 4 DLC episodes with a new protagonist. Unfortunately, nowadays those episodes are lost media. Not a bad showcase, at least to start. They presented a variety of ideas and proved the potential for portable online gaming in the early 2000s. Unfortunately, nobody cared. Just months after launch, Nintendo bundled in Mobile Golf in for free and dropped the standalone price to $30, but by the end of the year, only 80,000 units had sold. As a result, a mere 16 GBA titles were ever made compatible, most of which came from Konami and Mobile 21. The user base was just too small for publishers to bother making games for it. Even the games published by Nintendo weren't developed by them, instead relying on partner studios like Camelot and Intelligent Systems. In May 2002, just 16 months after launch, Nintendo announced Mobile System GB would close down at the end of the year. Mobile 21 shut down too, and since the planned IPO never happened, all the developers' shares became worthless. Some argue the lack of big hitters was why the mobile system failed to take off, but as we see it, Pokémon, Mario Kart, and Mario Golf in the first 4 months was pretty respectable. They reviewed well too, garnering 8s and 9s from Famitsu. It also had a variety of genres, from RPGs to action-adventure, sport, racing, fishing, visual novels, and tabletop games. And it was decently marketed, with TV commercials, magazine coverage, giveaways, and in-person promotional events. We'd argue the real reason it failed is due to how confusing and intimidating it was to read through the fine print. Case in point, the 13-minute tutorial video Nintendo had to make for salespeople trying to sign up customers. First of all, it starts with a flowchart of hardware requirements, and also comes with an additional manual for the sales rep, plus a user manual that customers need to read. Cause hoo boy, this system was complicated. Kids couldn't buy them on their own, and were required to bring a legal guardian. You'll understand why in a minute. Further restricting how many people could actually buy these things is the fact that, according to a survey from Nintendo Dream magazine, only 20% of fans even had cell phones, and mobile adapters weren't sold in most game stores. Instead, you could only get them at limited qualified locations. To use the system, you had to have a phone plan with a registered carrier. Most phone companies supported the system, but some didn't. There was also a list of compatible models of phone, so if you had the wrong kind of phone, you were out of luck. Different carriers required different adapters, blue, yellow, or red. Annoyingly, you could only directly connect with people who had the same color adapter. Oh, and not so fast, kid, because in addition to phone service, you also need an internet plan.
必要で、その費用が別途かかりますが、ご存知ですか？
ディオンって何？
Speaking of additional fees, now let's talk prices, which were just as confusing as registration. For $50, you got the mobile adapter bundled with the mobile trainer cartridge, a name seemingly left over from when the adapter was set to release alongside Pokemon Crystal. Because you know, Pokemon trainers. The mobile trainer was for configuring your Game Boy with a mobile phone, but you could also send and receive emails, read news, and view the mobile system homepage. But even after the $50 buy-in, plus $4 up front for internet, you still had a long list of recurring fees to look forward to. Kinda like modern-day microtransactions. On the surface, they don't sound that bad. 10 cents to trade a Pokemon, $1 for monthly Pokemon news, another $1 for a Silent Hill DLC episode, and so on. Unfortunately, the devil was in the details. There were up to 3 companies you had to pay for everything you did online. The phone company for service, the internet company for connection, and Nintendo for the actual content. Changing your password, for example, only charges to your phone bill, but you're gonna have to pay for phone and internet to access the homepage, send emails, or access so-called free content. And what they call paid content incurs fees from the phone company, internet company, and Nintendo, plus tax. Let's say you want to play one online Pokemon battle. For that, Nintendo charges 10 cents, which isn't unreasonable. But you also have to pay 10 cents per minute to the internet company, plus more to the phone company, with exact prices varying between carriers and the details of your phone plan. A Nintendo magazine from the time tells us to, quote, "Try calculating for yourself how much it costs to battle another mobile user for 10 minutes. They can't tell you the answer because the price is different for everyone. But it looks like typically it'd cost around $3 to battle for 10 minutes. But it depends, because phone fees don't just vary between phone companies and phone plans, they're also different at daytime and nighttime, and weekdays versus weekends. It also depends where you are exactly, because fees also go up the further apart 2 users are when they connect. So good luck figuring out how much you're actually paying, then explaining it to your parents at the end of the month. In fact, this magazine says you might be, quote, shocked when the bill arrives. If your fees exceeded $100 in a single month, Nintendo would cut you off from paid content till the end of the next month. But you could still get your phone and internet charges for free content, or basically anything else you did online. Now you know why kids couldn't buy these things without a legal guardian. We could go on about how confusing this all was and how expensive it could get, but I think you get the point. To be fair to Nintendo, their own fees weren't outrageous, like 10 cents for a stadium battle, and a lot of features they didn't charge a penny for. But the world was just not ready for this kind of system in 2001. The requirements and costs just piled up to such a ridiculous degree that we're kinda surprised they even sold 80,000 of them. Before flopping, the mobile system was planned or at least considered for other titles as well. Camelot teased its implementation in Golden Sun, and Zelda Oracle of Ages and Seasons producer talked about doing episodic DLC. Some lesser-known games were announced as well, like Beatmania GB and Derby Stallion Advance. GameCube compatibility was planned from the start, though as far as we can tell, Nintendo only revealed features for one game, which was that the Animal Crossing team wanted to let you visit other people's villages over the network. But sending entire towns over mobile proved difficult. So instead, they settled on letting you visit people's villages by trading memory cards, which limited the scope to friends in your immediate vicinity. Presumably other games were considered as well, and might have come to pass if the mobile system had been a success. It's fun to imagine how it might have been used in games like F-Zero GX and Mario Golf Toadstool Tour. Not to mention more GBA games like Pokémon and Konami's Yu-Gi-Oh titles. Maybe it's best it didn't though, as most players wouldn't get to experience those features, and the ones who did would have had to pay an arm and a leg, and us Western fans wouldn't even have the option. The phone market over here was even less ready for the mobile system than Japan's back then, so bringing the network westward was never going to happen. And well, that's the story of the mobile system GB. Just like Satellaview and Nintendo Power before it, the system was forward-thinking and ambitious, but ultimately crushed under the weight of its own complexities, to the point that 99% of its target audience weren't interested. But luckily for Nintendo, technology evolved fast in the 90s, and a few years later, Nintendo's new president Satoru Iwata directly supervised mobile system's successor, Nintendo Wi-Fi Connection. He announced it in 2005 as part of his famous Heart of a Gamer speech. They'd learned their lesson and made a new system with a razor focus on being simple and free.
Wi-Fi should be easy for everyone. Our goal is to make this process simple and seamless. And maybe most importantly, we will remove the most important consumer barrier because Nintendo's Wi-Fi connection will be free.
He announced Animal Crossing DS was going to let you visit friends' villages over the internet, just as the original was meant to do, and showed off Mario Kart DS online multiplayer.
Mr. Iwata, which character are you?
I'm Mario.
Millions of gamers jumped on board, and over the next few years, the system grew to include Virtual Console, the Club Nintendo Loyalty Rewards Program, and more. The rest is history. The world wasn't ready for online portables in 2001, but we salute Nintendo for trying and learning from its failure to build a better future.
Did you know? The manual for Super Mario Land transliterates the Japanese names of the game's enemies, including those derivative from the original Mario Brothers. The Goombo enemy, for instance, is called Chibibo, a portmanteau of Chibi and the Japanese name for Goomba, Koribo. Princess Daisy's name on page 13 of the original booklet is written out as Daisy Princess, though all other mentions of her in the manual write it out as Princess Daisy. It's likely a carryover of the Japanese styling of her name, where the name comes before the title, being Deiji Hime. The version of Mario Land released on Virtual Console is also the original version of the game, as opposed to the 1.1 version, which fixed a few glitches along with other minor revisions. What's odd about this choice is that most games released on this service use the latest revision of the game in question. The Virtual Console release of Donkey Kong on Game Boy has a minor flub of its own. The game's description on the eShop says it came out in June of 1981, despite it being released in 1994. The eShop date falls more in line with the original arcade Donkey Kong's release, but even then, the arcade game actually came out in July, not June. What makes this mistake even more glaring is that fans commonly refer to the Game Boy game as Donkey Kong 94, referencing the year it came out. In Super Mario Land 2, Mario actually has two different sets of sprites. One sprite set is used for darker levels, while the alternate set is used for every other setting, save for the Space Zone area. Mario's back-facing sprite had a few changes made to it before the game was released, though these changes weren't carried over to the alternate set. However, the back sprite used in the normal levels is the one used for darker set pieces, and as a result, the sprite can actually be seen through. It's harder to notice on the original Game Boy hardware, but is more evident on things like the Game Boy Color, and the mistake also applies to several other sprites in the game. The Safari Zone in Pokemon Red and Blue requires a $500 entrance fee to be paid up front, providing the player with access to the park, 30 Safari Balls, and a 500-step limit. If the player is exceptionally careless with their money and runs out of funds to be able to afford this entrance fee, they will unfortunately get stuck. This situation could arise if the player runs out of trainers to fight and has no items to sell. Without funds to enter the park, the player would be halted from progress in the game, as the park contains HM03, Surf, which allows players to travel to Cinnabar Island. With Pokemon Yellow, it seems the developers felt this was a big enough issue to be addressed. As a result, with this release of Yellow, if the player speaks with the Safari Zone worker without the money to enter, he will take pity and allow the player to enter with only a single Safari Ball. This change was made so that players wouldn't find themselves in a position where they'd have to restart the game from the very beginning if they found themselves in the unlikely scenario of having no funds. While this friendly fix was added in Pokemon Yellow, the original text of the attendant telling the player that they can't enter without paying the fee can still be found in the game's data. Another example of changes made to a re-release of a game can be found in the 3DS Virtual Console version of The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening DX, released more than a decade after the original. Throughout the game, the player has the chance to encounter the Old Broom Lady. When initiating conversation, Link was always met with a hearty "Yahoo!" from the woman. However, in the 2013 Virtual Console re-release, this dialogue was changed to a few different variations like "Hello" and "Yippee!" Legend of Localization author Clyde Mandolin, aka Tomato, speculated that this was changed following the growth of the search engine and internet giant Yahoo, particularly because the phrase in-game is not only the same word, but also appears in the same format as the company's logo, with the lettering in block capitals followed by an exclamation mark.
Even far more limited devices like the Game Boy Color had some interesting tech demos. Evidence suggests the system's promotional demo cartridge, which was shown within brick-and-mortar stores within console kiosks, may have actually been put together by modifying the existing Game Boy title Wario Land 2. In the game's data is Wario Land 2's entire soundtrack and its collection of sound effects. The demo would cycle through a variety of animated scenes to show what the upgraded console could do, particularly with color. Some of these are original creations which wouldn't be found in future releases. By checking the demo's debug menu, which would typically be inaccessible in a store environment, it's possible to find a list of the demos included with the cartridge. The demonstrations are mostly made up of colorized versions of existing Game Boy titles, such as Zelda or Tetris, though some unused demonstrations show the system's capabilities of manipulating imagery, allowing for a fake 3D polygon effect. Why this portion of the demo went unused is not really clear, though it may have been considered misleading, as the console was certainly not capable of practically implementing these sorts of 3D effects, at least at the speed in the demo.
Did you know? Wario first appeared in the 1992 Game Boy title Super Mario Land 2: 6 Golden Coins. The game was developed by Nintendo's R&D 1 team who made Metroid and Kid Icarus. R&D 1 avoided working on franchises they didn't have a hand in creating and found it much easier to invest in characters they had made themselves. This led to them creating Wario to act as Super Mario Land 2's antagonist. Wario was an exaggerated opposite of Mario, and the team believed he helped symbolize their situation. The character proved to be very popular and even took over the Mario Land series of games, which became Wario Land. In Wario Land 2, Wario can undergo special transformations when hit by enemy attacks. One such enemy is a penguin that throws balls. Getting hit by these balls will cause Wario to turn red and stagger around uncontrollably until doused with water, which seemed to make little sense. However, in the original Japanese version of the game, the penguins threw mugs of beer rather than balls. Wario was intoxicated by the beer when hit, but this was censored in the West. Now we've reached the first portable entry in the Zelda series, The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening. Much like the original Zelda on NES, the secrets in this game start right on the file select screen. If the player enters their name as Zelda, a salsa remix of the main Zelda theme will play. This song is played in all versions in various ways. In the French version of Link's Awakening DX, this song is played by entering the name Lolo. Entering the name Lolo in the original French and Canadian Game Boy versions plays a completely different song, however. By entering the name Moise in the German version of the game, it'll play a techno track. This is a reference to Claude Moise, who was editor-in-chief of Club Nintendo magazine and part of Nintendo of Europe's localization department. Entering Moise in the DX version of Link's Awakening will play a remix of Totaka's song. This version of the song can also be heard in the Japanese version of the game by entering the name TotaKG. When Link wakes up, one of the first things the player can do is speak with Tarin. Tarin heavily resembles Mario. Both have similar hair, a large nose, mustache, red shirt, and love mushrooms. Tarin also transforms into a raccoon later in the game. This is a power Mario uses in multiple games. If the player goes outside and explores Mabe Village, one of the characters they can find is Madame Meow Meow. Madame owns a Bow Wow, which is an obvious reference to Mario's Chain Chomp enemies. And lastly for today, a plush toy of Yoshi appears in Mabe Village. The Yoshi doll can be found as a prize in the trendy game shop.
Did you know? Red, the main playable character from the first generation of Pokemon games, was originally known as Satoshi in Japan. However, this wasn't the character's first name. Thanks to the Pokemon fan site helixchamber.com, information from prototypes of the original Pokemon games have been published. This includes graphics and a name for the game's playable character, Yuichi. Multiple sprites for Yuichi have been found, including his intro animation from full to overworld sprite. Interestingly, Yuichi's full sprite depicts them with a whip, similar to the Team Rocket members in the original games. The prototype data also reveals a previously unseen early back sprite for Red. As a quick aside, there's also unused sprites for Red in the Fire Red and Leaf Green remakes. The player was originally intended to ride a Lapras during their surfing animation, instead of the simple blob the player rides in the final game. In the final build of the Japanese game, the character was implied to be named Satoshi. This was an homage to Satoshi Tajiri, the creator of the Pokemon franchise and co-founder of Game Freak. This is also reflected in the Japanese versions of the original games, which include the name Satoshi among the default player names. Similarly, the protagonist of the anime series was also named Satoshi in Japan, but was renamed Ash Ketchum overseas. Satoshi was subsequently localized as Ash in the names list by the time Pokemon Red and Blue reached Western shores. Despite their similarities, Red and Ash Ketchum are not the same character. While there is early concept art of Ash wearing a hat very similar to Red's, this was ultimately changed in Ash's final design, and the two would continue to drift further apart in the following years. One especially noteworthy difference between them is that, unlike Ash, Red has visibly aged over his appearances in the video games, most notably being portrayed as an adult in Pokemon Sun and Moon. This version of Red has its own little Easter egg as well. Red's shirt in Sun and Moon reads 96, which is likely a reference to 1996, the year that Pokemon Red and Green first released in Japan. The character wouldn't be officially named Red until the release of Pokemon Gold and Silver in 1999, where players could fight Red in a climactic final battle at the peak of Mount Silver. This battle holds a number of distinctions, such as being one of the highest leveled trainer battles throughout the entire series. This is especially true in the Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver remakes. In fact, Red's level 88 Pikachu is the highest level Pokemon owned by an NPC that a player can normally face in mainline Pokemon games. Another interesting fact is that each member of Red's Pokemon team, consisting of Pikachu, Charizard, Blastoise, Venusaur, Snorlax, and either Espeon in the second generation games or Lapras in the remakes, reflects a part of Red's journey through Pokemon Yellow. The connection with Yellow is further supported by the fact that Red's sprite in Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal is a mirrored and slightly altered version of his sprite in Yellow. Furthermore, the Snorlax that originally blocked Route 16 in the first generation games is missing entirely from the second gen titles and their remakes. This has led some fans to speculate that Red captured this missing Snorlax, explaining its appearance on his team. Meanwhile, although Espeon obviously can't be obtained in the original games, a Pokeball containing Espeon's pre-evolved form, Eevee, can be found in Celadon City. Nevertheless, Espeon was ultimately replaced by Lapras in the remakes, possibly to round out Red's team with exclusively first-generation Pokemon. However, fans have recently found evidence that Red may have been planned to have a bigger role in the second-gen games. This evidence comes from an early prototype build of Pokemon Gold and Silver, known as the Space World 1997 demo. This prototype of Gold and Silver was showcased back at Nintendo's 1997 Space World trade show, a full 2 years before the game's initial release. Although the demo was thought to be lost for over 2 decades, on May 26, 2018, an anonymous user uploaded it to the Pokemon Reverse Engineering Tools Discord channel. Thanks to the efforts of a dedicated fan group known as Team Space World, the demo's long-hidden secrets have been revealed. Among them is the discovery that players can't name their character in the demo, and instead, the trainer is always named Satoshi, Red's canon name at the time. While this could suggest that the main character of Pokemon Gold and Silver was originally intended to be the same trainer from the first generation games, Team Space World has found evidence to the contrary. It turns out that the Space World 1997 demo was a carefully curated slice of the game that included many aspects that were touched up or completely altered specifically for the show. However, by editing a single byte of the game's ROM, it's possible to see the actual build of Pokemon Gold and Silver Game Freak had at that time, pulling back the curtains on even more surprises. Did You Know Gaming reached out to Samuel Obscure Mesner, one of Team Space World's leading hackers and translators, for an explanation. Mesner stated, "The fact that the player can't name their character was thrown together specifically for the Space World demo. If you disable demo mode, you get to name your trainer as usual. The default names you can choose from for the player are Gold, Satoshi, and Jack. And for the rival, they are Silver, Shigeru, and John. My educated guess for why they chose Satoshi and Shigeru for the demo is that they wanted to ride the hype of the anime, which had been airing for a few months at the time. On top of that, there's definite evidence that the player character in the early Gen 2 wasn't meant to be the same trainer as in Gen 1. This evidence can be found when the ROM is edited. When players walk into the tall grass at the start of the game, they are stopped by their rival, Blue, and taken back to the lab. After the player receives their starter Pokemon, Blue hands them a Pokédex, saying, "I used to want to be the world's best Pokemon trainer. When I got too arrogant, there was one who showed me humility. Somehow, you remind me of him. Thanks to him, I was able to mend my ways." If that isn't enough, a debug mode can be accessed in the Space World 1997 demo by pressing Select on the title screen. This debug mode includes a number of unique differences that set it apart from the other versions of the demo. The player's default name is set as Koji, whereas their rival's name is Red. This may be in reference to Koji Nishino, a designer at Game Freak, who was also the inspiration for the Pokemon Snorlax. Mesner told us this could mean that, at an even earlier stage in Pokemon Gold and Silver's development, Red was slated to be the rival. However, it's more likely that the programmers just chose some arbitrary names. Secrets have also been found in the debug modes of other Pokemon games too, even those that reach store shelves. For example, the debug mode of the English versions of Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow changes the player's default name to Ninten, and the rival's name to Sony, a reference to Nintendo's bitter rivalry with Sony's PlayStation at the time. Those aren't the only hidden player names in the original Japanese games. When debug mode is enabled in Pokemon Red and Green versions, the player is named Yamaguchi. This pays homage to Wataru Yamaguchi, who received a special thank you in the game's credits. Meanwhile, the player's rival is named Ishihara, referencing Tsunekazu Ishihara, who is now the president of the Pokemon Company. In the Japanese Blue, the player is named Gefuri, an abbreviated play on Game Freak, and the rival is called Kuricha, a nod to the game's co-developers Creatures Inc. Red's reputation as a silent protagonist has become something of a staple within the series, often only responding with ellipses when spoken to in encounters from the second-gen games and onwards. Despite this, there's evidence that Red has in fact spoken in a Pokemon game before. One example of this can be found in the original games in Saffron City, where the player meets a character known as Copycat. Speaking to Copycat reveals a peculiar conversation, where Red says, "Hi, do you like Pokemon? No, I just asked you." "Huh? You're strange." Then, the Copycat says, "Quit mimicking? But that's my favorite hobby." The distinction between the player character's dialogue and Copycat's indicates that Red did indeed speak. Moreover, Copycat needs something to mimic in the first place.
The Game Boy had an incredibly long life for a piece of gaming hardware, with it being released in 1989 and not being discontinued until the year 2003. This long life brought tons of memorable and beloved games with it, and despite the system's audio and graphical limitations, it was the first time gamers could genuinely take good and engaging titles on the go. The system was the birth of the Pokemon franchise, which went on to become, well, the Pokemon franchise, that you definitely know about already, but other smash hit titles like Super Mario Land 2, 6 golden coins also pushed Nintendo into the status of a home entertainment staple. And of course we'll be talking about Super Mario Land 2 as well as Pokemon Gold and Silver in today's episode. But first we want to talk about a surprisingly interesting Game Boy game with a truly unique feature, Mission Impossible. Film tie-ins used to be far more prevalent in the gaming space at the time of the Game Boy, with most of which honestly being a total waste of time. Companies knew that they could make a quick buck selling games to people that had just seen the latest blockbuster, so relatively mundane video games were a great means of extra revenue for small to mid-sized game studios and film studios alike. With Mission Impossible, which was released for the Game Boy Color, a rather unique feature was included in the game which made use of a new addition to the Game Boy Color's hardware, the IR sensor. The game includes the Impossible Mission Force Agent Organizer, essentially a rudimentary PDA at a time when such devices would have cost an arm and a leg. Players could store notes, addresses or messages, and then transmit that data from one player to another who also had a copy of the game. However, the infrared sensor was used for something a little more impressive than even wireless communication circa 2000, the ability to use your games console as a remote control for your TV. The game was able to learn signals used by remote controls for things like radios or televisions, allowing you to change the channel without access to the remote control, essentially serving as a universal remote. This can be handy while at home, though booting up Mission Impossible on your Game Boy Color may be a bit long-winded to switch channels from Law & Order to Countdown. But it would also mean that you could change channels on a TV out in public, if you've configured your system correctly, even working from up to 20 feet away. This essentially grants the player the ability to be their own small-time Tom Cruise, or even smaller-time Tom Cruise. From a major blockbuster film series to a blockbuster game franchise, Final Fantasy Legend is well known for not always being a Final Fantasy game. It's pretty well known these days that the title's branding was changed in the West to focus entirely on Final Fantasy, when the game's Japanese name being Seiken Densetsu, with Final Fantasy Gaiden being its subtitle. But this isn't the only time the game was changed, and this is far from the biggest change that occurred. According to a Japanese Seiken Densetsu guidebook, one of the title's programmers claimed that the game actually began its life as an experimental tennis game. The quote, as translated by Clyde Mandolin, reads, "This game actually started out as an experimental tennis game. At some point, the court turned into scrollable screens, the racket turned into the playable character, the ball into a weapon, the opponent's racket turned into enemies, and the court became what was referred to as the map. And before I realized it, a story was added into it, and then the game was released as Seiken Densetsu. It was a curious experience." It isn't going to be a Nintendo system without some kind of breakout hit Mario title making an appearance, and while the first Super Mario Land was by no means a bad experience, Nintendo made great leaps with their sequel, Super Mario Land 2: 6 Golden Coins. The first Mario Land was perhaps limited in its appearance, with Mario being just 10 pixels tall, but for 6 Golden Coins, we got a more detailed look at the plumber and the world he's in. But this more detailed look put a spotlight on how strange the game's art direction and design really was, with things like a Jason Voorhees-inspired enemy and a world made of knockoff Lego. But apparently, the game was originally far more unusual. During an interview with the game's director and designer, Hiroji Kiyotake, he stated, "With Super Mario Land 2, one of our ideas was not to be bound by the conventions of the previous games. However, when we showed our first draft to everyone, they were like, 'I don't know, is this Mario?' We realized that we were on the wrong path. So we toned down that idea and made something a little closer to the existing Mario world." But it seems that the developers may have overcorrected, and later in development tried once again distancing Mario Land 2 from other Mario games. The title originally used the same sound effect for Mario turning into Super Mario as Super Mario World. But halfway into development, the team decided that hearing the Super Mario World sound effect on the Game Boy was just a bit off, and they were afraid that players would become negatively conscious of the fact that they were playing on a small screen and begin to compare Mario Land 2 with the audibly and graphically far superior Mario World. 6 Golden Coins was also the birthplace of one of Mario's most iconic characters, Wario. Wario didn't just work as a fantastic villain for the series, but could even transition the gap of antagonist to protagonist. Wario Land 2 for the Game Boy was an extremely well-received title, and most likely served as the cement for Wario's position in the Mario franchise. The title received a re-release just a few months after its initial release on the OG Game Boy, which optimized it for the Game Boy Color hardware. In the Game Boy Color enhanced release of the game, while still possible to play on a Game Boy or a Game Boy Color, the save files for both systems were not compatible with each other. For this reason, when trying to play a Game Boy Color save file on the Game Boy, or vice versa, the game will go through a set of menus to delete old save data to accommodate that of the other system. So forget about lending it to a friend and expecting your save data back. Another change between both versions appears in the levels Turn Off the Giant Faucet and Escape from the Teacup. These levels contain a unique fish enemy that grabs Wario and pins him to a wall until he escapes. For unknown reasons, the Game Boy Color release replaces this unique fish enemy with a standard sawfish. Despite this omission, full color graphics for the unique fish are still present in the game's code, so at some point it was clearly planned to remain in the game. Another Nintendo series with a strong following is the curled ball of strawberry milkshake Kirby. Kirby's Dream Land 2 actually contains a fairly large number of secrets and cameo appearances from other familiar faces, such as the mini-boss Blocky, who originally appeared as one of the enemies in HAL Lab's earlier series, Adventures of Lolo. Not only this, but if the player frees the same animal friend as they're already riding, then there is a fairly infrequent occurrence that the sacks which usually contain Gooey will instead contain Blob, a female version of Gooey. This isn't the case in the game's original Japanese release though, where Blob's role is actually taken by Chao, the female protagonist from Famicom Fairy Tales Yuyuki, a Japanese-only Famicom Disk System adventure game by Nintendo. It's also possible to unlock a sound test mode in the game, which displays an image of Kirby, Rick, Kine and Koo all sitting around a table, whilst Gooey and Blob play a piano in the background. Once again, however, this differs from the Japanese release of the game, where Chao can be seen sitting at the piano, recreating a scene from Famicom Fairy Tales Yuyuki. Another of the pink puffballs games to hit the Game Boy was Kirby Star Stacker, and this too had a number of elements changed when localized outside of Japan. One of the most notable is the game's various food items being swapped from fairly common dishes in Japanese cuisine to something more commonly found throughout the West. One other thing missing from Western territories was a complete remake of the game, released as Kirby Super Star Stacker in 1998, exclusively in Japan for the Super Famicom. At one stage the game was set to be localized internationally, but because the Super Nintendo was coming to the end of its lifespan in North America and Europe, the decision was made to keep it exclusive to Japan. Now, Radar Mission is likely one Nintendo-developed game that you didn't keep up with. Released in 1990, the title is a fairly simple take on the classic tabletop game Battleships, and since the general theme of the game is war, it seems Nintendo wanted to sneak in their own little Easter egg to reference another of their popular licenses. In the game, the player uses a star symbol, while the enemy forces use a moon symbol, the same symbols used by the ally and enemy forces in Famicom Wars, as well as the other Wars titles, such as Advance Wars. And now it's time for what probably half of you clicked the video for, some Pokemon trivia. Here's some very obscure trivia from Pokemon Gold and Silver that is so rare it can only be seen by trading important items with your friends. Gaming YouTuber Pika's Prey managed to discover a small piece of text that only appears under certain conditions. In the game, Claire, the leader of Blackthorn Gym, gives the player the task of setting out for the Dragon's Den in order to obtain a Dragon Fang, a key item only found in this location. However, if the player obtains the Dragon Fang through another means, such as either trading it through a Pokemon who is holding the item, or by hacking the item into the player's inventory, Claire will be most upset. She actually refrains from giving the player the Rising Badge, and will call them out for having cheated, as the item has not been obtained from the game's Dragon's Den. She will say, "You did not get that at Dragon's Den. Trying to cheat like that. I'm disappointed in you."
Welcome to our new show, Region Locked. In this show, we're going to explore games that never made it to the United States. We'll detail what's in the games, and try to shed some light on why they went unpublished stateside. Software that isn't published in the US tends to be part of an obscure franchise, but the title we're covering today comes from one of gaming's best known series, Pokemon. The Pokemon franchise exploded during the 1990s. As with most popular series, Pokemon's creators tried to capitalize on the success of the anime and video games by creating a trading card game. Since the first generation of Pokemon games had already established a battle system, the trading card game's rules took inspiration from the Game Boy games. The card game launched in Japan in 1996 and reached the United States around 2.5 years later. It took America by storm and became a trend amongst the nation's kids.
During this 2.5-year gap, a brand new Pokemon game was released in Japan based on the trading cards. A year after this game came out in its home country, it was translated and published in the West as Pokemon Trading Card Game for the Game Boy. Due to the success of the game, a second title was created and released in Japan in 2001. Although many Western fans waited for the second game to be localized, it never made it to the West. Before we get into the details of the second game, we're going to talk a little bit about the first game. Just as the actual card game took inspiration from the original Pokemon games, so does the trading card video game. The player collects a deck of cards from a professor based on the elements of fire, water, or grass. They must compete against various characters in the world. This includes a rival, 8 club leaders based on different elemental types, and 4 card player Grand Masters. The player can also create their own deck with cards obtained throughout the game, and can save the various decks using computers. Although it borrowed many elements from the original games, the Pokemon trading card game also introduced ideas that became a standard for the series. One example is the ability to run by holding in the B button. This was introduced to the core series in Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, but until the trading card game, no such ability existed for the series. The game featured digitized versions of real cards that were illustrated by Ken Sugimori, Mitsuhira Elita, and Keiji Kinabuchi. There are a total of 228 cards featured within the title, but some of these cards couldn't be obtained without the use of the Card Pop feature. Card Pop allowed 2 players to link up their games using the Game Boy Color's infrared function, which would provide both players with a random card, similar to the mystery gift system found within the core titles. The title was created by Hudson Soft, and originally announced under the name of Pokemon Card. The project's Western release was initially delayed by 2 months. It's believed that this was done so Nintendo could focus their marketing on Pokemon Stadium for the Nintendo 64. When the game did release, it came with a promotional card featuring Meowth. This card was only available with the game, and wasn't sold anywhere else in the West. In Japan, a special legendary Dragonite was given away instead, and it was made exclusive for the region. While most cards appear within the title, 2 were missing: Electrode from the base set, and Ditto from the fossil set. This was due to difficulties getting their abilities to work within the game's engine. As a result, a new card for both of the Pokemon was made exclusively for the game. The Electro card, however, was later made available from an online card shop. The game features 2 cameo appearances in the characters of Mr. Ishihara and Imakuni. These are both the president and CEO of the Pokemon Company, Tsunekazu Ishihara, and Pokemon anime musician Tomoaki Imakuni. Imakuni's appearance with a question mark resembles that of his stage name. The Pokemon trading card game was praised and had successful sales. Over 600,000 copies were sold in Japan by the end of 1999, and around 1.5 million copies were sold in America in its first year. With the growing popularity of the trading card game, it seemed only inevitable that there would be a sequel. With several expansions to the physical card game being made, there was plenty of content to use for another game. Also developed by Hudson, the sequel was titled Pokemon Card GB2 Here Comes Team GR. The game boasted several new features and improvements over the previous title. This included being able to choose your gender, an extensive training mode to educate new players, and a diagnosis system that let the player know how effective their deck would be in use. Many new cards had been published since the first game released. These additional cards were added to the game, bringing its total up to 445 cards. While this number is higher than the original, a large number of cards were left out. The game's story was also expanded, and didn't simply revolve around the player collecting club medals and defeating the Grand Masters. A new rival team appears called Team Great Rocket. Led by King Bilalichi, the team kidnaps a number of the club masters and has stolen almost everybody's Pokemon cards. It's the player's role to save the club masters and defeat Team Great Rocket in their headquarters. As a direct sequel, the game not only allows the player to explore the island found in the first trading card game, but also a second island called GR Island. This made the game's world seem much more fleshed out and improved upon the relatively short length of the first game. New graphical features were added too. Opponents now had a variety of expressions after a duel commenced, such as being happy when winning or sad when losing. Another change was the introduction of coins. These coins are awarded after winning a club match, as opposed to the medals found in the first game. They can even be used to replace the coin shown during coin flips throughout the game. A noticeable difference between the two games is how the entranceway of each gym is presented. Originally, each gym simply had a different symbol to define it. In the second game, the entire room is themed after the gym's elemental type. Another new feature was a game center, which featured several mini-games. These included a game where the player has to flip a coin and land it on heads over and over and over again. Doing it 10 times over unlocks a Mew card. There are also slot machines which have a bonus game attached to them. Unlike in the core series, the slot machine plays itself and has no user input for stopping the reels. As you can see here, we tried many times to get the 3 rainbow icons to line up so that we could play the bonus game. However, we simply couldn't do it. These minigames would grant tokens to the player, and they could be traded for additional cards. While the previous game featured connectivity through the use of the Game Boy's link cable, it isn't possible to connect the original trading card game to the sequel. Battles and trading between generations was a highly praised feature of the core series of Game Boy games, and was expected to be in the second card game too. As a result, when players tried to perform a card pop between the first and second card games, several issues occurred. This included glitches like the game's freezing, or the data from the first game being completely lost. The card pop was once again one of the only ways of obtaining 2 cards within the game, Lugia and Here Comes Team Rocket. Similar to the previous title, a trading card was made to promote the game, Great Rocket's Mewtwo. The card was planned to be bundled with the game, but was packaged with the special edition Celebi Game Boy Advance instead for unknown reasons. Pokemon Card GB2 didn't release in Japan until March 28th, 2001, which was a week after the launch of the Game Boy Advance. This was problematic for the original Game Boy as a platform, as the introduction of new hardware usually means the death of a previous device. The first trading card video game took years to be localized, and the sequel was literally twice its size. The Game Boy Advance released in North America just 3 months after it came out in Japan, so even if the game was localized at breakneck speed and only took a year to come to the West, it still would have been published on a dying platform. Although the game would have likely seen respectable sales figures, Nintendo probably cut their losses in order to focus on the development and marketing of new Game Boy Advance games. The success of their new hardware would have been far more important to them than the success of a single game. If a console doesn't sell well at launch, it may lack support from other companies, and a lack of games could trigger a snowball effect of poorer and poorer sales on the platform. Did you also know that evolving Pokemon almost wasn't included in Pokemon Go, or that the game started out as an April Fool's joke? For more Pokemon trivia, check out the Did You Know Gaming episode on Pokemon Go by clicking the window on screen. Don't forget to subscribe to Did You Know Gaming for more facts and trivia. My name is Daz, and together with my friend Greg, we make Region Locked. If you're interested, we're going to be live streaming the first Pokemon trading card game over on Twitch for a few hours after this video goes live. A link will be in the description below. If this video has been out for a while, why not follow me and Greg on Twitch anyway? We stream every Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. Special thanks goes out to Artemis251 for his work on an English fan translation patch for the Pokemon trading card game 2.
Let's start off by dissecting Pokemon Pink, which it appears Game Freak planned to release alongside Pokemon Yellow in 1998. In other words, Pokemon Pink and Yellow would have been paired releases, just like Red and Green. Fans had no idea about Pink until April 2020, when source code for Blue and Yellow leaked on 4chan. There were all kinds of interesting finds in the code, like unused Pokemon sprites, and audio files showing pretty much every Pokemon was intended to say its name. All those voices got cut, probably because they were cursed, so in the final game, the only Pokemon who talks is Pikachu. The source code also contained a couple references to a non-existent Pokemon game, like a header for, quote, Pocket Monsters Pink and Yellow. Notice how Pink comes first. There's another line that mentions Pink and Yellow packages. For comparison, here's what the equivalent code looks like in earlier games. Basically identical, except it says Red and Green packages. To explain packages in layman's terms, Red and Green are both built from the same source code, but which package identifier gets ticked determines which game you can play on a Game Boy cartridge. If the Red package is ticked, the game boots up as Pokemon Red. So all signs point to Pink and Yellow being another paired release, and in that regard, you could say Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee are their spiritual successors. We talked to the cutting room floor admin Huguette Hikari to explain technical details, and she said they experimented with changing the package from yellow to pink to see if it'd magically unlock a lost Pokemon game. Unfortunately, and unsurprisingly, it didn't work, but it was worth a shot. We can't say for certain, but it appears Pokemon Pink was likely scrapped very early in development, since these two lines of code are the only evidence of its existence. The Pokemon companies only mentioned Pokemon Pink in one interview, and we'll get to that in a minute, but without more info from them or Game Freak, it's impossible to say how Pink would have been different from Yellow. Presumably, the game and a lot of the sprites would have had a pink palette. Some fans believe Jigglypuff would have appeared on the game's box art, considering its prominent role in the anime, and that Pikachu and Jigglypuff were the only two Pokemon fighters in the original Super Smash Bros. Like maybe those two were chosen for Smash because at the time they were set to star in 2 upcoming Pokemon games. But the most popular theory is that Clefairy would have been the star, because the Japanese version of the Game Boy camera had this frame of Pikachu and Clefairy together, which got removed from later international releases, but more importantly because the 1996 Pocket Monster manga that predates the anime starred Clefairy and Trainer Red. Some fans speculate that while Pokemon Yellow uses elements from the anime, like a Pikachu partner, Team Rocket, Nurse Joy, or Officer Jenny, Pokemon Pink would have been more like the manga, and also maybe cater more to female fans, which was an explicit priority for the franchise at the time. After the leak dropped on 4chan, 4chaners started making a Pokemon Pink ROM hack to bring that vision to life with a female player character, but ultimately it was never finished. The Pokemon Company never addressed the leak. We did, however, find one instance where the words Pokemon Pink crossed the lips of company president Tsunekazu Ishihara. In a Japanese interview from 2000 we had translated, Ishihara and series creator Satoshi Tajiri explained Gen 1 and 2's development. We'll make the full translation publicly available, linked below if you want to read it. Regarding Pink though, he says, quote, "We made red and green, then after that we made blue. Later we made yellow, and it might have been nice if the next games were called pink or purple, but if we did that, all we'd be doing is perpetually making extensions of the originals." In context, he's explaining why the next games were called Gold and Silver, so they could keep using colors while also signaling to customers that Gen 2 is more impressive than Gen 1. But Ishihara's sentiment that Pink or Purple might have just been perpetually making extensions of the originals might also apply to why Pink got cancelled, because there were already 4 versions of Gen 1, and a 5th version would have been overkill. Not just for the fans, but also for Game Freak. They needed to devote more resources to making Gen 2, which ended up releasing 2 years behind schedule, even without getting slowed down making Pink. Maybe we're reading too much into that quote, but regardless, that was indeed the situation. The most pessimistic view was voiced by Huguette Hikari, who said it's possible Pink was never anything at all, not even an idea. A lot of source code was copy-pasted to make yellow, so maybe Game Freak's programmers just deleted the words red and green and replaced them with pink and yellow without much thought. If that's really all that happened, Pokemon fans have spent the last few years theorizing about nothing. And somewhere out there, Ishihara's laughing his ass off at our expense. Hopefully not though, and someday he'll reveal a big binder about Pink on Japanese TV, like he did a few years back with all those Kapumon sprites. Next up is a game we can say with 100% certainty did exist because the full game leaked online 2 decades after it was cancelled. Playable from start to finish, even the credits. Pokemon Picross was a Game Boy Color puzzler first announced in Japanese magazines in 1999, which showed off screenshots and some original artwork. The game was developed by Jupiter Corporation, the same guys who made the Pokemon Pinball spin-offs, or at least the 2 pinball games that didn't get cancelled. More on that later. Jupiter created the Picross series a few years earlier, and it sold well enough that they released about 40 more Picross games up to the present day. They've crossed over with Mario and Zelda, and briefly with Pokemon in Picross NP Volume 1, a Super Famicom game only available via the Japanese Nintendo Power Service. But there was also a full Pokemon game that slipped through the cracks. Picross's gameplay is kinda hard to explain and we don't want to bore you, so simply put, it's kinda like Minesweeper, or Sudoku with less math. If you're interested in learning, Pokemon Picross comes with a tutorial taught by Professor Oak, and after the leak, the community took it upon themselves to release an English fan translation. The game's got an original 23-piece soundtrack. That's what you're hearing now. In addition to Oak, it's got Pikachu, Misty, Team Rocket, locations all around Kanto, and lots of anime references. You can also get Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle as partner Pokemon, which change the border colors to green, red, and blue. Interestingly, you can also get Clefairy and Jigglypuff as partner Pokemon, which changes the border to pink or purple. Pink or purple? Anyway, it's a good little puzzle game and pretty addictive. In 2015, Jupiter released a different Pokemon Picross game for 3DS that got pretty good review scores. Unfortunately, it was digital only, so nowadays it's impossible to download on your 3DS, since Nintendo shut down the eShop in 2023. You can catch both games online though, if you're up for sailing the high seas. Not that we condone piracy, of course.
Hello and welcome to Region Locked. When the first entry of Nintendo's Pokémon franchise released, it was considered to be a groundbreaking new form of RPG, becoming a huge success right out of the gate. In the games industry, when a new title is released with an interesting concept that resonates with an audience, it's a common occurrence for other developers to see this and create something of their own using similar mechanics. Pokémon ultimately went on to become the biggest media franchise of all time, creating numerous sequels, each continuing the company's success. One franchise, which seemed to grab hold of Pokémon's general concept while trying to form its own unique premise, though eventually becoming infamous in the West as a fake Pokémon game through the action of bootleggers and translators, is Telefang. The Telefang series saw 2 releases, with the first coming to the Game Boy Color in the year 2000 and its sequel in 2002 on the Game Boy Advance. Both titles were published by Natsume and developed by Smilesoft. We'll get to them later. The first Telefang, Keitai Denju Terefangu, translated as Mobile Phone Beast Telefang, follows the story of a 10-year-old boy named Shigeki. Set in the year 2020, a technology has been developed called antenna trees, which utilize a unique antenna found on mobile phones called the D-Shot. When combined, these 2 devices allow people to teleport into another world. Shigeki finds one of these mobile devices, and after losing a baseball close to an antenna tree, he, along with another boy named Matsukyo, are transported to the other Denju world by accident. This world is rife with fantasy creatures known as Denju, all of whom have their own D-Shot antenna, using it to call their friends to assist them during battles. These creatures often battle one another. Humans who befriend, train, and handle Denju are known as T-Fangers. Shigeki, trying to learn more about this world, travels the land and becomes a T-Fanger himself. Throughout his journey, Shigeki becomes wrapped up in a variety of sub-stories involving other humans who entered this mysterious world, as well as evil Denju. The game's sequel, Telefang 2, shares many similar beats to the first entry. It follows another 10-year-old boy named Kyo, though he is exploring the fantasy world in order to find his lost father. He is accompanied by his friend, Midori, and while exploring the world comes across a Denju named Diablos. Diablos has been traveling the land and is destroying the antenna trees in an attempt to stop humans from entering the Denju's world. Diablos succeeds in destroying all but one of these trees, making it the last remaining gate between the real and fantasy worlds, making it Kyo's primary objective to stop Diablos from cutting off the 2 worlds, thus trapping not just himself, but also anybody else currently in the Denju world. These Telefang games play very similarly to Pokémon titles, but with some key differences in tone and style that make it clearly stand out as its own series when comparing the 2. Rather than battles initiating in the wild only when walking through grass, battles can start anywhere, even while in town. Rather than the player capturing creatures in capsules and holding them captive, they instead befriend monsters after fighting them during exploration, with the hopes of being given their phone number. In battles, T-Fangers can utilize 1 to 3 Denju at any one time. While a T-Fanger will always have 1 Denju with them while adventuring, the other 2 beasts have to be brought in. As this is done over a phone call on a cell phone, reception coverage is an important mechanic. With better coverage, indicated by an icon on screen, more Denju can be called to battle. The player's location in the world is also important. If a Denju's home turf is too far away from their location, it may take several turns for them to arrive for the fight. Not only that, but they may call the player to inform them that they've become distracted somehow, and may take longer than anticipated. As the player is able to see which Denju their opponents will be using in a fight, there is a significant element of strategy in deciding which Denju should be called. As with Pokemon, Denju have elemental types, though unlike Pokemon, all of the creatures' attacks will be of that same element, playing into their effectiveness during battle. There are 6 elements in total: forest, aquatic, desert, grassland, mountain, and sky. Denju only learn 4 moves in total, typically 2 offensive, 1 stat altering, and 1 Denma attack, an attack which damages enemies based on separate Denma damage and defense statistics. Hearts can be dropped by running through grass patches in the overworld in order to recover health, rather than having creatures heal in town or through items. Money will also sometimes be dropped. If there's no grass in the vicinity, the player can also simply rest until their health has fully restored. Denju can level up, eventually leading them to evolving, increasing their strength. While many evolve by simply reaching a certain level, leading to better stat increases, there are 2 other methods of evolution. Denju can be fused with an item, which, while being the worst for increasing the creature's stats, it is typically the quickest method. With some, it may also be the only method, though if the creature cannot evolve through fusion, they will instead just gain some experience. Another technique is through experimental evolution, using DNA samples from a set of Denju, typically used for creatures that do not naturally evolve through leveling. In total, the first Telefang has 174 Denju to befriend, with some being secret. the player will have to enter the creature's phone number manually, with these being found in various promotional materials. With the game's sequel, several changes and improvements were made over the first entry, including an increase of creatures to 200, though not including many of the beasts found within the first release. Creatures can utilize multiple elements through their attacks, differing from their base element, which is only taken into account when defending. Denju also have their own friends, irrespective of the player, who may assist the creature in battle randomly. The game's overworld was also changed. Where Denju would previously be random encounters, they can now be seen in the game's overworld, with a battle starting when close. Items were also expanded beyond bolstering a Denju, including items that can heal, key items relating to the game's events, and items to increase the chances of a monster giving their phone number to the player. Telefang doesn't just bear a striking resemblance to Pokemon within its gameplay, but also in the fashion that it was published. The first title and its sequel saw releases two differing versions, known as Power and Speed, with a few minor differences between them, such as, again, like Pokemon, giving the player access to unique Denju within each version with the intention of having players connect and share Denju phone numbers via a link cable. Telefang may have never seen an official release outside of Japan, but many people across the world have seen it before in other form. The first Telefang received an unofficial English translation a long time ago, though it is widely considered to be a terrible take on the game's dialogue. While the game is not part of the Pokemon franchise, bootleggers took the game's similar concept as a possible way of selling it as if it were, releasing the game as Pokemon Diamond and Jade, with the boxes featuring not just creatures which aren't from the Telefang title, but also not from Pokemon, instead opting to use Shishigami from Studio Ghibli's film Princess Mononoke, and a blue snake-like creature whose origin has not been identified. It was essentially some pre-YouTube bootleg clickbait. These translations altered the game in many ways, pulling back several key features and introducing a slew of errors within the game's code. The bootleg versions strip away the ability to name not just the player character, being forced as Beck, but also the ability to give any of the creatures their own nicknames. The real-time clock was also removed in place of a clock that is only tracked while the game is on, likely to reduce the cost of producing cartridges, as a real-time clock would require the inclusion of a battery. Secret Denju also cannot be unlocked, as calling their phone will result in the game crashing. With the first game being sold as a Pokemon title on bootleg cartridges, it was common to see copies on eBay listed as rare Pokemon games, an issue on the auction site as it infringed upon two different registered trademarks. Eventually, the sale of these bootlegs was banned on the site, making physical copies of the releases harder to come by. The trend of rebranding Telefang by bootleggers didn't end with the first game, as the success of the title change was seemingly acknowledged by those looking to release the sequel to the black market as well. Telefang 2 was translated and sold as a bootleg copy of Pokemon Ruby. In Japan, Telefang appeared not just as a game series, but also as a serialized manga within Comic BombBomb between March 2000 and July 2001. Commissioned by Kodansha, the manga follows much of the same story as the game, providing the reader with several special information pages pertaining to details about the game. Also exclusively in Japanese, the series was later released in 3 volumes, with some chapters having been translated by fans and made available online. A second series was created, though never received any sort of secondary publication, to coincide with the sequel's release. Some of the original art made for the first Telefang manga actually appears within the game's data, though goes entirely unused. Strangely, this art uses the Game Boy Color's double speed mode, leading to a higher range of colors being displayed. As the game worked on both the original Game Boy and Game Boy Color, it's likely these were cut in order to continue the game's backward compatibility. On release, a special edition of the original game was created which included a power antenna attachment for the Game Boy. It provides no real benefits in game, but simply flashes whenever the player receives a phone call. Originally, this attachment was going to be built into the cartridge as shown in an issue of Comic BombBomb. For its sequel, a new power antenna was created for the Game Boy Advance, again providing no in-game benefit. While likely an unintended effect as a result of the bootlegs, an English fanbase online has developed, whose interest in the series still produces updates on a new translation of the original Japanese Telefang. In many ways, the original bootleg releases still provided an enjoyable playing experience of the title, but required a considerable amount of polish. In an interview, Saiko Takaki, the designer of Telefang, stated that at the time, they had never even thought of localizing the game elsewhere. When they heard of the game being circulated overseas as a bootleg Pokemon game and it receiving a positive response among those who played it, they were surprised, though had mixed feelings about it. She also never heard any sort of news relating to an official translation. Smilesoft, the game's developer, was a newcomer at the time of Telefang's development. Telefang was the company's first published title, and wound up being pretty successful. The company had a bright future ahead of it. Their catalog mainly consists of Monster Collection-style RPGs, though the company closed its doors in 2003. The reason for their sudden closure, despite their previous success, was due to the arrest of the company's president, Shuhei Iida, on charges of child prostitution at a junior high school. Allegedly, he had a 15-year-old girl accompany him to a hotel room in exchange for 50,000 yen and, ironically, a mobile phone. Not much is known on the case, although it seems Iida wound up being released, and Smilesoft reformed as Rocket Company, with Iida becoming the company's representative director before the licenses to all of their titles were ultimately purchased in 2006, and are now owned by Imagineer. Natsume, the game's publisher, may share a name with the American publisher of the Harvest Moon series, but is actually an entirely separate company. Once part of the same company, it split into two separate entities in 1995 before Telefang's release, with both retaining the Natsume name, until the Natsume that published Telefang was merged with its own pachinko company Atari Inc., who are also not to be confused with the other company called Atari from America, to become Natsume Atari. While there are patches available to fix some of the overwhelmingly horrible bugs introduced in the bootleg Pokemon release, there are also continued efforts, with constant updates, to fully translate the original Telefang. Similarly, there is also a translation of the second entry in the series with only a few missing portions of English. A huge thank you to the Telefang online community and the information gathered on Wikifang.
Did you know? Hitmonchan is named after Jackie Chan in the English versions of Pokemon, but that isn't the case all around the world. In Japan, Hitmonchan is named after Japanese boxing champion Hiroyuki Ebihara, and in France, he's named after Mike Tyson. In total, there were 6 different language versions of Pokemon's first generation: Japanese, English, French, German, Spanish, and Italian, and they're all different in their own unique ways. Some deviations were pretty minor, like how the TV in Pallet Town is playing the movie Stand By Me in all 6 versions, except for in France. The game's French translator was a huge anime fan, so he changed the TV's description to an episode of Dragon Ball. But other changes were more significant, like the one that gave birth to Bim, a Pokegod exclusive to the German fandom. For today's episode, we managed to hunt down some of the translators who worked on Pokemon Red and Blue, and they spilled the beans on how it all went down back in the 90s. So I hope you'll forgive any mispronunciations on my part as we explore how the first generation of Pokemon games were changed all around the world. Pokemon first launched in Japan in early 1996 as Pokemon Red and Green. These versions featured the original 151 Pokemon sprites, none of which were ever used internationally. About 9 months later, Red and Green were followed up with Pokemon Blue, a new and improved version with updated graphics and fewer glitches. In Pokemon Blue, all 151 Pokemon were given brand new sprites, and trees, grass, signposts, stumps, and lots more visual details were upgraded as well. And there were other small changes, like new Pokédex entries and a new layout for the Unknown Dungeon. All the international versions were mostly based on Japanese Blue, so the unique details only present in Red and Green, like the original sprites, weird glitches, and old graphics, were never seen outside of Japan. Much to everyone's surprise, Pokemon became a massive success in Japan. Even Game Freak was shocked when it climbed to #1 on Japanese sales charts. The games got so unbelievably popular that Nintendo decided to export the franchise overseas, starting with the largest economy in the world, the United States. Instead of Red and Green, the games would be called Red and Blue. This was a marketing decision, as those are the colors of the American flag and could perhaps boost sales in the region. But there was more to consider beyond just the game's titles. Localizing Pokemon for the American market was a huge investment, and Nintendo viewed it as a gamble that was probably going to end up losing them a lot of money. In 1999, Pokemon Company CEO Ishihara shed some light on the situation. At the time, it was widely believed that American kids would never want to play games with a lot of text, so we thought Pokemon only had about a 10% chance of success outside Japan. The first time we showed off some Pokemon in the US, we were told they were too cute. The staff in America submitted their ideas for replacement designs, but we just couldn't believe the kind of stuff they were proposing. They turned Pikachu into something like a tiger with huge breasts. It looked like a character from the musical Cats. When I asked, how is this supposed to be Pikachu, they said, well look, there's its tail right there. Seriously, that was the kind of stuff being proposed. But fortunately, Game Freak put their foot down and refused to change the Pokemon's designs. If they hadn't, the results could have been disastrous. The Pokemon designs were left intact, but Nintendo did end up changing most of the Pokemon's names. All the big words, the ones in all caps like character and Pokemon names, cities, items, and attacks, were created by Nintendo of America staffer Hiro Nakamura, with some help from Nintendo Treehouse and an assistant. But all the small words, comprising about 99% of the game's text, were all translated by just one man, a Canadian freelancer named Nob Ogasawara. We got a chance to interview Nob for this video, and he explained to us how exactly it all went down. He was working for some gaming magazines as a foreign correspondent in Japan, until one day he was lucky enough to get poached by Nintendo of America to come work freelance as a video game translator. A year later, Nob's bosses invited him into their office to quiz him on his Pokemon knowledge. Fortunately, he was already a big fan of the Japanese games, so he aced their test and they brought him on board. But before we get any deeper into this story, I'd like to point out that translating is an art form, not a science. A translator's skill, personality, and even their hobbies can all affect the way a translation comes out in the end. In a lot of ways, Red and Blue weren't only shaped by Game Freak, they were also shaped by translators like Knob. For example, in the Japanese games, when you reach Viridian City, your progress is blocked by an old man lying on the ground. His granddaughter says you have to wait for him to sober up. Then after you've delivered Oak's parcel, he's back on his feet and says, "Looks like I was pretty drunk. My head hurts." Knob cut out all the booze talk in the English version, instead having the girl say he just hadn't had his morning coffee yet. Likewise, in Japanese, there's a hiker who laughs maniacally because he's stoned on magic mushrooms. But Knob changed this text so the hiker just had a bad case of hay fever. And in Celadon City, there's a house with a Buddhist shrine inside, which Knob changed the description of to make it a Diglett sculpture. To be clear, none of these changes were ordered by Nintendo. Knob changed them all on his own, and he even made some minor changes to series canon. In Japan, there's a scientist in the Selfco building who says there's another Selfco branch along the Pokemania Tunguska River in Russia. But in English, the scientist says the other Sylph branch is actually in Tixi, in Russian no man's land, which is located about 1,000 miles distance from the river. Why did Knob change the canonical location of Sylphco's Russian branch? He says it's because Pokemania Tunguska River was just too long, and Tixi's much shorter at just 5 letters. But in hindsight, he now says he actually regrets making this revision. Some of Knob's favorite music, movies, and TV shows made their way into Red and Blue as well. A rocket grunt who wants you to join his gang on Nugget Bridge says he's gonna make you an offer you can't refuse, an iconic line from The Godfather. And a hiker in the rock tunnel says, "Hit me with your best shot." Then after you defeat him, he says, "Fire it away." 2 lines from the chorus of Pat Benatar's hit song, "Hit me with your best shot." Initiating a battle, a Pokemaniac shouts, "Pokemon fight, ready, go," referencing the 90s anime Mobile Fighter G Gundam, where mobile suit battles always begin with the fighters yelling, "Gundam fight, ready, go." But for all the changes Knob did make, there were also some changes he wanted to make, but Nintendo didn't allow. For one, Knob wanted to change Mr. Mime's name, because he anticipated that Pokemon genders would be introduced in future generations, which of course is exactly what happened in Gen 2, awkwardly resulting in lots of female Mr. Mime. In Viridian City, there's a girl who's nicknamed Spiro. In Japanese, it's called Oni-chan. To better fit with American culture, Knob changed Spiro's nickname to Britney, named after Britney Spears, so it was something like Britney Spiro. However, the higher-ups didn't like this joke one bit and changed Spiro's nickname to Speary and told Knob that any more of these sorts of shenanigans would end in instant termination. There's a lot of Knob in Gen 1, but as a freelancer, it wasn't until Gen 3 that he finally got enough clout to start making the big decisions. Knob's English translation was later used as a base and localized for the German, French, Spanish, and Italian markets. Each language was handled by 1 or 2 translators apiece, all working side by side at Nintendo of Europe HQ in Germany. Of these 7 translators, the most famous and historically significant is Julien Bartikov of France. According to Julien, Nintendo originally wanted to use the Japanese Pokemon names in Europe because they thought it would be too complicated to trademark hundreds of names across different countries. But Julien explained to Nintendo that the Japanese names weren't going to play too well in France. He told them Squirtle's Japanese name Zenigami sounds like the French word for stoner, and Charmander's Japanese name sounds like the French slang word for feces. Nintendo didn't seem to fully trust Julien, but ultimately they gave in, and they let him give all the Pokemon new French names. And thanks to Julien, France may have ended up with the best name localizations of any region, better even than the English games. We interviewed Julien and he told us that he implemented as many legends and fairy tales into Pokemon names as possible. For example, he named the legendary bird trio after the Nordic gods Odin and Thor, as well as Ra, the Egyptian sun god. The French name for Beedrill drew inspiration from the Three Musketeers' D'Artagnan, and he named Gyarados after Leviathan, the Bible's gigantic sea serpent. He named Farfetch'd Canartichoke, which means duck artichoke. This confused a lot of fans because Farfetch'd actually holds a leek, not an artichoke. But Julien says this was actually his idea of a prank, a way to trick fans into thinking that Farfetch'd had an evolved form that wields an artichoke. Knob almost got fired for nicknaming a Spearow after Britney Spears, but Julien had a lot more freedom to make his mark on Kanto. In English versions, there's a Farfetch'd nicknamed Dux, but Julien changed his nickname to Julio, named after himself of course, and he nicknamed a few more Pokemon after some of his best friends. And just like Knob, Julien injected many of his own interests into the games as well. One of Koga's lackeys in the Fuchsia City Gym references a Japanese show that was popular in France at the time, Space Sheriff Gavin. He says, "I want to be a ninja and jump from tree to tree, like on TV, like X-Hog the space pig." And in French, the attack Minimize was renamed Lilliput because in the 18th century book Gulliver's Travels, Gulliver was taken prisoner by a town of tiny people on an island called Lilliput. There are many more details that make the French localization truly unique, probably too many to count. But suffice it to say, Julian had a huge impact on the Pokemon franchise in France. Thanks to Julian, Germany ended up getting unique Pokemon names as well, like how Geodude was renamed Kleinstein after the famous German physicist Albert Einstein. But the name Kleinstein works on another level as well, because in German, Kleinstein means small stone. Most English speakers are familiar with the magic incantation Abracadabra Alakazam, but in Germany, magicians say Abracadabra Simsalabim, so the Germans changed Alakazam's name to Simsala. But the final word of the incantation, Bin, was missing, so German kids were convinced there was a secret fourth evolution called Bin. American playgrounds were rampant with rumors of the so-called Pokegods like Mew3 and Peekaboo, but in Germany, Bin was one of the most sought-after Pokegods of them all. Lance the Dragon Trainer was renamed Siegfried after Germanic mythology's Siegfried the Dragon Slayer, who killed the cursed dragon Fafnir and bathed in his blood. Just like most everything made in Germany, their localization was efficient and accurate, a pretty straightforward German translation of Knob's English translation. It didn't contain too many errors, but also maybe didn't employ as much imagination as the French version. Unlike the other four languages, Italy and Spain didn't get their own unique Pokemon names, they simply reused the English names. We'd always wondered why, so we got in touch with Italian localizer Elena Fogazzaro, who explained that Nintendo already had an organized structure in place for translating French and German, but not for Italian and Spanish. In fact, Elena and her partner Leonardo were the first Italian translators that Nintendo hired for any game, ever. Translating Red and Blue into Italian and Spanish at all was an experiment for Nintendo, an experiment that they didn't think would pay off. But Nintendo's lack of confidence ended up having consequences that echoed into the future. To this day, Italy and Spain still don't have unique Pokemon names. After passing on Gen 1, it would have been weird to start in Gen 2, so recycling English names just became the norm. Every localization has some mistakes, but the Italian and Spanish versions have a particularly bad reputation for containing lots of translation errors. For example, in Spanish, when you hook a Pokemon with a fishing rod, like a Magikarp for example, instead of the game telling you the hook Magikarp attacked, it says El Malvado Magikarp Attacco, which means the evil Magikarp attacked. The attack Slam was translated as Portazo, which instead of something like a body slam actually means to slam a door. As a result, Spanish kids grew up thinking that fish Pokemon were evil, and that Pokemon routinely slammed doors on each other. In Italy, the attack Pound was translated as Libra, the form of pound used for weight measurements or for describing British currency. Glare was translated as Bagliori, which instead of a fierce gaze is the definition of glare that refers to a harsh light reflection, like when sunlight shines on a TV screen. Spanish and Italian fans have long wondered exactly how the translators made so many obvious mistakes. When we asked Elena, she painted a picture of a translation process mired by disorganization and a lack of information, starting from day one. Elena and her partner were actually hired to translate Red and Blue from German into Italian, and traveled to Nintendo of Europe headquarters to do just that. But when they arrived, they discovered the games weren't in German, they were actually in English. Luckily, they could speak English as well, so they told Nintendo they could do the translations anyway, despite them essentially being hired for the wrong job. Elena told us, "Everything was very badly organized for translation at that time. We barely had a computer, just one PC for 2 translators after waiting for 2 days. We were given several lists of words to translate without any information, zero context, and with space limitations. The lists were very long, but due to secrecy reasons, nobody told us what they were for. Nobody told us these were attacks or items or stats. Everything was mixed up and really difficult to understand. In other words, they were handed lists of words like slam and pound out of context, and were only given a few weeks to complete the job. So it's really no surprise that the Spanish and Italian versions turned out the way that they did. The European localizations were all based on Knob's English translation, so a lot of the changes Knob made were repeated around the world, including some mistakes. The most famous mistake can be found on Cinnabar Island. In Japanese Red and Green, there's an NPC who trades you an electrode for your Raichu. In Japanese Blue, this was changed to trading your Kadabra for his Graveler, and afterwards he'd say your Kadabra evolved, because of course Kadabra evolves into Alakazam when traded. The English version of Red used the original Raichu electrode trade from Japanese Red, but the devs used the text from Japanese Blue where the NPC says your Kadabra evolved. They swapped out Kadabra's name with Raichu in the dialogue, but failed to realize this resulted in an impossibility, with the NPC now saying, "The Raichu you traded to me went and evolved." 2 decades later, Game Freak revealed that Raichu originally had an evolution named Gorachu that was cut from Gen 1 due to a lack of cartridge space. This led some fans to believe the dialogue about Raichu evolving was a reference to Gorachu that the developers accidentally left in the game, but in reality, it was just a coincidental translation error. Did you know? There were 7 different versions of Pokemon Gold and Silver, and it took almost 3 years from when Gen 2 first launched in Japan until the games finally made their way all around the world. They were ultimately translated into English, French, German, Spanish, Italian, and even Korean. Each localization featured some unique details, with regional differences starting before you even left your house in Newburgh Town. In most countries, Mom's TV was playing an anime film, but in France, Mom was watching an 80s B-movie. Some versions had different Pokemon sprites, different buildings, and even some of the people were different. So I hope you'll forgive any mispronunciations on my part as we dig into Pokemon's 2nd generation and take a look at how Gen 2 was changed all around the world. Pokemon Gold and Silver launched in Japan in late 1999 and included lots of Pokemon and trainer sprites that ended up getting changed in the international releases, but we'll get to those in a minute, because the most significant Japan exclusive content was actually in Pokemon Crystal. In every region outside Japan, the Pokemon Center in Goldenrod City was just like any other, but in Japanese versions, Goldenrod was home to the Pokemon Communication Center. By purchasing a $50 attachment called a Mobile Adapter GB and connecting it to a Game Boy Color and a cell phone, Japanese fans could use the communication center to battle and trade Pokemon over the internet. The Pokemon News Machine delivered a monthly publication directly to your Game Boy Color, costing about 10 cents per issue, the same price as each individual battle and trade. That's right, in 2001, Japanese Crystal featured both internet capabilities and microtransactions. The News Machine also provided mini-games, quizzes, and access to online leaderboards that kept track of how many steps you'd taken, battles fought, Pokemon traded, and even the largest Magikarp caught, and ranked players accordingly. You could view the high scores for all of Japan, or you could filter the results down to players in your region or area code, making it easy to see how you stacked up against the kids in your neighborhood. Japanese Crystal could even connect to Pokemon Stadium 2 and download battle data from official tournaments like the Nintendo Cup 2000. You could watch the tournament unfold on your TV, and you could even have an AI opponent take control of one of the tournament goers' Pokemon teams so you could battle against them with your own Pokemon, almost like you were actually part of the tournament yourself. Probably the biggest draw for Crystal's online service was the events it unlocked via DLC. There were downloadable events for items like odd eggs with a high chance of hatching shiny baby Pokemon, as well as events that gave you Japan exclusive items like the Blue Sky Mail and the Mirage Mail. But the most significant DLC event was the one that allowed fans to download the GS Ball, a key item that unlocked a level 30 Celebi in the Ilex Forest. The Celebi event was added back into international versions when Crystal was re-released on Virtual Console in 2018. However, all the other special features were left out, so there was a huge piece of Gen 2 that fans outside Japan never got to experience. Even before Gen 2 released in Japan, Pokemon Company CEO Ishihara was already talking about how he wanted Pokemon games to release in every region all on the same day. But his goal didn't become a reality until 4 generations later, and it ended up taking almost a year to localize Gold and Silver for the American market. Just like in Gen 1, Nintendo of America staffer Hiro Nakamura was responsible for localizing all Gen 2's big words, the ones in all caps, like the names of characters, cities, items, attacks, and of course, Pokemon. Hiro came up with the English names and then sent them to Game Freak and Nintendo's legal department for approval. But in some cases, the names he chose got rejected and had to be changed. Nob Ogasawara was responsible for all Gen 2's small words, comprising about 99% of the game's text. When we asked Nob how he translated Gen 2 differently compared to Gen 1, he told us he made a conscious decision to make the text of Gold and Silver more like Baby's First RPG, where Johto felt like a kid-friendly world full of excitement, scariness, and adventure. So he made the overall tone a bit more magical, and also removed some stuff that wasn't particularly well suited for American kids. For instance, there's a man on Route 2 who gives you a nugget, but in Japanese, nuggets are called golden balls. This appears to be a deliberate dirty joke on Game Freak's part. In Japanese slang, golden balls means testicles, so the man is essentially saying, here's an old man's testicles, I hope you put them to good use. This PG-13 joke was repeated in future generations, and even appeared in the Sun and Moon anime, but in English the joke was nipped in the bud right from the start, with Knob replacing Gen 2's text with a joke about nuggets of wisdom. So even though the old man's balls are a long-running meme in Japan, the joke simply never existed in English, and Knob took it upon himself to make some cultural edits as well, like changing the descriptions of all the Buddhist shrines to identify them as Diglett sculptures, just like he did in Gen 1. But it wasn't just the game's text, there were also some visual differences. 31 Pokemon sprites were altered for the American market, the most famous example of course being Jinx, whose black skin and blonde hair were changed to purple and white due to the racial controversy surrounding Jinx in America. All the other sprites were changed to fix design inconsistencies, like Feraligator's white underbelly and Lantern's yellow spots. In both Gen 1 and 2, Pokemon designers created sprites first, then the art director Ken Sugimori made their official artwork later, often making design revisions as he saw fit. But after Sugimori's revisions, the sprites themselves weren't revised to match the artwork, leaving lots of inconsistencies between the Pokemon's art and sprites. However, most of these inconsistencies were fixed during Gold and Silver's year-long localization process, which is why so many sprites were different in the original Japanese versions compared to the later international versions. Likewise, some sprites were changed for consistency with the anime, like Slowpoke for example. Sugimori's artwork never revealed what Slowpoke's belly looked like, so in Japan it was white, but in the West it was later changed to pink to match Slowpoke's anime appearances. The same can be said for Teddiursa's feet and Donphan's trunk. 5 trainer sprites were changed as well, but for cultural reasons. Fishers had their cigarettes taken away, mediums had their religious beads confiscated, and sages' folded prayer hands were changed to crossed arms. Female swimmers and beauties were made just a little less sexy. In Japan, they were winking, but in America, their eyes were pried back open, and beauties had about 12 inches of extra material sewn onto their skirts. The final results of the localization process was that the English versions of Gen 2 were more kid-friendly and featured sprites that looked more like the Pokemon they represented. And of course, all the online features were unfortunately stripped out as well. Just like in Gen 1, the European versions of Gen 2 were all based on the English localization. In other words, they were translations of a translation, 2 steps removed from the original source material. But unlike in America, Europe had an almost entirely new team of translators. There were 15 translators in total, but only 3 of them had been around during Gen 1. Julian Bartikoff, the lead French translator, was one of those 3. Julian gave us the inside scoop on our Gen 1 video, so we brought him back for this video to tell us how things went down in Gen 2. Early in Gen 1's localization, Game Freak originally wanted Europe to use Pokemon's Japanese names, so Julian had to fight for the right to give Pokemon new French names, for example by telling Game Freak that Squirtle and Charmander's Japanese names sounded like the French slang words for stoner and feces. Game Freak didn't really trust him, but they ultimately gave in, and grudgingly allowed Julian to rename all Gen 1's Pokemon. After Red and Blue launched in France, Julian's translation was so well received by fans and critics alike that Game Freak felt he'd proven himself. So for Gen 2, they were now more than happy to let him create new French names for all the Johto Pokemon. Julian's penchant for injecting mysticism into Pokemon names, his love of movies, and his newfound clout resulted in the French versions featuring more unique differences, more so than any other localization, including English. Julian renamed Misdreavus Fotharev, a reference to Will-o'-the-Wisps from mythology and folk tales all around the world. According to legend, Will-o'-the-Wisps are ghostly lights witnessed by travelers in the night, who get led astray in the hope the lights are a friendly presence carrying a lantern. Julian also renamed Crobat Nostenfair, a combination of Nosferatu and the French word for hell. In fact, he named the entire Zubat family after Nosferatu, the 1922 German horror film about a vampire with a special interest in the wife of his real estate agent. In the Japanese and English versions of Pewter City, you can trade your hunter for a Zatu nicknamed Paul. Julian changed Paul's name to to Quetzalcoatl in honor of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent worshipped by some ancient Mesoamerican tribes as the god of wind and wisdom. In every region except France, the TV at your house in Newbarktown is playing Night on the Galactic Railroad, a 1985 anime movie about two boys who ride a train into the stars and past Christian heaven. Interestingly, the main character Giovanni was voiced by Veronica Taylor in the English dub, the same actress who played the voice of Ash Ketchum. But in the French version, Julien changed the TV's description so it was showing "Have a drink and take it easy" in Saint-Tropez, an 80s French comedy about a girl who tells her parents she's going to Brittany to study, but actually spends her summer partying in the south of France. When we asked Julien why he changed the TV, he said, "Because it was funny to imagine that kind of B-movie airing on the TV channels of Fantasy Japan. Haha." In fact, Julien said he injected B-movie references into all the games he translated, including Ocarina of Time, Super Mario 64, and Banjo-Kazooie. As we mentioned in our Gen 1 video, the Spanish and Italian translations had fewer staff and a smaller budget, so neither language was ever given unique Pokemon names. Both versions were also plagued with lots of translation errors, and almost all the mistakes made in Gen 1 were carried over into Gen 2, like how Pokemon caught with fishing rods were called evil in Spanish. Also in Spanish, the attack counter was mistranslated to Contador. In Italian, it was mistranslated to Contatori. Rather than a counterattack, both words refer to something that counts, like a water meter or a scoreboard. Italian translator Elena Fogazzaro told us the same mistake was made in both languages because the Spanish translators got it wrong first, then the Italians basically copied their homework. In short, out of all 7 versions, the Spanish and Italian localizations were basically the runts of the litter. Just like in Gen 1, the Germans fulfilled their cultural stereotype, and their localization was efficient and accurate. They didn't use as much imagination as the French, but they also made far fewer errors compared to the Spanish and Italians. But there were a few oddities, like how up until Gen 8, the paralysis-inducing attack Glare was mistranslated to Giftblick, which actually means poison glance, frustrating German players who wanted to poison their enemies but ended up paralyzing them instead. The Germans also renamed Cyndaquil Furigel, which means fire hedgehog. This made some German fans believe that Cyndaquil was a hedgehog, even though the Pokédex actually classifies Cyndaquil as a mouse. The last of the bunch, South Korea, finally got localizations of Gold and Silver in 2002, more than a year after Europe and almost 3 years after the games first launched in Japan. While the European localizations were more similar to the English versions, the Korean localization was closer to the original Japanese releases. In Korea, they used the same sprites as in Japan, even Jinx, and they used all the original trainer sprites as well. Pokemon did get unique Korean names, but they were mostly just direct translations or transliterations of their Japanese names, and didn't feature any references to culture or mythology. But there is one name that stands out. Ho-Oh is called Chilsekjo, which means 7-colored bird, presumably because of the Pokemon's association with rainbows. Unlike every other region's Gold and Silver, the Korean versions could not be played on a Game Boy. Korean text is so complicated that the game's text rendering system actually demands more video RAM to display it than all the other languages, meaning it can only be played on a Game Boy Color. In an even more unfortunate turn of events for South Korea, they never received a localization of Pokemon Crystal at all, and thus never got access to Japan's online features or DLC. But at least South Korea got Gold and Silver. Most regions were neglected entirely. Some of the world's most prominent languages never got any Gen 2 localizations, including Chinese, Hindi, Arabic, and Portuguese. In total, about half the world's population never got to play Gold, Silver, or Crystal because they didn't speak any of the 7 languages the games are translated into. Or more accurately, I should say officially translated into, because there were some bootlegs produced to meet demand in those neglected regions, especially in China, due to their lax laws dealing with intellectual property rights. The most famous of these bootlegs is what fans lovingly refer to as Vietnamese Crystal. These pirated cartridges circulated widely in Vietnam in the early 2000s and are believed to have come into existence when the original Japanese games were illegally translated into Chinese, then later got translated into English. In other words, they were a pirate's translation of a pirate's translation. Vietnamese Crystal famously refers to Pokemon as elves, displays the word f whenever you receive an item, and contains lots of bizarre quotes, like "the tower is built for pocket monsters to practice Buddhism," or "asses is $1,000. Pokemon is the world's largest multimedia franchise after all, and it just goes to show that nature abhors a vacuum, and when it comes to Pokemon, life finds a way.
Gunpei Yokoi. Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto called him his mentor, and Pokemon creator Satoshi Tajiri said he was like a father and a teacher. Yokoi's famous for Game & Watch, Game Boy, and inventing the D-pad, but that is just the tip of the iceberg. When Nintendo was struggling in the 80s, he wiped out all their debt with a single invention and quadrupled the company's revenue. His philosophy was to take old technology and use it in fun ways no one had ever thought of before. To compete not on who's got the best microchips, but the best ideas. Nintendo adopted his philosophy as their own, which is why nowadays we're playing the Switch instead of the Famicom 7. In fact, there never would have been a Famicom 1 without him, let alone Mario, Zelda, Pokemon, and all the rest. Nintendo would probably still be a little Japanese company no one had ever heard of, if it would even exist at all. Miyamoto said it best as he gave a tearful eulogy at Yokoi's funeral. He made Nintendo what it is today. There's a saying to never write an autobiography because it will shorten your life, and that's exactly what happened. He wrote one in the summer of '97 and died in the fall. That biography is where much of today's story comes from, along with his various writings and interviews over the years, and what those who knew him best said after he was gone. Understand the man, and you'll understand Nintendo, past, present, and future. This is Gunpei Yokoi. He was born in Kyoto in 1941, 3 months before the Japanese Empire declared war on America in World War II. The atomic bombs dropped just before his 4th birthday. Growing up, his father was an office worker at a chemical factory, with Gunpei the youngest of 4 children. Their father forced them to learn piano. His older siblings all shared a tutor, but Gunpei had to learn on his own. In the post-war era, it was common that families could only afford cheap toys made from tin, or none at all, which meant as a kid, Gunpei had to be creative and make his own toys. He preferred making them from scratch with his neighbor's tools, rather than rely on a kit with step-by-step instructions. Firearms were a particular fascination, and he spent a lot of time swimming in the nearby Wakasa Bay, making harpoon guns to catch fish. He believed he inherited his sense of craftsmanship from his grandfather, who long ago had written the entire Japanese national anthem on a single grain of rice and presented it to the emperor. In high school, Yokoi joined the judo club, but he quit after 2 weeks when he got his collarbone shattered by a black belt. While he was recovering, he learned ballroom dancing from a neighbor, hoping it'd make him popular with girls. Soon after, he enrolled at Doshisha University in Kyoto to study electrical engineering. At college, he indeed was popular with girls. Too popular, in fact. His dance partner fell in love and wanted to marry him. Yokoi wasn't up for it though, and saw it as a sign he should give up dancing to return to his true love, tinkering. Oftentimes, he'd be up well past midnight, whittling away at one thing or another. In the early 60s, he built his own car stereo with a cassette player. It was probably the world's first, he remembers. At the time, cars only had radios. It impressed all his friends, and it wasn't until years later that car tape decks were something you could buy off the lot. Every week he would drive that car a couple hours to the seaside and catch fish with his harpoon guns, to everyone's amazement. There are 2 kinds of people who like making things, the ones who do it for themselves, and the ones who like to show off and surprise others. Ever since I was a kid, I was the type that just loved making other people happy. In 1965, he graduated and went looking for work. Unfortunately, his grades had been embarrassingly low, and he got rejected by every major electronics company, one after another. He didn't want to leave his hometown, so he took a local job at a small company called Nintendo, who mostly made playing cards. My friends asked why someone with a degree in electrical engineering would take a job at a card company, he remembers. But honestly, I had no idea what I'd be doing at Nintendo. He'd soon learn that the only reason he got hired was because of a new law that required a company of Nintendo's size to have an electrical engineer on staff. Yokoi, as it turned out, was brought on solely to meet the law's requirements, even though, really, he wasn't needed. He ended up as a maintenance worker tasked with fixing glue machines and stuff like that. Most of his classmates did end up at big electronics firms, and he was embarrassed to run into them. He figured he'd just keep his head down, toil away in his menial job for 40 years, and hold out for retirement. But day to day, there really wasn't much for him to do. So he filled his time using company tools to perfect his harpoon making and kept making toys. One toy was actually something he'd made as a kid, but now improved upon. An extending hand for grabbing things out of arm's reach. One day, Nintendo's president, Hiroshi Yamauchi, discovered him playing with it on company time and summoned him to his office. Yokoi thought he was about to get fired, or at least chewed out. But to his surprise, Yamauchi said, "You know what? Let's sell that thing, but not as a toy. Make it a game instead." He had a thick Kansai dialect, by the way, which in English equates to something like a southern accent. The two men would eventually grow into a sort of father-son dynamic, but that wasn't till later. For now, Nintendo's card business was in decline. Yamauchi tried branching out to food products, a taxi service, and even love hotels to try and bring in more money, but with little success. Big toy companies had a stranglehold on the toy market, but Yamauchi did see an opening in the games market. So the stretchy hand was bundled with a rulebook and balls, and became Nintendo's first successful step into the games business. 30 years later, Yokoi looked back at this moment and said, "I realize now. This was the beginning of my life, and in a sense, it may have been the first step in the transformation of Nintendo the card company into the Nintendo you know today." Yamauchi named it the Ultra Hand, which went on to sell over 1 million units at $2 a piece. That was big money for Nintendo back then, and the profits essentially saved the company. The president set Yokoi free from his boring maintenance job and started a new section of the company, the development department, where Yokoi could tinker full-time. Yamauchi was like, "Alright, college boy, have at it. Think us up some more $1 million ideas." That stressed Yokoi out to no end, though. The Ultra Hand was something he made as a kid, but now he was expected to pump out hit after hit from scratch. So he thought back, once again, to his childhood. Long ago, he had a rich friend with countless toys, but what he loved more than anything was other kids throwing ping pong balls at him so he could whack them with some bamboo. Yokoi couldn't have cared less about baseball, but figured if that rich kid liked it more than any toy in the world, maybe that was an idea worth exploring. So he invented a miniature pitching machine for ping pong balls. It was dubbed the Ultra Machine and sold 2 million units, even more than Ultra Hand. Yokoi saw his toys on an assembly line, rolling down conveyor belts one after another, then loaded onto trucks to deliver all over Japan. It was spectacular, he recalled. That's when I began to feel confident the world would accept my ideas. I was really happy at Nintendo. The company bought everything I needed and paid me a salary to do all the tinkering I would have done anyway. Even on my days off, I couldn't wait to get back to work. In 1969, Yokoi's philosophy of making creative use of cheap materials began to form in his mind, which would serve as the basis for the rest of his life's work. It's usually translated as lateral thinking with withered technology, but perhaps a more easily understood translation is thinking sideways with mature technology. Cutting-edge tech is expensive and sometimes breaks down or glitches when it gets to market, because it hasn't had years of experience getting used by millions of customers. Old technology, on the other hand, is cheap to make and already proven to work. By thinking sideways, Yokoi could come up with new ways of using old tech to make stuff that's inexpensive, reliable, and fun. On that playing field, it's all about competing on who has the best ideas. Thinking sideways went hand in hand with the blue ocean strategy to make things no one else is selling, so Nintendo would have the market all for themselves. With all that starting to rattle around in his head, one day he was using an ammeter, a 100-year-old device for measuring electricity, when he noticed it detected electricity in his own body. Suddenly, he realized it could be used as an excuse for a boy to hold a girl's hand and measure the romantic chemistry between them from 1 to 100. Getting a girl to hold your hand was no easy task back then, so a lot of boys bought one for just that purpose. Yokoi called it the love tester, and to sweeten the deal, claimed it's more accurate when a boy and a girl kiss. One day, Yamauchi left work and took one with him. Later, Yokoi got a phone call from him saying, "Hey, what's going on? We kissed, but the needle ain't moving." The boys back at Nintendo got a good laugh out of it. In his book, Yokoi says, "I used a love tester myself and held many women's hands, but eventually just holding hands wasn't enough for me anymore." Once he'd gotten all that love testing out of his system, it was around this time Yokoi met the one, got married, and before long, welcomed a son into the world. What's interesting is Yokoi never mentions them in his book. You won't find much record of him ever having a family online either, even in Japanese. His wife and son are incredibly private, and out of respect, we were asked not to show their photos in this video. Also, out of respect, and because it's an interesting story in itself, we want to talk about our sources. Yokoi's biography was authored by a guy named Takafumi Makino, who interviewed him for days on end. The book's about half Yokoi's own words, while Makino summarized the rest into a chronological narrative. It was published in June '97, but no one bought it. Everyone knew Yokoi's creations, but no one knew his name, so only a few hundred copies sold. Then the rest got destroyed. After Yokoi died a few months later, suddenly everyone wanted to read it, and the few surviving copies shot up to $1,000. Eventually, Nintendo Dream Magazine's Europe correspondent Florent Gorge managed to get his hands on one. With Makino's permission, and after meeting with Yokoi's family, Gorge translated the book into French with extra chapters and photos. Makino saw all the improvements and was inspired to write a new biography in 2010, with more from his Yokoi interviews that weren't included in the original book. Over the next decade, Gorge went on to conduct more interviews with surviving Nintendo staff, to write 4 volumes on Nintendo's entire history, which of course include a lot of stories about Yokoi. Most of the video you're watching now was compiled from all Makino and Gorge's books, and we want to express our utmost respect for their work. Without them, most of the world wouldn't know much about Yokoi beyond a list of his inventions. Gorge was personally involved in the making of this video as well, and we can't recommend his books enough. They're the definitive tellings of Nintendo history. If you like reading, you'll love them. Okay, now back to the story. Throughout the 1970s, Yokoi had a few misses, but a lot more successes in what's now considered his second golden age. He'd had a fascination with firearms since childhood, so his next inventions were a series of light gun games. The way they worked was each gun had a light inside with a guillotine shutter tied to the trigger, while targets were fitted with cheap solar cells that acted as light detectors. After a while, Yamauchi asked if there was a way they could design a competition around them, and bought Yokoi an actual rifle to brainstorm with. Eventually, he came up with a game based on clay shooting, a sport where you shoot what are essentially frisbees that fly in all directions. Bowling had become a fad in Japan, and at the height of its popularity, a bowling alley could be found on practically every street corner. But by 1973, the fad was waning, and all those bowling alleys were going out of business. So, Yokoi sought to take advantage of the situation and establish laser clay as more than a game and turn it into a proper sport. Empty bowling alleys were converted into laser clay centers, and everyone loved it. Yokoi got so many pats on the back for his genius idea, he practically needed a chiropractor. But then a recession hit, just as things were getting going, and a huge earthquake struck Nintendo's headquarters. As a result, they were never able to fully realize their goals for laser clay and ended up losing a fortune on the venture. Unbeknownst to them at the time, this would mark the start of a 7-year dark age for Nintendo's finances. To try and save the company, Yokoi spent the next few years trying his luck in the arcade business. His first game was Wild Gunman. Using a pair of film projectors, it showed live-action cowboys you've got to shoot before they shoot you. There's a sensor in the holster that won't let you draw too early. Then, when the light flashes, if you're quick, you'll kill him, but too slow, and you lose. Arcade players were blown away, because keep in mind, this was back when you were used to more primitive games, like Pong and old-fashioned pinball tables. Yokoi also made a version of Wild Gunman called Fascination, where you shoot the knots off of a Swedish model's clothes to make them fall to the floor, till she's in nothing but her undies. Everyone loved these ideas too, but Nintendo was deep in debt and in such dire financial straits that they only managed to produce 100 Wild Gunmen, and it seems only 1 or 2 Fascinations. They made a little money, but not nearly enough to make back all they'd lost on laser clay. Yokoi made a few more shooter cabinets, but after failing to find fortune in the arcade, he turned his guns on people's homes, starting with Duck Hunt in 1976. Using a series of lights, mirrors, and light detectors, it projected ducks on a living room wall. Players would shoot and watch them tumble down to the floor. How it worked is pretty ingenious and hard to explain, but simply put, it was another example of sideways thinking with old technology, and the whole system sold for about $35, to considerable success. But it still wasn't enough. Nintendo was drowning in debt, and Yokoi was desperate to save it from bankruptcy. So, he kept on inventing, like walkie-talkies that communicate with light, an RC race car that sold for 1/10 the price because it only turned left, a remote-controlled vacuum cleaner, and he even resorted to jumping on the Rubik's Cube craze with a puzzle game called The 10 Billion. Funnily enough, he didn't even know how to solve the 10 billion. In his book, he admits some random customer had to teach him the solution. Then Yokoi later pretended he figured it out himself. He was pretty embarrassed about it, but he was doing everything he could to save Nintendo, and although most of his inventions were profitable, it still wasn't enough. Then, one day in 1979, he was sitting on a train and saw a businessman so bored out of his mind that he had resorted to playing with a calculator. Yokoi thought, what if I made a little game a guy like him could play to kill time? But the thought was soon forgotten. He didn't think it was a very good idea, and besides, he had other ideas he figured were better. Fate took a turn though, because soon after that, Milton Bradley released the Microvision, the world's first portable game machine with interchangeable cartridges. As described in one of Gorge's books, Yokoi and another Nintendo employee got their hands on one and loved it. But it was gigantic, and the 16 by 16 resolution made all its games look the same. After some brainstorming, they realized they could make something like a microvision, but with more readable graphics if they used a literal calculator screen, and the machine could be smaller if it only had one game. As they were mulling that over, Yamauchi's driver got sick and didn't come to work one day. The president's Cadillac had its steering wheel on the left side, and the only other person in the company who could drive it was Yokoi. A big meeting was coming up, so Yamauchi said, "Sorry, I know it's not your job, but I need you to be my driver today." On the way, Yokoi told him his idea. Then, when they got to the meeting, Yamauchi just happened to sit next to the president of the world's biggest calculator manufacturer, Sharp Corporation, and Yamauchi mentioned the idea to him. A week later, someone from Sharp showed up at Nintendo and said, "You know what? Let's do it." Most of Nintendo's sales and marketing staff opposed the project, but Yamauchi gave the thumbs up, and that was all that mattered. So Yokoi got to work and thought, a businessman doesn't want to be seen playing games. It's embarrassing. On the train, it's customary to sit with your hands folded, so we'll make the game wide rather than tall, and small enough to hide in a pair of folded hands. Holding it like that, only the thumbs would be usable, so we'll make it playable with just thumbs. And it should have a clock too, since businessmen need to know the time. Nintendo had played around a little with arcade and video games, but this next invention, the Game & Watch, was the beginning of the Nintendo we know today. Yokoi originally thought he'd only make one game, but Yamauchi told him, might as well do a few. To everyone's surprise, they sold millions around the world and finally broke Nintendo out of its 7-year funk. The year before Game & Watch, the company had $75 million in revenue. The year after, it quadrupled to $300 million, and the profits allowed Nintendo to pay off every cent of its past debts. Their financial dark age had come to an end, and the beginning of Yokoi's third golden age had begun. Every now and then, Yamauchi would be like, "Okay kid, time for you to come up with some more game ideas." To which Yokoi was thinking, you know, it's really not that easy for the guy who's gotta make all those ideas. But of course, kept those thoughts to himself. Yokoi would later say in his biography, if the driver wasn't sick that day, he would have forgotten about the idea and Game & Watch never would have happened. And if Yamauchi hadn't sat next to Sharp's president at the meeting, it wouldn't have happened either. Perhaps it was fate. Of the 60 Game & Watches Nintendo released over the next few years, about 50 were games Yokoi thought up himself. At least the broad strokes, though often the finer details were worked out by his staff, especially the programming. Yokoi was more of an ideas guy and organizer of other people's talents, and didn't have the technical know-how to do his own coding. Now's a good time to mention that although the development department started as basically just Yokoi, it had slowly grown over time and now employed a lot more. Mostly younger guys, who Yokoi was keen to break out of their shells and unlock their full potential. When he started, there was no one there to poo-poo his wild ideas, and he wanted the new guys to feel that same sense of freedom. Oftentimes in meetings, Yokoi would speak up and say something silly to encourage his staff to do the same. When they thought up a new idea together, half the time he'd put their names on the patent instead of his own. That boosted their confidence and made them better contributors to the team. He did his best to tear down all hierarchical structures as best he could, and make it known that ideas from general managers, section managers, and ordinary employees were equally worth considering. Everyone was encouraged to think outside the box, and by organizing their pursuits all together, he was able to consistently generate millions upon millions of dollars. People called his management style Yokoism. There was undoubtedly a lot of what today we'd call crunch, but despite that, most everyone was having fun and looked forward to work every day. Secretly though, as the operation grew and grew, Yokoi was getting stressed under the mounting pressure. He also butted heads with other higher-ups, which he attributed to office politics he was able to avoid the worst of, since he wasn't driven by money or fame. Despite those difficulties, he did his best to hide them from the lower-level workers. Water your seeds, give them sunshine, and they'll grow into fruits. That was Yokoi's thinking. In 1977, one of Nintendo's new hires was a young Shigeru Miyamoto. For the first few years, he was assigned unmemorable tasks like package design, but got his chance to shine in '81 after a Nintendo arcade game called Radar Scope failed to sell. At this point, the development department was split into two halves. R&D 1 was still Yokoi's, while R&D 2 was under Masayuki Umura, who'd come over from Sharp back when Nintendo was buying their solar sensors to make light guns. Radar Scope was made by R&D 2, but when it flopped, R&D 1 was tasked with salvaging it in any way they could. The stakes were high, as the newly formed Nintendo of America had bet big on Radar Scope, and was now sitting on thousands of unsold arcade cabinets. As a result, they were essentially broke, and close to going bankrupt. So together, Yokoi and Miyamoto set out to design a new game that could run on the same cabinets. Initially, they based it on a Popeye cartoon, where Olive sleepwalks through a construction site. The rights didn't come through though, so the characters were changed to a giant gorilla, a gorgeous babe, and an old man. Yokoi said to give the old man overalls since it's a construction site, and Miyamoto threw a mustache on him. Miyamoto suggested barrels roll around, which the old man could dodge by going up and down ladders. In practice though, it was frustrating, so Yokoi said a button should let you jump over the barrels, and thus the world's first platformer was born. The old man that Yokoi and Miyamoto designed together eventually came to be known as Mario, while the game itself was named Donkey Kong, after the gorilla. It was a collaborative effort, but by analyzing Donkey Kong, we can best understand Yokoi's philosophy of game design. Simply put, the graphics should wordlessly tell the player everything they need to know. Maybe that sounds obvious nowadays, but a lot of 80s games demanded you consult outside material, like a manual, to learn its story, how to win, or even perform the most basic functions. In Donkey Kong, you instantly know who the villain is, because it's a monstrous gorilla that grabs a pretty girl, and drags her kicking and screaming to the top of the screen. Then you see a little man who you intuitively understand has to climb up to rescue the damsel in distress. The construction girders, ladders, and barrels tell you everything you need to know along the way. Simple, fun, and easy to understand. That was the Yokoi way, and Miyamoto adopted it as his own in the years to come. Donkey Kong went on to become a huge success, not only selling thousands of old Radar Scope cabinets, but tens of thousands more, making Nintendo hundreds of millions of dollars, and allowing Nintendo of America to buy 27 acres of land to expand their operations. It's not a stretch to say NOA's what it is today thanks largely to this one success. The following year, Yokoi's team converted Donkey Kong into a Game & Watch. By now, they were making them with two screens, similar to what eventually became Nintendo DS. The arcade game used a joystick, but that wouldn't work on a handheld. So, after some tinkering and throwing out a boob-shaped alternative, Yokoi invented the modern D-pad, mostly because it was cheap, and allowed 4-direction control with a single piece of plastic. It also had the added benefit that players could feel the direction they were pushing without having to look down. Again, to someone who wasn't alive back then, D-pads might seem inevitable and obvious. Of course that should be the standard. But back in '82, video game controllers looked like this. At the time, D-pads, platforming, and so many other Yokoi ideas actually weren't obvious. And you can't argue with the results. Donkey Kong sold 8 million units, making it the most popular Game & Watch of all time. And D-pads have been on practically every controller and handheld since, though a lot of them use a cross in a circle to avoid stepping on Yokoi's patent. Not long after, Yokoi asked Miyamoto to make another arcade game based on a turtle he happened to see in an anime, which led to the two of them making the first Mario Brothers. Miyamoto later became world famous for Mario. Yokoi's staff asked why he didn't publicly attach himself to get some fame too. He told them, "Doesn't matter. If people like the games, I'm satisfied. And when it comes to who made it, it's fine if only the people in the know know." That was a running theme throughout his career. He seldom did interviews, especially with Western press, because he wanted his work to speak for itself. And he didn't mind sharing the limelight and letting his subordinates rack up patents, clout, and credit. He thought his team would be happier and more productive if they didn't feel like anonymous cogs in his machine. In the midst of all these successes, rival companies started swooping in and trying to poach Yokoi with the promise of more money. He always turned them down though. There was a small restaurant he liked on his way home from work because no one knew who he was and he could just eat and be ordinary. After a while, he noticed another guy who was always there too, and they gradually became drinking buddies. Yokoi never talked about anything personal, like his name or where he worked. But after a year of drinking with the guy, Yokoi felt comfortable enough to open up a bit and just mentioned he worked in development. The other guy looked at him and said, "Yeah, I know. You're Mr. Yokoi of Nintendo, and I've been waiting for you here a long time." It turned out he'd been an undercover plant all along, just trying to poach him. Truth was though, Yokoi felt indebted to Nintendo for giving him everything he ever wanted. On a more personal level though, him and Yamauchi had grown to feel like father and son. They were incredibly close, and even when they argued, it was more like parent and child than boss and employee. Whenever Yokoi finished a new invention, it was always Yamauchi he ran to first to show it off. When they made Yamauchi light up, Yokoi lit up too. The old man knew he wasn't going to be around forever, and decided he wanted Yokoi to take over as president when he retired. Over the years, he tried so hard to convince him to take the job, but Yokoi simply didn't want it. More than anything, he just liked to tinker and invent stuff, and wasn't interested in running a huge company or all the money that came with it. Yokoi had too much management on his plate already, just with R&D 1, and if he'd had his druthers, he would have been perfectly happy alone with his tools. In 1983, Nintendo took all the money they'd made on Game & Watch and used it to make their first home console, the Famicom, which Yamauchi wanted to sell as cheap as possible. The task was assigned to R&D 2, but they had trouble along the way, especially with keeping down costs. So R&D 1 eventually had to come in and help them out. Yokoi insisted on an eject button, another industry first. And of course, the controller featured his now iconic D-pad. The Famicom turned out to be a big hit, with Donkey Kong as one of its launch titles. And some other Yokoi games got converted as well, like Wild Gunman and Duck Hunt. Under Yokoi's producership, lots of original games were made too, including Metroid, Ice Climber, Kid Icarus, Famicom Wars, Famicom Detective Club, Wrecking Crew, and more. For the most part though, he wasn't intimately involved in development. He oversaw projects and kept the ship on course, while small teams were mostly given the freedom to make what they wanted. Personally, Yokoi never liked the idea of games being confined to the inside of a TV screen, so he made the Famicom Light Gun and Rob the Robot to bring games out into the real world. Famicom soon became the best-selling console in Japan, and with his insatiable appetite, Yamauchi set his sights on the world's largest economy, the United States. Unfortunately, America had had a huge gaming crash in 1983 thanks to an oversaturation of too many consoles with a flood of crappy games. In short, the prevailing opinion was that video games suck now. The home console market had shrunk 97% as Americans moved to grass-touching and personal computers. Nintendo's whole shtick in Japan was being inexpensive, but that wasn't gonna fly stateside. If Americans already decided they didn't want to buy crap, why would they suddenly want to buy cheap crap? So Nintendo took a different approach, and marketed the Famicom together with the light gun and Rob the Robot. Not as a video game console, but as an entertainment system. Yokoi explains, quote, "As the number of gamers increased, regular games eventually started selling too. By then, light guns and robots had fulfilled their purpose as the initial spark, and were no longer needed." Decades later, game historians would call Rob the Trojan horse that got Nintendo into American homes. It's easy to forget, but the NES might have never took off if it hadn't been for the robot. Before long, the NES had single-handedly ended the American video game crash, made gaming cool again, and ushered in a Japanese dominance that's continued to this day. It wasn't all Yokoi's doing, of course. Umura, Takeda, Imanishi, and of course Miyamoto and his new Super Mario Bros. Played a big part too. This is Yokoi's life story though, so I hope you'll forgive us for focusing more on him and not so much on the hundreds of other Nintendo employees there as well. We've done our best to shine a light on a lot of them in past videos, and will continue doing so in the future. But anyway, after a while, the Famicom and NES peaked, and the Game & Watch boom had run its course. So Yokoi set his sights on his next big project, the Game Boy. It would be the high point of his career, but the low point of his life. According to legend, Yokoi basically invented it all by himself. For some viewers, that might be the only thing they know about him. The legend's not entirely true though. If any one man should be credited as the inventor, it's actually his R&D1 deputy, Satoru Okada. Yokoi originally wanted the Game Boy to be more like Game & Watch, while Okada envisioned it more like Famicom, and the two argued bitterly till Yokoi gave in. That's why Okada's name's on the Game Boy patent, and his isn't. That said, Yokoi was still incredibly important in its development and eventual success. One of the biggest hurdles in making a portable Famicom was the public's perception that a small handheld ought to be cheaper than a big home console, even though, as Yokoi saw it, it basically was a home console with the addition of its own screen. If anything, it should be more expensive, but consumers didn't see it that way. So Yokoi's team cut costs and removed every feature they could. That was, after all, his specialty. He likened the process to making a microwave oven. An engineer designing a microwave might think adding an extra feature will only add $1 to the total cost, so they'll toss it on. Some other feature only adds 50 cents, so he includes that too, and so on. That's how the world ended up full of microwaves with dozens of buttons no one uses, don't know how to use, and have no interest in figuring out. And ultimately, they cost more than they need to, when the customer would be better served with something cheap and simple that just gets the job done. That's basically how they managed to make a portable Famicom that could sell even cheaper than the console. A D-pad, 2 buttons, and a monochrome screen. It was so simple and cheap though, that hardly anyone at Nintendo thought people would actually buy it. The screen was especially controversial. Why wasn't it color? Even Okada wanted color, but Yokoi insisted that not only would a color screen make it cost more, but you wouldn't be able to see it in sunlight, and the batteries would run dry 10 times faster. What good's a handheld if you can't go outside and have to buy new batteries every couple hours? Some other departments resorted to sabotage and told Yamauchi that Game Boy would be an embarrassment if it ever came out. They wanted the project killed off, not just to save Nintendo's reputation, but also because they wanted Yokoi knocked down a peg. There was a lot of bad blood between departments, especially with R&D 2 head Umura. If you want the full 200-page story covering those years in microscopic detail, we'd recommend reading Gorge's Volume 4 book. Game Boy's just a small chapter in Yokoi's life though, so we'll cut to the crux of it. Late in development, he made a fatal mistake that almost caused him to take his own life: the viewing angle of the Game Boy's screen. To keep it in layman's terms, an LCD screen is best viewed and most visible at certain angles. Back then, when you had them made, you had to know what angle the user would look at them. Yokoi mistakenly ordered the screens with the same specs as a Game & Watch, as though gamers would look at them straight on. But because of the form factor, gamers would actually look at Game Boys with a 5-degree angle. Based on Yokoi's orders, Sharp built a $40 million factory solely to make those screens. And now, they were useless. Yamauchi looked at the first Game Boys coming off the line and said, "What the hell's this? You can't see nothing. What you gonna do with this? If you can't see nothing, you won't sell nothing." Then he cancelled the Game Boy outright and transferred most of R&D 1's staff to other projects. He believed a solution could be found, but other departments had been whispering in Yamauchi's ear that Game Boys are dud, and this screen problem seemed to confirm what the saboteurs had been saying. Yokoi mostly avoids talking company drama in his own biography, but in Gorge's book, R&D 1's Yoshihiro Taki doesn't hold back. Quote, "His position made people envious. Yamauchi was getting older, and the rumor was that Yokoi might take over as president one day. Different people wanted to seize power and take control of the development divisions. It was all about power. Yokoi didn't care for any of that, but he suffered from the knowledge they were trying to oust him and sabotage his work." Under the burden of his $40 million mistake and the betrayal of his own colleagues, Yokoi fell into a deep depression. He didn't eat for weeks and seriously considered suicide. Yokoi was withering away to nothing. Then, as he tells it, a Chinese restaurant he frequented grew concerned and made him a special bowl of chilled tofu. He managed to get it down and finally got his appetite back. "It was incredibly delicious," he says in his biography. "I think that tofu saved my life." What was left of Yokoi's team worked in secret for weeks to fix the screen problem. Eventually, they found a compromise that unfortunately lowered the contrast, but at least made the screens usable. Yokoi ran to the president's office to show his prayers had been answered. Yamauchi begrudgingly accepted, mostly because R&D 2 was having trouble finishing the Super Famicom, and its release had gotten massively delayed. Nintendo needed a new system in the meantime, and thus Yokoi's project was allowed to come back online. But gaming press and almost everyone at Nintendo still thought Game Boy would end up as a humiliating flop. After a few more twists and turns, it finally launched in April '89, and despite all the naysayers, turned out to be a huge hit. Game Boys were flying off the shelves faster than Nintendo could make them. It was Yokoi's fourth and final golden age, with Game Boy eventually going on to sell 120 million units, more than Famicom and Super Famicom combined. Interestingly, throughout his career, Yokoi loved getting ripped off and copied. When he saw off-brand Ultra Hands, Game & Watch copycats, and especially Sega's Game Gear, instead of getting mad, he took it as a form of flattery. Game Gear, by the way, did have a color screen, but it ate up battery like nobody's business, and was part of the reason it sold for nearly twice as much as the Game Boy. Ultimately, Nintendo's handheld outsold Sega's by more than 10-1. There's a couple more stories Yokoi doesn't tell in his biography, but have been told by others. Like that one day Nintendo got a letter from a mother whose son had a disabled left hand and begged for a Game Boy with the buttons and D-pad reversed. Yokoi made her one in a few hours and said not to tell Nintendo, because he wasn't supposed to do that kind of thing. A letter arrived from another mother too, this time asking for repairs on her son's Game Boy after he got hit by a car riding his bike. Yokoi sent him a brand new one for free, along with a note telling the kid in the future, watch out for cars. Yokoi oversaw just about every first-party Game Boy release, though just like his producership on Famicom, for most games he was pretty hands-off. One notable exception was Dr. Mario, which he designed after Yamauchi said Game Boy's success was thanks to Tetris. He said it at a New Year's party in front of everyone, and Yokoi took offense. The idea that he owed his success to someone else's game. So, he made Dr. Mario to prove his worth, which sold over 5 million copies and became the 6th best-selling Game Boy game of all time, plus another 5 million on Famicom. Otherwise, he mostly let his subordinates make the games, but even then, his direction was critical to the platform's success. Like when he instructed the Tetris team to add a 2-player versus mode. Tetris had been invented in the Soviet Union a few years before, but wasn't a mega hit till it landed on Game Boy, where it exploded and sold 35 million copies. The only Game Boy game to ever outsell it was Pokemon. And it's at this point that Yokoi's story dovetails with a little company called Game Freak. In the late 80s, gaming magazine writer Satoshi Tajiri started what today we'd call an indie studio, and worked out of an apartment with his friends to make small arcade-style games. One day he saw the newly announced Game Boy and Link cable, and thought up a game where friends trade monsters back and forth. Long story short, Tajiri pitched the idea to Nintendo, who agreed to help fund the project. And because it was a Game Boy game, Yokoi took over as producer. As usual, he was pretty hands-off, but after a while, Game Freak ran out of money and couldn't continue. So, Yokoi gave him side projects to bring in money, like a Yoshi puzzle game. Not only did he lend them the IP, he also helped in the ideas stage. Yoshi released on Game Boy and Famicom in late '91 and sold just shy of 5 million copies, which gave him the funds to continue making Pokemon. Later, Game Freak ran out of cash again. So Yokoi gave him an idea for a Mario puzzle game, which released in '93 as Mario and Wario. As a creator, getting praise from Yokoi was just like being praised by my parents, said Tajiri. He was like a father to me. Looking back years later, Miyamoto said, I think this was when Tajiri learned how to take his ideas and turn them into video games. Eventually though, Yokoi passed off the role of Pokemon's producer to Miyamoto, because he'd gotten too busy with what he intended as his last big project for Nintendo, the Virtual Boy. At this point, Yokoi had grown disillusioned with the direction of the video game industry. In the past, it had always been about ideas. That was, after all, the basis of his philosophy. Sideways thinking with mature technology, where good ideas can beat out expensive microchips. But now it had become the era of Super Nintendo versus Sega Genesis, and soon on to N64. Nintendo had fallen into the same trap as the competition that they'd for so long avoided, competing on graphics, storage capacity, and whose console could display the most colors. The Bit Wars. Software was changing too, into 50-hour RPGs, fighting games with 5-button combos, and other games that simply weren't his style. It wasn't the market's style either. As games got more complicated, people were opting out and taking up other hobbies instead. So, Yokoi decided to leave Nintendo and forge his own path in the industry to get back to its roots. He intended to leave when he turned 50, but first wanted to give Nintendo one last souvenir. A thank you gift for all Yamauchi had done for him, and a way for Yokoi to go out on a high note. He'd always been drawn to ideas that escaped the confines of a screen, so this last project would exemplify that in spades by having games jump out in 3 dimensions. It wasn't aimed at the hardcore crowd, but at the same kind of people who played Game & Watch, or never played games at all, who were more interested in having fun than following step-by-step guides and devoting hours to memorizing button combinations. Simply put, it was for regular folks, to offer entirely new kinds of games, out in the blue ocean. One of our next videos is going to be solely dedicated to the Virtual Boy, so we don't want to dive too deep here in his biography. But, long story short, it ended up a failure. And Yokoi knew if he left Nintendo now, it'd look like he was resigning in disgrace. So, he decided to do one more project, and quickly threw together a design for the Game Boy Pocket, which he was sure would be a success. It was smaller, lighter, had a clearer screen, better battery life, and could be sold for an even lower price than the original. It launched July 21st, 1996, 1 year to the day after Virtual Boy. A few weeks later, Yokoi got in his car and drove off the lot one last time. After more than 3 decades at Nintendo, he was starting a new life. Nintendo's stock plummeted when the news broke, so much so that Nintendo temporarily froze trading. A prominent newspaper reported that Yokoi resigned as a way of taking responsibility for Virtual Boy's failure. In response, he wrote an article of his own titled "Why I Left Nintendo," where he said, no, that's not why he resigned. Some said it was because he'd gotten fed up with Yamauchi ruling Nintendo like a dictator. Yokoi denied that too, instead praising Yamauchi and saying they'd agreed to keep working together in the future, just on different terms. It wouldn't be published till over a decade later, but in his second book, Makino reveals more personal details about his interviews with Yokoi. That resigning over one flop, the Virtual Boy, simply wasn't how things worked at Nintendo, and especially not between Yamauchi and Yokoi. Makino was shocked when the usually cheerful Yokoi teared up when he talked about leaving Yamauchi's side, how in that moment he looked like a crying little kid. The two men shared a bond much deeper than just boss and employee. Back to the newspaper article though. Yokoi denied those rumors, but did say that Nintendo would come down with what he was calling the big company disease, which was basically mirroring what the competition was doing while refusing any idea that couldn't earn tens of millions of dollars. It wasn't the same Nintendo it used to be, and he simply didn't feel like he belonged there anymore. That's why he left, to start his own company called Koto, named for the city he was born and where he'd spent his entire life. He vowed it'd never grow bigger than 30 employees and continue his philosophy of sideways thinking, where he could putter around on fun little inventions with the kind of freedom Nintendo no longer offered. A few guys from R&D 1 went with him. He publicly teased that one of their first projects would be a new game system, but said the details would be secret for a few more years till it was ready. He was also working with doctors to bring his skills to the medical field, to combine gaming with physical rehabilitation. So if, say, someone was in an accident, they could play games to learn to walk again. It'd make recovery quicker and more enjoyable for the patient. All was going well for Yokoi and his new startup. Then, on October 4th, 1997, he decided to take a day off and go play a round of golf with a friend. His friend was driving, and on the way, rear-ended the truck in front of them. So they both got out to check the damage. At that moment, a car came speeding by. His friend suffered a fractured rib, but Yokoi didn't make it. The news spread like a shockwave. "I rushed to Kyoto as soon as I heard he'd been killed," said Tajiri. When he got to the funeral, he found President Yamauchi and countless industry legends who had worked for him over the decades, from Shigeru Miyamoto to Satoru Iwata, there to pay their respects and say their goodbyes. Miyamoto gave the eulogy. "The only person I can proudly call my mentor even now is Yokoi-san. His philosophy in creating things made Nintendo what it is today." Press reported that as Miyamoto spoke those words, his tearful voice and trembling shoulders touched the hearts of everyone in attendance. It was a simple ceremony, but warm, reflecting the personality of the deceased. Miyamoto designed the tombstone, engraved with some of Yokoi's proudest achievements, from Ultra Machine and Laser Clay to Game & Watch and Game Boy. President Yamauchi stayed long after most everyone else had gone, sitting at the burial site alone with his thoughts. He didn't have much time to grieve though, because before long, behind the scenes, he heard about Yokoi's secret console project. It turned out, Bandai had hired him to design a new handheld called the WonderSwan. It was superior to Game Boy Pocket in every way. A better screen, longer battery life, a clever system-flipping concept, and at only $38 was going to sell for a significantly lower price. Yamauchi called a meeting of all Nintendo's department heads and put together a plan to make a new, color Game Boy as a response. Business was business after all, and he now had the responsibility to crush Yokoi's final creation. Nintendo announced Game Boy Color a couple weeks before Bandai revealed WonderSwan, and launched it a little earlier too, all in a bid to distract gamers from the fact WonderSwan even existed. WonderSwan enjoyed a successful first few months anyway, but Nintendo aggressively cut the GBC's price to ensure its downfall. Game Boy Pocket was created solely to preserve Yokoi's honor, but Game Boy Color's purpose was to annihilate Yokoi's final invention. The WonderSwan never left Japan, but at 3.5 million units sold, it still managed to achieve second place in the Japanese handheld war, far ahead of other competitors like Sega Game Gear and Atari Lynx. Nintendo's system, of course, ultimately won out. All that said, it wasn't Game Boy Color that put WonderSwan in the grave. It was Pokémon. In 1996, Game Boy was a dead system and hadn't gotten a single new game in the months leading up to Tajiri's magnum opus. But Pokémon slowly and steadily grew into a global phenomenon that, over the next few years, resurrected the Game Boy boom. Game Boys went from selling 4 million units a year to almost 20 million, and a new wave of hundreds more games came out to ride Pokémon's coattails. If not for that, the WonderSwan would have easily beat out all the competition to become the generation's dominant handheld. In an ironic twist of fate, Tajiri had unintentionally dealt a crushing blow to Yokoi's last legacy. The circumstance had played out in a tragic conclusion, as competing ambitions between surrogate fathers and sons. There was a silver lining, though, for Yokoi's lasting memory, because he'd also designed a puzzle game for WonderSwan's launch, which ended up as his own swan song. It was posthumously named Gunpei in his honor, and released to critical acclaim 2 years after his death. Famitsu scored it 33 out of 40. Coming from them, that's high praise, 4 points higher than they even gave Pokémon. Gunpei was too good to be forgotten, so it eventually got ported to PlayStation, DS, and nowadays you can even get it on smartphones. A WonderSwan playing Gunpei even got a few cameos in the newest Evangelion movie. In fact, if you know what to look for, you'll find Yokoi references and Easter eggs all over the place. The primary mechanic in Zelda Tears of the Kingdom was named Ultra Hand. The Love Tester was a treasure in Pikmin 2, and pretty much everything Game & Watch related in Super Smash Bros. Is an homage in one way or another. The list goes on. Perhaps the biggest dedication of all is a good chunk of the new Nintendo Museum, where you can interact with some of Yokoi's iconic inventions, and even buy recreations of the original Ultra Hand. Yokoi's legacy is more than just countless homages though, because Nintendo may have lost their way for a while in the 90s, but eventually found their way back. When the Wii was announced, a Japanese journalist asked why it was so underpowered compared to PlayStation and Xbox. Nintendo's new president, Satoru Iwata, told them, "Gunpei Yokoi taught us to think laterally with withered technology and compete with our ideas. His protege, Miyamoto, inherited his philosophy, and when I took the role of Nintendo's president, I decided to continue that corporate culture and stay on Yokoi's path." In Japan, the Wii and DS were both viewed as a return to Yokoi's ideas, after Nintendo had spent the past decade trying to compete directly with the likes of Sony, a battle they were, frankly, unable to win. But all that changed with the Wii, which went on to outsell PlayStation and Xbox. The DS also outsold the much more powerful Sony PSP at a rate of almost 2-1. Nintendo stayed on Yokoi's path for generations to come, sideways thinking, escaping the confines of a TV screen, and the blue ocean. In 2003, Yokoi was posthumously awarded the GDC Lifetime Achievement Award, which his wife and son accepted on his behalf. If not for that car accident, today he'd be 83 years old. The man who gave so much to gaming undoubtedly would have given more if he had the chance, and probably taught the lame to walk. In a reprint of Yokoi's original 1997 biography, Makino added a new epilogue, ending with these words: "This book will probably be forgotten someday, but even if it is, there'll surely come a day when people will want to read it again, because Yokoi's words are filled with the essence of what makes games fun." And, well, here we are, fulfilling that prophecy. A colleague once said, "It's a pity he died too soon, but in life he taught us how to live."
Did you know? When Nintendo's lead inventor, Gunpei Yokoi, resigned, some of his fellow Game Boy developers went with him. They then created the Wonder Swan, making it, in many ways, the Game Boy's true successor. Not only because of who made it, but in its philosophies as well. As you'll soon hear, it was more of a Game Boy 2 than even Game Boy Advance. It could also connect to the PS1, and Sony published their first ever handheld game on Wonder Swan. When the Swan died, Sony recruited some of its designers to help make the PlayStation Portable. So in Japan, the PSP is considered Wonder Swan's spiritual successor. Even some original Game Boy devs worked on PSP, making Wonder Swan the missing link between Nintendo and Sony's handhelds. It's sorta both the Game Boy 2 and the PSP Zero, and Nintendo had to pull out all the stops to defeat it, sacrificing Game Boy Light, canceling the infamous GBA predecessor, Atlantis. Wonder Swan's even the reason Nintendo made Game Boy Color. Without Wonder Swan, gaming history would be totally different. Even setting history aside, Wonder Swan was a great system in its own right, because it wasn't just consistent with Game Boy, it was an upgrade in every way, with 16 bits, up to 75 frames per second, and a widescreen display you could play horizontally or vertically. Wonder Swan was cheaper too, launching for $40 and running 30 hours on a single battery. It had futuristic accessories that let you make and trade homebrew games, program a robot bug pet, and an adapter for online access, which Nintendo copied and released for the Game Boy. There were great games too, from exclusive Final Fantasies to Dragon Ball, Gundam, and Digimon games that did their damnedest to rival Pokemon. Aside from Nintendo and Sony systems, Wonder Swan was the best-selling handheld in Japan, even to this day. Today we're going to look at its history and how it changed the handheld market and your own childhood without you even realizing. This is the full story of the Wonder Swan. To quote Miyamoto, Gunpei Yokoi was the man who made Nintendo what it is today. He started as a humble maintenance worker in 1965, caught President Yamauchi's attention with gadgets he made in his spare time, and over the next few decades spearheaded Nintendo's evolution from a small card manufacturer into the toy business, and eventually to video games. We recently made an hour-long video on Yokoi's life story, but if you didn't see it, the key points you need to know for this story are that he created Game & Watch, mentored Miyamoto, co-designed Mario, and led Game Boy's development. His philosophy was lateral thinking with withered technology, which means using old tech in ways no one had ever thought of before to make products that are inexpensive, reliable, and fun. Game Boy was monochrome in an age of color, for example, but that let it sell for half the price of its competitors, with batteries that lasted 10 times longer. Eventually, though, he grew disillusioned with Nintendo's direction, fighting the bit wars and competing on power, like when PlayStation made the jump to 32 bits and Nintendo leapfrogged to 64. Yokoi thought Nintendo should not compete on power, but on ideas, as they'd always done. So after Yamauchi ordered him to make Virtual Boy, and it ended in failure, Yokoi threw together Game Boy Pocket as a quick, surefire success to regain his honor. It was smaller, lighter, and had a clearer screen, and could sell for an even lower price than the original Game Boy. Then, after 30 years as Nintendo's lead inventor, he resigned and established his own company, called Koto Laboratory. Some Nintendo devs went with him, Game Boy designers, Metroid artists, and so on. They were loyal not just to Yokoi, but to his ideas. Yokoi said Nintendo had come down with a case of the big company disease, which meant doing the same as their competitors and refusing any idea that couldn't earn $1 billion. He vowed that Koto would never grow bigger than 30 employees, and renovated an old residential home to make their office. Yokoi and his gang of refugees cooked up some $8 mini systems, kind of like Tiger Electronics if they didn't suck, and some other toys and gadgets too, that they couldn't have made at Nintendo. For a while, it felt like a second adolescence, but before long, a mega corporation came knocking. It was Bandai, asking Yokoi to dust off his spurs and make a real game system. They wanted him to make a Game Boy killer. You might not think of Bandai as a hardware maker, but actually they were one of the first. Bandai had humble origins in 1950 as a small toy company, but gradually grew bigger as they started making toys for manga like Astro Boy and anime like Gundam. Slowly but surely, they acquired the rights to some of Japan's biggest franchises, and invented some of their own. In 1977, they launched consoles called TV Jacks, then the Bandai Supervision 8000. They didn't catch on, so Bandai started buying the rights to foreign consoles and selling them with the Bandai name attached, like Intellivision, Arcadia, and Vectrex. In '82, they made Bandai LCD Solar Powers, which were basically copycats of Yokoi's Game & Watch. When Nintendo's Famicom conquered Japan, Bandai was one of the earliest third parties making games for it. They also made the Family Trainer, with a bunch of compatible games, which Nintendo was so impressed with, they bought the rights and rebranded it as the Nintendo Power Pad. They went on to develop the Daytac add-on for Famicom, and Sufami Turbo for Super Famicom. They were simultaneously allies with Nintendo and rivals. Bandai made too much hardware to cover them all here in depth, from the telephone VHS Terabiko console, which actually had a Mario game on it, to the very first touchscreen handheld, the Bandai Design Master. Most of them were pretty cool, but never saw much success. In 1996, Bandai was taking a particularly bad beating, as their new Pippin Atmark failed to find an audience. It was then they heard Nintendo's lead inventor had become a free agent, and saw now as their chance. They wanted a handheld specifically designed to overthrow Game Boy Pocket, and who better than the guy that made Game Boy Pocket in the first place? Yokoi and his lost boys didn't flee Nintendo just to make toys and gadgets. Video games were still in their blood, so they accepted the challenge. Before long, Yokoi locked in on an idea that no one had ever done before, a widescreen you could flip horizontally or vertically. After more than a year of tinkering, they ended up with WonderSwan, which outclassed what they'd made for Nintendo in every way. Game Boy was 8 bits, while WonderSwan was 16, making it like a black and white Super Nintendo. Game Boy only had 4 shades of gray, but WonderSwan had 16, running up to 75 frames a second. Game Boy's screen was basically square. WonderSwan had a wide screen. It was 10% smaller and 20% lighter, making it more pocketable as well. Koto considered color and even a touchscreen, but their priorities were more in line with Game Boy, affordability and battery life. In that sense, it was more Game Boy than Game Boy itself. It was basically a Super Game Boy Pocket. With all those improvements, gamers might have expected to pay a premium, but actually, WonderSwan cost less, retailing for just $40, while Game Boy Pocket cost $60. The last generation's handheld war was also one on battery life, so for Koto, that was a priority too, because batteries ain't cheap. Game Gear and Lynx ate through batteries so fast you were paying almost $1 an hour for power. Game Boy Pocket cost only 15 cents, while WonderSwan cost 2 cents. That made the difference between $50 a month in batteries, or just $1. That's why energy efficiency was so important. By the way, you might be wondering why it's called WonderSwan. Yokoi said, "It's beautiful on the outside and powerful on the inside, like a swan gliding elegantly across a pond, with strong legs hidden beneath the surface." There's more moving parts in this story, so let's zoom out a little. As Koto was toiling away in late 96 into 97, Bandai's game sales were slowing, and their Pippin console only managed to sell 50,000 units. It was one of the biggest flops of all time, and at this point, Bandai was actually losing money. So they announced a merger with Sega that would form the super company Sega Bandai. That would have made them bigger than Nintendo. In fact, Sega Bandai would have been the largest toy and video game company in the entire world. The deal was practically done until Bandai's middle managers rose up and rebelled, because the company had a home-like atmosphere that they didn't want gobbled up by the big, cold Sega Corporation. The merger's cancellation was a complete surprise, and the what-ifs for video game history are staggering. Not only what it could have meant for the WonderSwan, but also for Sega's survival in the console business. But before any of those what-ifs could play out for WonderSwan, an unexpected tragedy struck. Just a few months after the merger collapsed, Yokoi was suddenly killed in a tragic car crash. WonderSwan wasn't finished yet, and still more than a year out from launch. Everyone thought without him, Koto was done for, but his staff kept on, with the leadership role passing to Yoshihiro Taki. He worked under Yokoi since the 1970s, and into the Game & Watch, Game Boy, and Virtual Boy eras. He was one of the loyalists who followed Yokoi when he left, but now they'd have to finish without him. In the eventual first issue of WonderSwan magazine, Taki said, "WonderSwan's final form depend for the most part on our own decisions and positions. After all, it's true that having spent all this time at his side, we've been imbued with the Yokoi philosophy. In that sense, the machine is a condensed version of his vision." A few months later, Nintendo announced Game Boy Light, a new backlit model good for playing in the dark or under direct sunlight. But almost as soon as the words were out of their mouth, Yamauchi caught wind of WonderSwan's development. His finding out early would change the course of handheld history, and ultimately lead to WonderSwan's demise. So it might surprise you to hear, it was actually Bandai who told him. They brought it to him on a silver platter, asking if he'd sell WonderSwan as a Nintendo product. It seems that they lost some of their bravado after losing Yokoi. But for Nintendo, making their own hardware was a point of pride. So Yamauchi refused and sent him packing. Bandai had made a huge blunder. They gave Nintendo advance warning and got nothing in return. In the end, it cost them everything, because now the old man saw him as a threat. He had a near monopoly on the handheld market, but feared WonderSwan could topple it. Nintendo fought off portable competitors before, but this time was different. Not only was it designed by Game Boy runaways, it was also supported by Bandai's top-tier IP. They'd created Digimon and Tamagotchi. They owned Gundam, and had the rights to countless other franchises, from One Piece to Dragon Ball. Game Boy Light wouldn't be enough to beat it, and with N64 losing to PlayStation, Nintendo had to maintain their portable empire. So Yamauchi called an emergency meeting with his top guys, and told him to make a Game Boy capable of color, immediately. WonderSwan was just a year away, so time was of the essence. One of those top guys was Satoru Okada, who served as Yokoi's second-in-command since the late 60s. They'd been close friends, but creative differences drove them apart. Like when Okada wanted Game Boy to be more like Famicom, but Yokoi wanted it more like Game & Watch. Okada demanded color, but Yokoi refused. Color's flashy and appealing at first glance, he said. But once you start playing, it's irrelevant. It's the world that matters. These kinds of disagreements piled up, till eventually the department split in half, with Yokoi loyalists on one side and Okada's on the other. Some followed Yokoi when he quit Nintendo, but Okada was glad to see him go. Now he was in charge of Nintendo's handhelds, and it was his job to rush out the Game Boy Color. After 30 years as Yokoi's right-hand man, he was now tasked with destroying his final invention. Later that year, WonderSwan was revealed at 1998's Tokyo Game Show. Bandai's president got on stage and said, "I only attend announcements for products that are sure to be profitable. Rest assured, unlike Pippin, this is a product worthy of Bandai." The crowd laughed and applauded. Bandai projected sales of 4 million WonderSwans in its first year, which was more than Game Boy sold in its first. When Japanese press learned of Yokoi's involvement, they wrote articles saying it'd be a cruel twist of fate if WonderSwan did overthrow Game Boy, and he wasn't there to see it. In Nintendo's rush for color, the Game Boy Light got overshadowed before it even released. Ultimately, fewer than 1 million units were ever produced, making them hard to find even back then. It was originally supposed to come to the West in massive numbers, but Nintendo canceled those plans to put all hands on deck for Game Boy Color. Another, more interesting casualty was Project Atlantis, a 32-bit next-gen Game Boy that was essentially going to be Game Boy Advance. We'll do a full video on Atlantis soon, but long story short, it got tossed aside too. However, Nintendo was able to leverage their previous work on it to speed up Game Boy Color's development. Yamauchi also demanded unbeatable games, but his designers didn't have a lot of time or enthusiasm. We had begun working on the 32-bit Atlantis project a long time before, Okada remembers. It felt like we'd done all we could with Game Boy's 8-bit processor, and that it was high time we moved on to better things. And that's what Atlantis was supposed to do for us. It was going to give us that boost. The game designers were unhappy with this too, and said, "We've already completely exhausted the possibilities with Game Boy, and the only upgrade you bring us is color? What were you thinking?" Okada's team managed to launch Game Boy Color a few months before Bandai, but with hardly anything to play on it. In Japan, there were only 3 launch titles, 2 colorized old games, Tetris DX and Wario Land 2, and the other was Hexite, a third-party puzzle game. Even Nintendo knew it was weak, so they sent a guy to Enix's office to request that their upcoming game, Dragon Quest Monsters, be made color compatible, even though it was a standard Game Boy game releasing a month before the new color model. In America, launch was even more pitiful. Tetris DX and Pocket Bomberman. That was it. Just 2 old games with color added. "We had nothing," said Okada. The one saving grace was that it could play original Game Boy carts. Nintendo's official reason for launching so soon was to celebrate Game Boy's 10-year anniversary. Truth was, though, the real anniversary was April the following year. But if Game Boy Color released then, it would have got beat to market by WonderSwan. Back then, Nintendo never would have admitted that's why they actually rushed launch, or that it was Game Boy Color's entire reason for existing. But long after retiring, Okada would admit as much to author Florent Gorge for his History of Nintendo book series. Great reads, by the way. We highly recommend them. A color version of a decade-old handheld with basically no games probably wouldn't have been enough to stop WonderSwan. What really saved Nintendo was the surprise hit Pokémon, which released in 1996 and slowly grew in popularity in the years since. Before that, Game Boy was a dying last-gen system, which gave WonderSwan a clear path to victory. But Pokémon got people buying Game Boys again, to the tune of almost 20 million a year. Third parties started making games for it again too, and Game Boy was resurrected, bigger than ever. There's some irony, since Yokoi was kinda responsible for Pokémon existing in the first place. He was originally the game's producer, and when Game Freak ran out of money mid-development, he lent them IP and his own ideas, so they could make Yoshi and Mario and Wario, which got cash in their pockets that made it possible to continue making Pokémon. Without Yokoi, it probably never would have been finished. Game Freak's founder, Satoshi Tajiri, thought of him as a father and learned a lot from him. Pokémon was reaching blockbuster status just before Yokoi died, and he was genuinely proud of Tajiri. Sadly, neither man could have anticipated it'd be Pokémon of all things that would drive the nail into Yokoi's last legacy. WonderSwan finally launched in March of '99. There were a dozen color options, some of which were picked by fans in an online poll. And it had a 7-game launch lineup, better than what Nintendo scrounged up, like an exclusive Mega Man, Chocobo Mystery Dungeon, and Digimon Adventure Anode Tamer. As you'll recall, Bandai invented Digimon. They started out as digital pets, the masculine counterparts to Tamagotchi. The first episode of the Digimon anime aired the same week as WonderSwan came out, making Anode Tamer an especially strong launch title. It's an RPG where you collect Digimon, build teams, and use a link cable to trade and battle with friends. A companion game called Cathode Tamer came out a year later, with version-exclusive Digimon and some other minor differences. These games weren't identical to Pokémon. The combat's more complex, for example, with up to 3 monsters on a grid, but at their core, they're pretty similar. But the real star of the launch lineup was Gunpei. Gunpei Yokoi designed it before his death, and Koto named it posthumously in his honor. Japanese reviews scored it even higher than Pokémon, and a lot of retailers sold out in less than an hour. It was exactly the kind of game Yokoi believed in, ideas over graphics. Yokoi's concentration when he was bent on making a fun game was tremendous, remembers Taki. Watching, it might not look like much, but playing, it's addictive. We speak from experience. It's sort of like Tetris, but you've got to form lines across the screen. The more pieces per line, the more points. So you've got to zig and zag quick before the screen kills you. According to Nikkei newspaper, developers across Japan were supposed to be busy making games for the upcoming GameCube and PlayStation 2. But, quote, in the spring of 1999, the gaming professionals who should have been caught up in this technological whirlwind were instead spending their days playing Gunpei on a monochrome screen. WonderSwan sold for half Game Boy Color's price, and its games were cheaper too, around $20 or $30, while Nintendo's cost $30 or $40. So despite Nintendo's best efforts, WonderSwan did enjoy a successful launch. A lot of retailers sold out, with most buyers in their 20s, making them a bit older than Nintendo's demographic. Magazines reported they bought WonderSwan on sight without question. Seemingly, they were just happy to get their hands on one. As Koto Labs popped champagne, Yamauchi was across town, thinking which card to play next. Almost immediately, he slashed the Game Boy Color's price from $75 to $60, and he dropped Game Boy Pocket to $30, making it even cheaper than WonderSwan. Nintendo PR said they just wanted to do right by their fans. They didn't lower Game Boy prices elsewhere though. The timing and fact they only dropped prices in Japan, I think it's fair to say, reveals the real reason they did it. WonderSwan still managed to sell 1 million units in its first 3 months, which was fantastic for a Japan-only launch. That's more than the original Game Boy sold in its early months. Games kept pouring in, from Gundam and One Piece to Klonoa and Street Fighter. But sales slowed after a while, and it was clear that Nintendo was winning. Yamauchi further strengthened his position by announcing Game Boy Advance, over a year and a half before it was ready. Revealing it so soon was a strategic move to distract consumers from the competition. In the meantime, WonderSwan still had Game Boy Color to contend with. Not only did it get a head start, but its backwards compatibility gave it a software advantage too. There weren't many new games, but Game Boy Color could still play hundreds of old ones, and add a little color to them. Meanwhile, WonderSwan's library could be measured in the dozens. Japanese magazines opined that 10 years ago, price and battery life led Game Boy to victory over its color competitors. But consumer preferences had apparently shifted, so Koto went back to their house and cooked up a new model, the WonderSwan Color. Compared to Game Boy, it could display 4 times more colors at once. The screen was made slightly bigger, and extra RAM allowed for more complex games, while still having back compatibility with all the old ones. And battery was still 4 times better than Nintendo's. WonderSwan Color released in late 2000 for $60, with another strong launch lineup. After releasing Final Fantasy VII on PlayStation, Square had a falling out with the Big N, so they threw their weight behind WonderSwan, starting with a remake of the original Final Fantasy as a launch title. We played the NES original a few months ago, and were blown away when we booted up this remake. Not only the graphics and sound, the entire game's faster, smoother, and better balanced. There's been a million Final Fantasy remakes in the decades since, but this was the very first, and it was absolutely a system seller. You could also get it bundled with a special edition Final Fantasy console. The hype was huge, and a lot of fans camped overnight at game shops. Some lines stretched over 100 people long, but there wasn't enough supply to meet demand, so most of them had to go home empty-handed. There were 4 more launch titles, including a new Digimon Adventure and Gunpei EX, which added color and online leaderboards. Now's a good time to talk peripherals, many of which came directly from Koto and Bandai, like the Wondergate that lets you hook up to a cell phone for leaderboards, download DLC like new levels and characters, and also browse the internet and send emails. Nintendo copied it and released the nearly identical mobile adapter GB 6 months later. There was also Wonderborg, a robotic bug you controlled with WonderSwan, or you could let it go autonomous and serve as a Tamagotchi-like pet, and a link cable similar to Game Boy's for playing head-to-head in Gunpei and Tetris, or trading and battling in Gundam and Digimon. You could also link WonderSwan with Digimon Virtual Pets, using a dock and rock connector. Probably the most interesting peripheral was Wonder Witch, a dev kit aimed at amateurs who wanted to make their own games. Professional grade dev kits cost thousands of dollars, but Wonder Witch was only 100. Fans would make their own games, then trade them back and forth at conventions. There were a few contests where winning entries became official WonderSwan games. The best of them was Judgment Silver Sword, which was so popular that it sold out, and nowadays they sell for over $1,000. In the years that followed, Japanese writers likened the WonderSwan scene to modern-day iPhones. Anyone could make their own games, just as anyone can make their own app. And if they're good, they'll proliferate far and wide. WonderSwan switching between horizontal and vertical views is also how smartphones would later function. Not that Apple stole those ideas, of course, but it's worth recognizing where WonderSwan was ahead of its time. There were lots more peripherals, but we'll just touch one more, the Wonder Wave, which lets you connect to PlayStation games. You also needed a Pocket Station. If you're not familiar, when Sony announced their first portable device, people were stoked, then disappointed when they saw it was a glorified Dreamcast memory card. It turned into a huge hit anyway, much bigger than anyone expected. So many Japanese people bought Pocket Stations in 1999 that Sony canceled plans to release it overseas. They just couldn't make enough of them. With Pocket Station, you can exchange data with PlayStation to unlock minigames. For example, you could send chocobos from Final Fantasy VIII to your Pocket Station, raise them like Tamagotchi, then send them back to the main game to unlock rare summons and stuff like that. If you had Wonder Wave and Pocket Station, you could transfer data between WonderSwan and PS1, like sending Digimon from the adventure games over to Digimon World so you could see them on the big screen. With Dock and Rock, you could take Digimon digital pets, send them to WonderSwan games, then again to PlayStation. WonderSwan's also where Sony released their first ever handheld game, a fun little puzzler called Devil Dice. More publishers jumped on board too, including Sega, after they dropped out of the console wars, bringing over Golden Axe and Puyo Puyo. Capcom brought more Mega Man and a Ghosts and Goblins sequel. Squaresoft was the biggest supporter and made a couple more Final Fantasies, Saga remakes, Front Mission, and more. Bandai was delivering a lot of popular series like Dragon Ball, Inuyasha, and One Piece. There's too much to list, from Guilty Gear to Super Robot Wars and some quirky stuff from Koto Labs. It was a great library of about 200 games, with RPGs and anime as its biggest strengths. Unfortunately, publishers lent more support to Game Boy, and Nintendo was a powerhouse publisher all on their own, with Mario, Zelda, and Pokemon. WonderSwan's games were good, but Nintendo's were better. Despite having better hardware, lower price, and longer batteries, WonderSwan was losing. The fatal blow came in 2001 with Game Boy Advance. Okada's team rebooted Project Atlantis and spent the last 2 years perfecting it. It was 32 bits with more colors and higher resolution. And this time, they did have launch titles: Mario, F-Zero, Castlevania, and more. Bandai put up one last fight the following year with Swan Crystal. It's the same as WonderSwan Color, but they replaced the ghosty screen with a higher quality TFT, which looked just as good, if not better, than the screen on the Game Boy Advance. Fans voted for Colors again, and funnily enough, the one with the most votes looked like Game Boy Advance. The battery life still doubled Nintendo's, and at $65, it was 20% cheaper. But the war was already over. They'd lost. You could still get Swan Crystals made to order into 2009, but they disappeared from stores in early 2003, which was effectively Bandai's surrender. Some more games trickled in the next few years, but the biggest hitters got canceled, including more from Square and even Bandai themselves. A lot of its best games got ported to GBA, ironically making Nintendo even stronger. WonderSwan was gonna connect to PS2, but that got canceled as well. Then Sony swooped in and poached some WonderSwan devs to help make the PlayStation portable. When Nintendo found out, they canceled Project Iris to rush out DS at lightning speed and launch before PSP. History repeated itself, as DS defeated its more powerful foe in the end. Maybe by now you can see why Japanese think of PSP as WonderSwan's spiritual successor. One of the biggest disappointments in the WonderSwan saga was its canceled export overseas. In 1999, Bandai announced an alliance with Mattel that would have seen them take partial ownership of each other and bring WonderSwan stateside. But the deal was later scuttled, with neither party saying why. Game Boy Advance got announced in the interim, so a lot of fans speculate Mattel saw the writing on the wall and pulled out. They probably figured if WonderSwan's RPG and anime-heavy library couldn't beat Game Boy Color in Japan, it didn't stand a chance in America versus Game Boy Advance. In the end, WonderSwan did fall short of Bandai's expectations. At only 3.5 million units, sales are puny next to Game Boy. In context though, they're better than they look. In Japan, Game Boy Color sold 11 million, which is more than 3.5, but not a massacre. It wasn't the blowout the original Game Boy gave the likes of the Game Gear. 3.5 million's pretty close to what Nintendo's home consoles were selling at the time. And in Japan, WonderSwan was the best-selling handheld of all time, even to this day, so long as you don't count Nintendo and Sony's handhelds. It beat everything else though, but it could have sold so much more. The whole story begs a lot of what-ifs. What if Yokoi hadn't died in that car crash? What if Bandai didn't spill the beans to Yamauchi? What if their merger with Sega went through? If things had played out differently, could we have seen a WonderSwan 2 and 3 continuing into the present? Guess we'll never know. So let's move on to post-mortem. Folks in Japan mostly attribute WonderSwan's defeat to 3 main reasons. First, the Yamauchi was always a step ahead. WonderSwan was designed to beat Game Boy Pocket, but ended up in a duel with Game Boy Color instead. By the time WonderSwan Color came out, Game Boy Advance was right around the corner. And Nintendo ruled handhelds before the battle even began, giving them a home court advantage. Another problem was that a lot of WonderSwan's improvements fell into diminishing returns territory. Game Boy costing 15 cents for battery was a huge improvement over Game Gear's $1 an hour. WonderSwan costing 2 cents was even better, but when the cost's already so low, people don't care as much about additional savings. The same goes for price. Game Boy was a lot cheaper than its early competition. WonderSwan was even less expensive, but Game Boy was under 10,000 yen anyway. Anything below that threshold, consumers already viewed as affordable. So again, the extra savings didn't do much to sway purchasing decisions. In fact, it might have been counterproductive, as some believe WonderSwan was too cheap for its own good. A shopper would see it on the shelf next to Game Boy, notice it was cheaper, and games were cheaper too, then assume it was a piece of crap. Aside from those three reasons, everything we mentioned earlier applies as well, from Yokoi's passing to Nintendo's more robust library. We'll close by seeing where everyone ended up after the dust settled. Bandai had spent over 20 years making hardware, but after WonderSwan died, they gave up for good. It was the last system they ever made. They took it in stride though, and went on to support Game Boy Advance, DS, and PSP. Bandai eventually merged with Namco. Nowadays they make Pokemon spin-offs and help Sakurai with Smash Bros. As for Sony, they tried one more time with PS Vita, but dropped out of handhelds after it only sold 14 million worldwide. Yamauchi retired in 2002 when the war was over, and handed the reins to Satoru Iwata. Yamauchi passed away in 2013, and Iwata in 2015. Since then, Nintendo's given up their handheld empire to move into hybrids instead. Koto Laboratory still exists to this day. Yokoi's old uniform and wristwatch are prominently displayed in their office, along with gadgets from the past from Game Boy to WonderSwan. In the 2000s, they continued as designers for hire, just as they'd done for Bandai. Nothing that tried to compete with Nintendo though. They made the educational Pocket Challenge 2, the Navigate for casino gambling, and the Mama Mite pregnancy aid, all of which are more or less based on WonderSwan. And they co-designed V-Flash, a 32-bit educational home console. In 2006, they remade Gunpei and released it on DS and PSP. But since then, they've mostly gotten out of games. Koto has been following their original vision, pursuing their inspirations instead of profits. Their motto is to turn adversity into fun by adding entertainment. Under that mantra, they invented Hymenos and Piperoids for letting kids build their own toys from eco-friendly paper. They won awards, and the Japanese government installed them in elementary schools to encourage students' creativity and environmental impact. Part of Yokoi's original plan for Koto was to combine gaming and medicine, to make physical rehabilitation fun for patients. His followers eventually did that too, with the Occlupad, a device designed to help treat an eye condition that affects vision. Before Occlupad, treatment was painful and less likely to succeed. Now, it's fun. Looking back, his successor Taki said, "I'm gradually losing track of the past, and I've forgotten a lot of it. Now that Yokoi's gone, it's all just guesswork about what he wanted us to do or how things would have turned out. When he passed, people said, 'Koto's finished.' But the rest of us continued working, despite the anxiety of not knowing if we really could, and eventually, we made all kinds of things. For WonderSwan's recent 25th anniversary, they released a bunch of memorabilia, like replicas, phone cases, and t-shirts. And finally, what happened to the WonderSwan itself. A lot of Japanese folks traded theirs in for a Game Boy Advance, leaving a huge overstock that kept down prices. But there's been a resurgence lately as nostalgia seekers, history buffs, and collectors try to get their hands on one. Thankfully, even Swan Crystal prices aren't too ridiculous. Most games are Japanese, but some are available in English nowadays, and some don't require much reading at all. A lot of Western enthusiasts buy flash carts, so they can play all 200 games without spending an arm and a leg. And there's a modding scene for adding modern screen technology and backlights. So if this video's enticed you, rest assured that the Swan experience is well within reach. For now, at least. Yokoi's final invention and Bandai's last system. Game Boy's successor and PSP's predecessor. The missing link. The reason Game Boy Light was killed and Game Boy Color was born. There were a lot of handheld challengers in the 90s, but only one that struck fear in the hearts of Nintendo. The Wonder Swan.